Chapter 550. When Futian pointed at Yin Nan and shouted the three words, countless gazes landed on Futian again. Previously, Xie had challenged Futian, and he had conceded. After all, the difference in cultivation level was evident. Now, what confidence did he have to challenge Yin Nan? When Futian pointed at Yin Nan and shouted the three words, countless gazes landed on Futian again. Previously, Xie had challenged Futian, and he had conceded. After all, the difference in cultivation level was evident. Now, what confidence did he have to challenge Yin Nan? Yin Nan was a grade 8 noble, also 2 cultivation levels higher than him. Moreover, Yin Nan's potential was extraordinary. Even though he had been defeated previously, it did not mean that his battle ability was not strong. How was Futian going to surpass difference of 2 cultivation levels? Yin Nan also stared at Futian ruthlessly. His previous defeat was already a humiliation to him. Now, the Arcana Plane Futian actually dared to challenge him? He did not challenge Futian, but Wuchen, because Futian had already conceded once. If he challenged him, Futian would probably concede again. So he had chosen Wuchen. Yet, after suffering a loss, Futian had pointed his finger at him and ordered him to get the fuck over here. Ridiculous. Whoosh. Sword will started to circulate around his body, and Yin Nan's body dashed forward like a sword being pulled from its sheath, heading for the center of the battlefield. Since you want to scram, I'll grant you your wish, Yin Nan said as he walked in the air. This fight, Futian was the challenger. As long as he could crush Futian convincingly, he would be eliminated with another loss. He would not even have the right to enter the Thousand Holy Island. Behind him, a sword floated in the air. Countless sword wheels surrounded the shadow sword, and the edgeless great sword appeared again. With every step he took, it was as though a sword will pierce Futian's body. Around Futian's body, meteorites started to form. It was like a starry dimension above his head with brilliant meteorites revolving around his body, providing a sturdy defense. However, Yin Nan was a swordsman and had a terrifying attacking ability. He would not care about the defense of an Arcana Plane cultivator. He would slice through it like a hot knife through butter. If Wuchen had not cast the illusory sword technique at the end, his offense would not have been defeated. An intimidating aura descended and Yin Nan's life spirit turned into a great sword and swung down towards Futian, tearing through everything in its way. If he had the chance, he would definitely kill Futian without hesitation. As the edgeless great sword dropped from the sky, the meteorites it came into contact with were all shattered into dust. The starry defense was unable to stand up to the might of the sword and were all crushed. Die! Yin Nan exclaimed mercilessly, his great sword increasing in speed all of a sudden and slashing towards Futian's body. Futian retreated, and the great sword pierced into the ground with a huge thud. Is this what allowed you to be arrogant? Yin Nan looked at Futian sarcastically. His greatsword humming, it started to chase Futian again, but Futian's speed was still extremely fast. Just like his previous battle with Zhuge Ping, he was mainly dodging. Crash! The sword chi shattered, and the sword life spirit returned to Yin Nan. Yin Nan looked mercilessly at Futian and thought, since the great sword can't catch up, I'll use the sword of light. Yin Nan's body turned into a sword ray and charged towards Futian. Wherever his body passed by, the sword would roar and countless sword chi moved alongside his body towards Futian. Kill! With a resounding roar, the light sword's shadows tore through the air like flashes of lightning towards Futian's body. However, at that moment, an invisible gravity and frost will appeared in the heavens, and everything felt like it had slowed down. Futian's hands struck out and large golden palm prints manifested, colliding with the swords of light. However, the palm prints were pierced through and destroyed, but the might of the swords were also weakened and unable to threaten him. At the same time, the shadow blades appeared out of the blue, but Futian transformed into the constellations, the glimmer of the stars surrounding him. As the shadow blades slashed towards him, all they could hear was bam, bam, bam. 3 consecutive rumbles later, the starry defense had cracks in it, as though if another attack was to land, it would crumble to pieces. Still not admitting your defeat? Yin Nan sneered. He stretched out his arm, his sword-life spirit appearing in his palm. An imposing sword chi circulated in his palm, and in a flash, his body was headed straight towards Futian. Be careful. On the outside, Li Qingyi, who was watching the battle, shouted out instinctively. She could see that Yin Nan wanted to kill Futian. A horrifying amount of lightning circulated around Futian's body, and the thunder god's aegis appeared in front of him. Yin Nan descended in front of him and slashed out with his blade. Numerous sword shadows appeared in the heavens and slashed on the aegis, cleaving it apart. The punishment of the thunder god. A sharp glint appeared in Futian's eyes as the lightning in the shattered thunder god's aegis remained in the air. The golden-purple lightning gleamed as it rushed towards Yin Nan's body along his sword. With the speed of lightning, the punishment of the thunder god landed on him as he tried to approach for a close-range strike. However, a sword veil circulated around Yin Nan's body, and as the lightning rushed towards him, Yin Nan could only feel his spiritual will and body both becoming numb, like he was struck by lightning. Nonetheless, his sword strike did not stop. If Futian dared to be so insane, then he would die. As the sword landed, it did not cleave Futian's body in two, as golden vines started to appear and tangle around Yin Nan's sword. The hardy vines were successively sliced apart, and sword chi simultaneously rushed towards Futian. However, at that moment, a pair of giant shining rock wings appeared on Futian's back and folded up, shielding Futian from the onslaught of the sword chi. At the same time, Futian's wings shuddered, and he transformed into a flash of golden lightning. Yin Nan felt that something was amiss and let go of his sword, retreating. However, the gravity and frost will had affected his speed. Scram! Yin Nan saw Futian rushing towards him, and his finger pointed forward, sword chi rushing forth. However, he only saw a golden afterimage and felt wind and thunder. The rock's wings, thundering illusion step, and wind aviation. When the three of them were used together, how fast could one get? Yin Nan could see the golden afterimage being magnified in his field of vision, curving in a perfect arc, avoiding his sword chi. A fearsome sword veil appeared around Yin Nan's body. He had been forced to defend once again. Freeze! Futian growled, and the frost spell landed. Yin Nan's blood felt as though it was about to stop flowing, and his speed decreased yet again. However, the sword veil around his body shattered the oncoming frost will. However, at that moment, Futian had already reached, and a golden afterimage appeared above Yin Nan's head. He immediately cast the fatal entanglement, and terrifying golden vines constricted Yin Nan's head, then his arms and legs. Many people's expression paled, especially Yin Jiao, who looked especially grim. What was Futian trying to do? He was controlling Yin Nan, not allowing him to concede defeat. A muffled howl sounded out. Yin Nan's throat had been constricted, and he was unable to control the flow of his sword will. He had been completely restrained in the air. Let go of him! He admitted his defeat, Yin Jiao shouted. Futian raised his head and looked menacingly at Yin Jiao, then replied emotionlessly, I heard nothing. As he finished speaking, the golden vines pierced through Yin Nan's arms, severing all the tendons in his arms. Yin Nan trembled in pain as the vines around his neck and head disappeared. Only then could they hear his screaming voice. Since he's already disabled, there's no need for him to stay, Futian said nonchalantly, the vines flinging Yin Nan a distance away. Yin Jiao moved in a flash and caught his body, only to see Yin Nan's arms dangling helplessly. His eyes filled with killing intent. I've been disabled? Yin Nan's body shuddered, unable to believe that it was real. Yin Jiao looked at Yin Nan and said, even with broken arms, you will still be able to cultivate. That was all he could do to console him. Yin Nan's eyes filled with agony, as though blood could drip out of them. He had extraordinary potential and wanted to enter the Holy Ji Palace to spread the name of the Sword Saint Villa. However, he had been disabled by an Arcana Plane cultivator, no less. Many gazes landed on Futian and Yin Nan. To Yin Nan, it was a tragedy. The genius of the Sword Saint Villa, disabled in both arms. How cruel of Futian. Just because Yin Nan insulted Wuchen for being crippled, he turned Yin Nan into a cripple. Everyone. At that moment, on the sky stairwell, The elder hosting the battles looked towards the experts from the Holy Ji Palace to see if anyone was willing to take in Futian, intentionally controlling others so that they are unable to concede defeat and disabling one's arms in a battle. His methods are too sinister, a gruff voice sounded out. Many people looked towards the person who had spoken. It was a sage plain figure from the Thousand Holy Island. Futian heard the voice and raised his head in the direction of the Holy Ji Palace. Sinister? The elders from the Holy Ji Palace should have seen that Yin Nan's battling methods were attempts on his life. I've heard that this person has come from the Dawn Road and is a bloodthirsty and cruel individual, another person agreed. Futian had a glint in his eyes and felt that something was amiss. There was someone who was targeting him. He did not know anyone from the Holy Ji Palace. If there was someone he had offended, it would be Ning Huang's elder. He did not know if Ning Huang's elder was among the two people that had spoken. Elder Ning was not among the two that had spoken. At that moment, he was in a location high up and the Ning clan was there as well, watching the scene quietly. Moreover, Elder Ning was drinking a cup of tea leisurely. With his position and status, why would he get involved personally? If Futian were to enter the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate, it would not be that easy to kill him. To him, an Arcana Plane cultivator was not worth mentioning. If he valued that person's potential, that person would be a genius, but if he did not like that person, he would be but a mere ant. Although the potential that Futian had just revealed was acceptable, he had killed Ning Huang. Ning Huang was the successor that he had handpicked, and he heard that they had even taken the ritual implement he had given Ning Huang. How impudent. That was why he wanted to stop Futian from entering the Holy Ji Palace. As long as Futian did not enter the palace, killing him would be as easy as squashing an ant. Of course, he was not in a hurry, neither would he step in himself. Because of the two voices, nobody spoke for a period of time, causing the scenario to become awkward. As an Arcana Plane cultivator who had disabled Yin Nan's arms, he should have been vigorously fought for. Chapter 551. 551 The Perfect Man. 551 The Perfect Man. I don't agree with that. Suddenly, a gentle-looking middle-aged man from the Holy Ji Palace smiled and said, Yin Nan challenged another person and even humiliated him verbally. Moreover, he was cruel in the battle, wanting to kill his opponent. If he had the chance, he would definitely kill Yi Wuchen and Futian. It is obvious that there is some resentment between them. Yin Nan did not manage to do what he wanted to. I don't think there is anything wrong with Futian's response. As for what happened in Dawn Road, I'm not too sure, but since the Holy Roads are organized by the Holy Ji Palace, whatever that has happened there is certainly within our rules. The middle-aged man looked at Futian and asked, Do you want to join my island? Many people stared at the middle-aged man calmly. They roughly knew why the two sages earlier would make things difficult for Futian. The elder on the sky stairwell nodded. Looking at Futian, he asked, Are you willing? Futian looked in the direction where the middle-aged man was at. He bowed gently and replied, Thank you, senior. However, I would like to stay in the arena and continue fighting. All right. The middle-aged man nodded, smiling. You indeed have the chance to cultivate in the Holy Island. Seize the opportunity. Thank you. Futian nodded. Then, he backed off from the arena and returned to his original position. He actually rejected it. Many people were surprised. Futian was in the Arcana Plane, and yet he did not grasp the opportunity. It seemed like he wanted to enter the core island. He was indeed ambitious. Nevertheless, it was extremely difficult to enter the core island. Elder Ning was still drinking his tea quietly. Just like what he had expected, there was still someone who invited Futian. He was also not surprised by Futian's rejection. Ning Huang had died because of Futian and Yusheng. How could they be satisfied by the 1,000 holy islands? Suddenly, another person walked out. When he appeared, everyone's eyes froze again. The person was Yinjiu from Sword Saint Villa. Clearly, he was going to take revenge. I challenge Hua Jieyu. Yinjiu looked at the lady beside Futian. A strange expression appeared on the faces of many. Futian had disabled Yin Nan's arms, while Yinjiu challenged Hua Jieyu, Futian's girlfriend. He was deliberately trying to humiliate Futian. Although Hua Jieyu was a divine spiritual sorcerer, she had only just entered the noble plane. She was clearly no match for Yinjiu. A cold beam of light immediately erupted from Futian's eyes as he stared at Yinjiu, who was also looking at him. If Hua Jieyu rejected the challenge, Yinjiu would challenge the people beside Futian one by one. As long as nobody responded to his challenge, he could continue doing so to humiliate Futian and his friends. If, however, someone accepted the challenge, he would surely not show any mercy. Zhuge Qinyang and Zhuge Mingyue looked at the arena below them emotionlessly. The juniors from Sword Saint Villa were really unruly. If Yinjiu challenged Zhuge Xing, they would naturally not say anything. However, by challenging Hua Jieyu, he was obviously trying to humiliate Futian instead of displaying his power. Jieyu, don't go, Futian said to Hua Jieyu. He knew that Yinjiu would not show mercy. I'll try. Hua Jieyu smiled gently at Futian. Seeing Futian shake his head, she smiled and said, just now, you also responded to Xieji's challenge, didn't you? If I cannot continue, I'll admit defeat. Be careful then. Futian nodded. Of course, Hua Jieyu responded. Then, she flashed and walked gracefully towards the center of the arena, attracting countless stares. Even if she rejected the challenge, Yinjiu would not give up so easily. Yinjiu stared at the charming figure before him. Futian was really lucky to have her. Are you ready? Yinjiu asked. Let's begin, Hua Jieyu replied. Just as she finished speaking, sword qi whizzed over from Yinjiu's body. At once, many straight lightning-like swords shot towards Hua Jieyu. At the same time, a terrifying sword aurora erupted from Yinjiu's sharp eyes. It was as if a sword hidden inside his pupils was charging towards Hua Jieyu's eyes. Hua Jieyu released her life spirit and dharma. Immediately, a seven-colored crown appeared, and her already alluring body looked even more like an empress. An invisible wave of spiritual energy enveloped the arena. The incoming brilliant sword qi seemed to have slowed and was covered with frost. Then, the sharp swords vibrated violently and buzzed, after which they were crushed into nothingness. Yinjiu jumped into the air. Sword qi filled the sky and blotted out the sun. As he pointed his finger forward, a frightening wave of sword rain fell down from the sky. Hua Jieyu raised her head, and a brilliant radiance bloomed from her pupils. The crown vibrated, and an appalling wave of spiritual energy engulfed the sky. When the sword rain arrived, the sharp swords actually changed direction and passed beside her. On the other hand, the swords that did not change direction exploded one after another. Hua Jieyu, who was covered in a seven-colored radiance, did not move, but everyone knew that she was using her powerful spiritual energy as a divine spiritual sorcerer to fight. Thud! Hua Jieyu suddenly felt a strong sense of danger as Yinjiu charged towards her like a sharp sword. He knew that Hua Jieyu was a divine spiritual sorcerer, and flying swords would not be able to injure her. Divine spiritual sorcerer was the ultimate type of sorcerer, and the weakness of all sorcerers was their poor melee abilities. If he could attack her from a closer distance, he would surely win. Yinjiu's speed was so fast that Hua Jieyu did not have any time to think. Ice seal and many vines wound around Yinjiu's body, but they were all crushed by his sword will and could not stop him even for a bit. The seven-colored radiance above the crown became more dazzling. Yinjiu felt that his body and the sword in his hand suddenly deviate from their intended trajectories slightly. On the other hand, Hua Jieyu's body danced with the wind and rotated in the air as she backed away, passing by the strike marginally. I admit defeat, Hua Jieyu said softly. Yinjiu was about to attack again and his sword rubbed against the ground, but he could only stop. Sword qi dissipated and Hua Jieyu landed slowly and elegantly on the ground. Looking at her, many people praised her in their minds. Although she had taken part in the fight, it ended at the appropriate time. Yinjiu had displayed his power, and she had also displayed her abilities. In this way, Yinjiu would not be able to continue challenging them. Divine Spiritual Sorcerer was indeed a powerful class. The fatal strike just now actually missed. If Hua Jieyu was also a grade 7 noble, could she control Yinjiu's sword directly with her spiritual energy? Yinjiu's face darkened. Although he had beat Hua Jieyu, it was actually a failure for him because he did not manage to do anything else. Not only could a divine spiritual sorcerer suppress other sorcerers, but she could also suppress any cultivators, in fact. After all, to be a divine spiritual sorcerer, one first had to become an outstanding spirit elemental sorcerer. Both of them were invited by the cultivators from the 1,000 Holy Islands. However, both rejected and returned to their original positions. The battle continued. Futian and his friends all had an amazing performance and were invited to 1,000 Holy Islands, but only Maijiqiu and Xinyuan Beishan accepted the offers. The rest rejected, planning to continue fighting. In the arena, many extraordinary cultivators showed up one after another. The geniuses from the 9 holy roads were all displaying their talents. This round continued for 3 whole days. By the time everyone had participated in at least one battle, only a small proportion of people was left in the vast arena. There were 160 cultivators left. The elimination started with tens of thousands of cultivators, and at the moment, there were only 160. These 160 cultivators were all geniuses who had rejected the offers from the 1,000 Holy Islands. They wanted to enter the core island of the Holy Ji Palace. The other people had either joined the 1,000 Holy Islands or were eliminated. On the sky stairwell, the elder who was hosting the battle looked at the arena and said, "All of you must be tired after so many battles. Some of you are also injured. We'll take a one-day break. Tomorrow, many seniors from the Holy Ji Palace will be here to watch the battles, so you should prepare. During the break, do not leave the island. Also, no conflicts are allowed." After he finished speaking, many powerful cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace stood up and returned to the palace. Some of them also chatted as they walked. Below them, many people walked towards the arena, looking for their juniors who were not eliminated. After all, the people from many major forces were present today. Many young people raised their heads and looked in the direction of the Holy Ji Palace. In particular, Bai Luli had received the most attention. He was so bright and was admired by countless people. Suddenly, Bai Luli walked towards where Zhuge Qinyang and Zhuge Mingyue were. "Qinyang Mingyue," Bai Luli shouted, smiling. "Luli," Zhuge Qinyang responded, smiling. "In the admission test this time, what do you think of the people who were not eliminated? There are many outstanding juniors. I met Hua Jieyu earlier, but I only managed to watch her fight today. Divine spiritual sorcerer indeed deserves its name. I think that tomorrow, many seniors will fight to take her. Who will you let Jieyu cultivate under?" Bai Luli asked softly. Mingyue said that she will respect Hua Jieyu's own decision. Zhuge Qinyang replied, "That's great. Zhuge Xing is outstanding as well. Moreover, there are people like Huang Zhuge, Su Ke, and Qiming, so there are indeed many excellent juniors. There are also a few people whose levels are low, but they have already displayed their amazing potential. The cohort this year is better than the one 3 years ago. I think the battles tomorrow will be interesting," Bai Luli said, smiling. "Bai Zhe is certainly one of them. I heard that you have guided him before, and his talents are unsurpassed. I am also looking forward to the fights between the best juniors tomorrow," Zhuge Qinyang said. "All right, I will return to the palace first." Bai Luli nodded gently at Zhuge Qinyang and Zhuge Mingyue, after which he left elegantly. After he left, Zhuge Qinyang looked at Zhuge Mingyue who was beside him and said softly, "You can't find another person in the barren state who is as outstanding as Bai Luli. Furthermore, he is humble. Even when he wants to show his affection towards you, he only does so appropriately and never crosses the line. I really don't know what you're thinking." Smiling, Zhuge Mingyue glanced at Zhuge Qinyang and said, "Don't you feel that if a person is too perfect, he will be difficult to understand?" Zhuge Qinyang stared at her. Indeed, Bai Luli could be considered as a perfect man. Bai Luli was handsome, elegant, talented, powerful, and had a strong background. He was the youngest person on the Barren Sky ranking, and moreover, he was in the 10th place. He really seemed to be flawless. "I prefer someone who is cuter." Zhuge Mingyue smiled and stepped forward, walking towards Futian, who was below them. Chapter 552. 552 Falling Heads Over Heels. 552 Falling Heads Over Heels. Zhuge Mingyue brought Beitang Xinger next to Futian and the others. Futian and Hua Jieyu smiled as they shouted, "Second sister. Good work, little brother." Beitang Xinger smiled. Why have you not joined the test this time? Yi Futian asked. I don't have much interest in the training. Beitang Xinger smiled as she answered, I'm fine just tagging along with second sister here. Only the 1,000 holy islands will be selecting their disciples today. The most extraordinary of the ones who made it out of the holy roads have yet to show their true abilities, and you have had first-hand experience what Xieji is like. The true test will be held tomorrow. You think you can manage? Zhuge Mingyue asked with a smile. She knew what Yi Futian's talents were like. His lower plane, however, would continue to prove to be a disadvantage. Out of the ones left, which numbered to a little over 100, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were the weakest in terms of levels. There were not that many grade 9 nobles around, with most being grade 8 or 7. There were some who had broken through into grade 6 noble plane during their journey, and the difference in level for these people would not be easy to cover. It was due to this that most did not expect much of Yi Futian. In the battlefield on the next day, no matter how talented candidates of Arcana Plane were, they would have amounted to little more than just footnotes and audiences. I'll know when the time comes, Yi Futian answered. Well, you'd better give it your all then. Tomorrow is different from today. Those top-class figures from the Holy Ji Palace will choose only a handful. If you don't shine bright enough, others might end up taking your place, Zhuge Mingyue elaborated. The Holy Ji Palace was a place of training, and it was only natural that she hoped Yi Futian would be able to make it through. It was the best choice offered to Yi Futian after all. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded. All right, I'll get out of the way of you and Jieyu. There are many great places to go for dates on the island. Zhuge Mingyue shot sly looks at the two of them, before taking Beitang Xinger away with her. Chen Yuan, Mu Chuan, and Mu Jiqiu came soon after Zhuge Mingyue left. Jiqiu, why didn't you keep trying for a bit? Yi Futian asked Mu Jiqiu. Mu Jiqiu had answered the invitation of an elder from the 1,000 Holy Islands, and was prepared to train under their wing. Tomorrow's test is going to be too intense. That senior was my brother's teacher, and he said he was willing to take me in. I've fulfilled my goal of coming here, Mu Jiqiu answered softly. Yi Futian nodded and did not pursue the topic any further. Mu Jifan, who was standing behind him, looked livid. Yi Futian had earned the right to enter the Holy Ji Palace, yet he refused. That point alone said that Yi Futian had surpassed him. Futian, give it all you've got tomorrow, Chen Yuan said to Yi Futian. While he felt reluctant to have the son of the Starry School train in the Holy Ji Palace, 2 of the 3 great schools were out for his head at the moment. The best choice available to Yi Futian at the moment was to enter the Holy Ji Palace. I will, headmaster, Yi Futian said as he nodded. From the way you talk today, I'd say you're still holding back. You are, aren't you? Mu Chuan was feeling rather irked. Someone like Yi Futian was actually offered entry to the 1,000 Holy Islands of the Holy Ji Palace, yet he refused all the offers, and that made Mu Chuan lose face. Mu Chuan, he has yet to enter the Holy Ji Palace. You still have time to say yes to the offer to be his guard. He might not need you around tomorrow, Chen Yuan egged him on. Screw you, Mu Chuan yelled. Just why do I, the chief of the Zhaixing house, need to suck up to the kid? This is too much. Heh. Chen Yuan chuckled coldly. It seems that you don't see things as clearly as your juniors. Mu Jiqiu is very close with Yi Futian now, and yet you continue to be stubborn. The Zhaixing house will not be having a good end with you in charge. Yi Futian blinked and looked at Chen Yuan, then at Hua Jieyu by his side. Seeing Hua Jieyu smiling at him, he could not help but say, Headmaster, please don't go about saying things like that. I'm just friends with Jiqiu. Just friends. Nothing else. Right, Jiqiu? Yi Futian asked, looking at her. Just what is this old fart doing? Is he trying to kill me, or something? Yi Futian thought. Sorry, a slip of the tongue. Chen Yuan waved his hand, and the smile on his face made Yi Futian want badly to slug someone. Mu Jiqiu looked rather funny instead and glanced at Hua Jieyu. The 2 beautiful girls' eyes met for a brief moment. Mu Jiqiu saw that Hua Jieyu's smile was gentle, and there was no animosity within. While she herself was a beauty nonetheless, she could not help but marvel at Hua Jieyu's looks. What a beauty indeed! She turned her eyes to Yi Futian and nodded in agreement. Yi Futian saw other pretty girls like Gu Yunxi and Qinin were standing nearby, and thought it would have been really awkward to stay there for long. He then said, I heard the island is really beautiful. If you're free, I guess it'd be a good idea to go walk for a bit. Now, if you'll excuse us. He dragged Hua Jieyu away as soon as he was done talking, before asking Qin telepathically, Qin, take care of Qingyi for me, thanks. Qin glanced at Yi Futian and sighed in her mind. He's off just like that? Yi Shaoshi glared at him. The members of their group were not all that familiar with each other and had only gathered around Yi Futian. Very nice of you, running off with your girlfriend and all that. Yu Sheng glanced at Yi Shaoshi and said, You're not telling me that you haven't gotten used to this. Yi Shaoshi's eyes met Yu Sheng's, and he answered, I'm still getting used to it. He had heard even back in the cottage that Yi Futian was the kind who would be very nice with the sisters and harsh with the brothers, and it seemed to be a tradition of sorts. Brother Yuan, what do you say we get a place and spar for a bit? The fat guy asked the ape beside him. I'm taken. Yuan Zhan did not bother doing much with him, going in the direction of his father instead. Gu Yunxi's eyes looked rather dejected seeing Yi Futian walk away. Yunxi, her brother called out to her. Yes. Gu Yunxi turned around. What's going on in your head? Gu Ming asked. There was no way he would not have known what was actually in her head. It was just that Yi Futian was probably not the kind of person Gu Yunxi would be able to get her hands on. I was just thinking, well, what a couple those two are. Gu Yunxi's smile was beaming, seemingly very happy herself. Gu Ming was dumbfounded. He had thought his sister would have felt down from all that she had just seen. He stared at her for a bit and found her smile stayed intact, and he felt very confused. The training island right before the Holy Ji Palace looked incredibly lively. Countless were discussing the battles to take place the day, and many were speculating what the battles the next day would be like. The little more than 100 selected today were the strongest of the strongest seen thus far, including top-notch figures from top-notch forces. Those people seemed to have never clashed before, yet with the battle for the zenith at hand the next day, there was simply no way no one would not have been excited. Many were wondering if Huang Jiaga of the sovereign family or Su Kei from Tingxue House was stronger. Who would prove more excellent, Bai Zhe from White Cloud City or Zhuge Xing from the Zhuge family? There were also top-class geniuses from other holy roads. How brilliant things would get the next day with them showing off what they had. How Yi Futian, that young man of only the Arcana plane, would perform on such a stage. Who would reign supreme? All that liveliness seemed to have nothing to do with Yi Futian. He and Hua Jieyu came to a cliff on the east of the island. They were able to gaze upon the other islands and the azure holy river far away. It was a sight to behold, and the place felt like heaven on earth. The two of them walked on the rocks on the cliff, with Yi Futian taking Hua Jieyu's hand, wobbling about as they moved, and sweet smiles were seen on their faces. A great battle took place the very first time they met each other after being separated for more than 2 years, and now they were finally alone. Why are you taking me here? Hua Jieyu asked with a smile. There is no one else around, so I figured it would be a rather good place to get something done. Yi Futian answered her question with a smile that was just as bright. Hua Jieyu blinked her eyes and felt something was off. A good place for talking about those friends of yours. Very pretty girls, all of them. Hua Jieyu smiled naughtily, which had Yi Futian shuddering. My fox, please, I've told you. We're just friends. Don't go having weird thoughts about me and them. Is that so? Hua Jieyu smiled and continued. And there I was thinking I've got my hands full, and it's a good thing I get someone else to look after you too. You mean it? Yi Futian blinked. However, he ended up swallowing those words right before they were about to come out of his mouth. But looking at how Hua Jieyu kept grinning, he said instead, well, not a problem. Lulan Shui was an easy one to look after. Just get her a servant girl or something. That's so? Hua Jieyu murmured. Well, how about? Jieyu, can you stop talking about other people? Yi Futian pulled her into his arms. Hua Jieyu tilted her head to look at him, nodded for a bit, and leaned on his chest, hugging him. I've had quite a lot to talk to you about before I got here, but now that you're right in front of me, I don't quite know what to say instead. Hua Jieyu then asked gently, how have you been for the past 2 years? Do I look like I've had bad days? Yi Futian asked in an equally gentle tone. I think you were having a good time. Hua Jieyu answered with a smile, thinking about all the pretty girls around him. What about you? Yi Futian's voice was flighty. He did not tell Hua Jieyu that he had actually died once. I have a big sister looking after me. Of course, I'm good. Good thing to know then. Yi Futian nodded. I'm getting rather drowsy. How about we lie down for a bit? Hua Jieyu came out from his embrace and grinned at him. All right, we have a nice quiet place here. A good one for training. Wait, what? Yi Futian blinked. A good time and incredibly beautiful scenery like this, and you're thinking about training? Gosh, you're harsh. Haven't you noticed that many have painted you as a target? The battle tomorrow will probably not be an easy one. If you want to enter the Holy Ji Palace, you will need to do better than how you fought Xie Ji today. So, let's see if you'll have a breakthrough today, Hua Jieyu said. We have less than a day. Yi Futian added, I think it's best to get some rest instead. If you manage to break through the noble plane, you can sleep all you want. Hua Jieyu glared at him. Sleep all I want? Yi Futian blinked. Hua Jieyu was stunned for a bit before her face flushed red. That was so not what I meant. If you are able to make it into the noble plane before the battle tomorrow, all you want indeed. Hua Jieyu smiled sheepishly at him, and Yi Futian's heart beat like there was no tomorrow. You know how to work your man indeed. Jieyu, I think you have a very, very good point. The battle tomorrow is of utmost importance, and as such, I need to train well. As such, I will go train right now. Yi Futian added seriously, don't hold me back. He flashed and found a good spot to fold his legs on. He sat down and actually got ready for training. Jieyu sat on a rock not far from he was. With her elbows on her knees and her hands cupping her chin, she watched silently at the side. The smile on her face never went away. I haven't seen this guy for 2 years, and I think he somehow got even more handsome. Chapter 553. Yi Futian sat on the huge boulder. He got rid of all other thoughts and focused on fusing his spiritual power with the world. He sensed the spiritual qi in the world. Yi Futian sat on the huge boulder. He got rid of all other thoughts and focused on fusing his spiritual power with the world. He sensed the spiritual qi in the world. A rainbow of lights shone. Now, the lights of the 6 elements were brighter while the green wood elemental spiritual qi was dimmer. It was the only element that he hadn't comprehended the noble will for, so his perception was slightly weaker. The 6 lights disappeared from his senses. Only the green wood elemental spiritual qi remained around him. At the same time, his mind went into his life palace. The world tree towered over the vast space. The sun and moon hung high in the sky. Thunder dragons spiraled around the tree, while a golden rock rested on a branch. The divine ape guarded the tree. All his life spirits lived in harmony with the tree as the center. The wood elemental was different from the others. The wood spells he'd cultivated before were all focused on control. The ones he encountered now were mostly on control too. They were rarely for attacking. However, when he'd been close to dying last time, it was the world tree life spirit that helped reform his body. The wood element's most obvious characteristic was that it encompassed all life and was never extinguished. The man who had killed Duao had used a wood elemental spell that became even more frightening when burned. No matter how the wood elemental was attacked, it would continue standing tall. Then what was the wood will? In his life palace, the world tree kept changing color. Sometimes it was gold, sometimes it was purple. The tree shook and the leaves rustled as if it was speaking. Spiritual light flashed through Yi Futian's mind. Then he saw green light shine around him. A huge ancient tree sprouted behind him. The branches and leaves expanded wildly, stretching upward and covering the sky. It soon became a huge tree rooted beside the cliff. The branches swayed in the wind. Spiritual qi gathered frantically on the tree. Then golden vines appeared, transforming into the deadly lock spell that stretched into the distance. The world tree encompasses all living things. It doesn't die, and the spiritual qi doesn't decay, Yi Futian mumbled. Then a sun hung above the tree. It released the fire of a divine furnace to smelt everything. The green light on the tree melted into the furnace, making the fire burn even more vibrantly. The divine furnace's fire had a green tinge, giving off green flames that were even more terrifying than before. I understand, Yi Futian thought. This was the wood elemental's will. Moving his thoughts, The green spiritual chi in the air grew clearer. They rushed wildly into the tree and then entered his body. The so-called will was one's comprehension of spiritual power. Once his comprehension improved, he would be faster at absorbing spiritual chi and raising his spiritual power too. In fact, all the wood elemental spiritual chi in the world was resonating with him. The entire world seemed to be green and filled with vitality. He comprehended again. Hua Jieyu sat to the side and smiled brilliantly. This guy was so powerful. Yi Futian had already comprehended noble wills of 6 elements, so he had the abilities. Plus, the wood elemental life spirit was his natal spirit. Naturally, comprehending the wood elemental wouldn't take too long. However, his spiritual power wasn't enough. He was still a step away from the noble plane, though he was getting closer. The island city was still lively while the cliff was peaceful. Without realizing, another day passed. When the sun rose, faint sunlight splashed onto the cliff. It was warm and serene. 2 figures leaned quietly against a boulder. The youth was handsome while the girl was beautiful. She rested softly against the youth's chest. The breeze lifted her hair softly. The scene was like a painting. So beautiful. Yi Futian looked at the beauty in his arms. It was unclear if he was praising the scenery or the girl. Hua Jieyu looked up at him. Did you raise planes? Only a bit more. Yi Futian rubbed his forehead awkwardly. Just a bit. So you didn't. Hua Jieyu grinned at him. Then why did you run over here at midnight? Yi Futian fluttered his lashes and then looked away. You didn't object, though. As soon as he spoke, he felt pain in his waist and he gasped. How come they'd grown up, but she still did that? Someone kept cuddling with me last night. I wonder who it was. Yi Futian blinked at the beauty in his arms. Hua Jieyu's face reddened and she straightened. Just as she was about to move, Yi quickly jumped up and said, The time isn't up yet. I'm going to continue cultivating. He escaped while speaking. Hua Jieyu stood up. Her beautiful figure and slender legs were so mesmerizing under the sunlight. However, Yi Futian didn't enjoy the sight. Right now, he faced the rising sun. Divine light shone from his body. A strange aura surged from him too. Then he started practicing martial arts. Activating the Emperor's technique, Yi Futian moved slowly. However, each move seemed to contain an Emperor's power. The will was strong and lively too. Watching him, Hua Jieyu felt enjoyment. The moves didn't seem to contain any might, but his aura was getting stronger. Divine light enveloped him as if he was a god coming to earth. Every simple punch seemed able to destroy a mountain. As Yi Futian continued cultivating, dragon or ape roars occasionally sounded from his body. The expansive movements were like a golden rock flying in the wind. He shattered the rock under his feet, rumbling. Cracking sounds came out of his body and an even stronger conception was born. An aggressive force formed in the surroundings. His martial arts intent stretched out as the force became stronger. His aura kept rising. Boom! Beams of dazzling emperor light shot upward. Seemingly undefeatable, martial arts intent transformed into a horrible force field around him. If one stepped within it, they would feel his unstoppable might press down. As more cracks sounded, Yi Futian's body rumbled. Dragon and divine ape roars shook the sky. The golden rock's brilliance became one with the surrounding force field. He seemed to be a descending god. As the horrible light flashed, the stones around him exploded. Yi Futian broke the sky with a punch. An extremely dazzling fist shadow flashed and disappeared in the distance. Yi Futian stopped. His power was still strong, but he didn't release it. He turned slowly and smiled at Hua Jieyu. At that time, Hua Jieyu had a strange expression. She turned to run. Doesn't count. Raising planes in martial arts is raising planes too. It's still the noble plane. Why doesn't it count? Yi Futian ran after her. Was she not going to keep her promise? You didn't break into the plane completely. Of course, it doesn't count. With a wind spell carrying her, Hua Jieyu flew like a fairy. Her figure was beautiful. Then let me ask you, am I in the noble plane right now? Yi Futian yelled. He wouldn't let her cheat. No, Hua Jieyu insisted. Fox, you can't do this. Yi Futian made a face. If I say it's not, then it's not. Hua Jieyu ignored all logic. Plus, you already slept last night. Gentlemen keep their word. Yi Futian called. I'm a woman, Hua Jieyu replied. You can't do this. Yi Futian muttered. I learned this from you. The two chased each other from the cliff to the island city. Along the way, many people on the ground looked up at this couple enviously. The city was extremely lively. Hua Jieyu had already descended. Yi Futian went up to her and whispered, I'll let it go today, but I'll remember what you owe me. I forgot. Hua Jieyu smiled at Yi Futian. Then I'll force it, Yi Futian whispered in Hua Jieyu's ears. She blushed instantly and wrapped an arm around Yi Futian, making him gasp. I dare you, Hua Jieyu said, smiling as she looked up. I'll do it. I'm not scared of my wife, Yi Futian huffed. It was time to show his status in the family. Really? Hua Jieyu grinned at him. Yi Futian was frustrated. What kind of look was that? Everyone in the city was walking towards the battlefield. Many recognized Hua Jieyu and Yi Futian. Yesterday, they'd both entered the final list. Because they were so attractive, it was hard not to notice them. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu seemed to be really close to each other. I heard that they met long ago. Of course, they're close, but it's quite a pity. How is it a pity? They're both so talented. Yi Futian may have a lower plane, but he's extraordinarily talented too. Yes, but he's still far from the divine spiritual sorcerer. Furthermore, if one wants to compare family backgrounds, how can he be compared to Zhuge Xing? With Hua Jieyu's looks and talent, Zhuge Xing, Bai Zhe, and Huang Zhoge are those that suit her. Shoo, someone said. What are you scared of? The city doesn't allow fighting. Plus, aren't I speaking the truth? The person said, smiling. He didn't hide his voice. Many people glanced at Yi Futian, only to see Hua Jieyu grab his hand and smile brilliantly. She looked around and then grinned at Yi Futian. Did you hear? Yes. Yi Futian nodded. He looked as if he didn't care. See, they all think I'm pretty talented. I'm still not at your level, but I'll work hard. You can't abandon me in the future. Hua Jieyu smiled like hundreds of flowers blooming. The people around them all froze. Some even stopped walking and gaped at the enchanting girl. Yi Futian froze too. Then he smiled gently, feeling warm inside. This fox was quite sensitive. Silly girl, what are you thinking about? Yi Futian patted Hua Jieyu's head, and she glared at him with mock anger. They continued forward, leaving the crowd in the wind. Chapter 554. The vast battleground below the Holy Ji Palace was now filled with people. The crowd stretched to the horizon. Gradually, people entered the battleground. They were the 160 prides who'd been chosen yesterday and their friends and elders. Everyone was discussing today's battle and famous figures. The vast battleground below the Holy Ji Palace was now filled with people. The crowd stretched to the horizon. Gradually, people entered the battleground. They were the 160 prides who'd been chosen yesterday and their friends and elders. Everyone was discussing today's battle and famous figures. When Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu arrived, Yu Shang and the others were already there. Seeing them, Yi Shaoshi and the others gave them looks of disdain. They wondered where the two went for a date yesterday. Yi Futian was smiling and looked vibrant. They must have had a happy night. Others stared coldly at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu walking together. Zhuge Xing stared daggers at Yi Futian. The other youths of the Zhuge family didn't look happy either. These two seemed very close, and no one knew where they'd gone or done yesterday. It seemed that he'd really helped train a divine spiritual sorcerer for someone else. Right then, two figures flashed and appeared. They were Zhuge Mingyue and Beitang Xing'er. Zhuge Mingyue looked ambiguously at the two and smiled. Seems like yesterday went well. Senior sister. Hua Jieyu cried, embarrassed. Are you prepared? Zhuge Mingyue asked Yi Futian. Entering the palace shouldn't be a problem, Yi Futian said. Zhuge Mingyue's eyes brightened as she smiled at him. He seemed confident. Most of those who enter the Holy Ji Palace are at the top of the Barren Sky ranking. Take advantage of this chance, Zhuge Mingyue said, smiling. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. When the Holy Ji Palace invites you, just watch my eyes, Zhuge Mingyue said. Yi Futian blinked and then nodded earnestly. After all, he wasn't familiar with the strong cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace. Since he was so amazing, people might fight for him and he wouldn't know who to choose. His second senior sister really thought of everything. Jieyu, Xiaoshi, you need to work hard too, Zhuge Mingyue said to the others. Of course. Yi Xiaoshi stuck his chin up. He couldn't be worse off than Yi Futian. As the senior brother, he had to show his skills this time. He couldn't be beaten by that guy, especially before second senior sister. Otherwise, he would be completely humiliated. I'll wait and see, Zhuge Mingyue said. Then she walked towards the Holy Ji Palace. Sister Mingyue, a voice called out. She looked over to the other direction and saw it was Zhuge Xing. They're important to you. But this is a competition. I will be fighting for the glory of the Zhuge family, and I won't go easy on them, Zhuge Xing said. Zhuge Mingyue was his cousin. She'd left when she was young and only returned 2 years ago. Instead of caring about the family, she was closer to Hua Jieyu. However, Hua Jieyu was beautiful and the Zhuge family all had other thoughts, so they didn't mind. Now, it seemed that Zhuge Mingyue wasn't nice to Hua Jieyu because of herself, but because of her junior. As a member of the Zhuge family, Zhuge Xing was naturally upset. Zhuge Mingyue had high hopes for Yi Futian, but had no hopes for them at all. Did she not care about her family's honor at all? You said that this is a competition. There's no need to go easy. Do your best. I hope you will bring glory to the family. Zhuge Mingyue smiled and left. I will. Zhuge Xing's tone was proud. He glanced at Yi Futian, who also looked at him at the same time, and then looked away. Futian. Chen Yuan's group walked over. Yi Futian looked over and saw that Mu Chuan of the Zhaixing house was still there. Mu Zhiqiu was beside him too. Chief, Yi Futian called. As the son, you should rule the generation, Chen Yuan said, repeating their conversation in the Starry School. Seeing the anticipation in Chen Yuan's eyes, Yi Futian nodded. Okay. You're dreaming. It seemed to be Mu Chuan's habit to insult Yi Futian and Chen Yuan. Senior, you're still here? Didn't Zhiqiu choose an island to cultivate on? Yi Futian asked Mu Chuan, smiling. This old guy was pretty funny. It's interesting to see the juniors competing. More importantly, there are so many geniuses here. I'd like to see how the son of the Starry School loses miserably. Mu Chuan scanned Yi Futian. Then watch if you'd like. Yi Futian smiled. More and more people arrived. The 160 prides arrived gradually and countless figures appeared in the direction of the Holy Ji Palace too. They sat on the steps quietly, looking down. They appeared quietly, but many elders of the Holy Ji Palace bowed towards them. Clearly, they were important. Sage Lu Yun is here. Someone looked up and saw an old elder sitting there quietly. Many people from the 1,000 holy islands recognized him. Sage Qijue is here too. That's Sage Daozong, senior sword demon. Another figure appeared, instantly attracting much attention. It was the sword demon, one of the top 3 swordsmen of the Barren State. He was a super strong cultivator on the Barren Sky ranking. The top 3 swordsmen of the Barren State were Yin Wuji, leader of the Sword Saint Villa, fatal sword god of the Tingxue House, and the sword demon of the Holy Ji Palace. These 3 represented the highest level of swordsmanship in the Barren State. Yin Wuji never passed his skills to outsiders. The head of the Tingxue House had fatal techniques, and he mostly didn't accept students. Thus, the biggest hope for swordsmen in training of the Barren State was to enter the Holy Ji Palace and become the sword demon's disciple. Thus, he was very popular. Many people present had come just for him. Seeing all these legendary cultivators appear, many people were extremely excited. Of course, when Bai Luli, young city lord of the White Cloud City, arrived, he also attracted a lot of attention. Bai Luli's cultivation wasn't as high as those big figures from the Holy Ji Palace, but he was much higher than them on the Barren Sky ranking. Of everyone present, he was the highest at 10th place. The Barren Sky ranking was a list of the top figures of the entire Barren State. One could imagine what being 10th place meant. The 9 before him were all extremely powerful figures who shook the world. 9th place was the fatal sword god, the head of the Tingxue House. 8th was a horribly powerful figure from Alchemy City. 7th was someone from the Holy Ji Palace. 6th was Zhuge Qingfeng, head of the Zhuge family. 5th was the head of the Sovereign family. 4th was the city lord of the White Cloud City. Of the top 3, 2 were top figures of the Holy Ji Palace. The remaining one was the second place. She was in the Ice Temple. Thus, of the top 10 figures on the Barren Sky ranking, 4 cultivated at the Holy Ji Palace. The city lord of White Cloud City and Zhuge Qingfeng had once been disciples of the Holy Ji Palace too. One could imagine what kind of status the Holy Ji Palace enjoyed in the barren state. There was a reason why it was the Mecca for cultivation. The people other than the 160 prides gradually left the battlefield, leaving room for them. Everyone felt that the atmosphere had changed. They were the top figures, the best of the best. Today's battle was basically the top battle of those in the lower noble plane. "Let's begin," a big figure said to the elder on the steps after everyone was in place. The elder nodded. He gazed at the battlefield and said, "Everyone, move to the edge of the battlefield. Space out." Everyone nodded. Even those from the same force spread out. Yi Futian glanced at Hua Jieyu, Yu Shang, and the others. They nodded and spread out to the side, each taking up a different place. The huge battlefield easily fit the 160 people. Everyone had a lot of distance between each other. The Holy Ji Palace usually chooses disciples for the core island from the top 100. Right now, there are 160 people left. Instead of purposely eliminating 60 people, we will directly begin the battles. The winners will qualify for the next round. The seniors of the Holy Ji Palace will choose from the defeated. If the chosen one is willing, they can cultivate in the Holy Ji Palace. If not, they will leave. If they are not chosen, they are eliminated. The elder on the steps announced the rules for choosing disciples. They were quite unique. The seniors would choose from the defeated ones. This way, the losers would become stronger as time went on. Other than the last person, the other 159 people would all be defeated in the end. Their combat abilities could be seen through the battles. Now, they must put in their all for every battle and show all their abilities. There wouldn't be a second chance. Technically, this battle would be even crueler than the competition for the 1,000 holy islands earlier. Some talented figures might be eliminated because they didn't perform well. The rules are a bit different from before. You cannot repeatedly challenge the same person, and everyone must participate in each round, the elder continued to announce. The battles were 1 against 1, so there would be 80 battles for the first round. Half would qualify and continue fighting. The losers would either be chosen or eliminated. The order for challenges is very simple. Whoever steps out first can challenge first. If 2 step out at the same time, they will fight without choosing. Then the elder said, "Now, let us begin. The battlefield is yours." Chapter 555. As the elder on the sky stairwell finished speaking, another figure moved rapidly out of the battlefield. The crowd saw him step out, but nobody was in a hurry to step out as well. The person who had stepped out was an elite genius from the Nether Road named Han Xiang. As the elder on the sky stairwell finished speaking, another figure moved rapidly out of the battlefield. The crowd saw him step out, but nobody was in a hurry to step out as well. The person who had stepped out was an elite genius from the Nether Road named Han Xiang. In this round, one could step out and select their own opponent, so it was also a test of one's mental fortitude. Han Xiang was a grade 9 noble, which was considered very low on the battlefield. He was at a huge disadvantage. Therefore, he had to grab the initiative without hesitation, otherwise, he would be in danger when others targeted him. He had thought that even if there was someone who had the same thoughts as him, it would not be those elite cultivators. As expected, he was fast enough to be the first to walk out and grab the chance. Han Xiang looked towards the crowd at the edge of the battlefield. The majority of them were grade 8 and 7 nobles. There were not many who were at the same level as him, and only 2 who were of an even lower cultivation level than him. As such, his gaze landed on Yi Futian and Yu Shang. Yi Futian had previously disabled the Sword Saint Villa's Yin Nan and was a dangerous figure. Although Yu Shang had also defeated his opponent to reach here, in comparison, he was less outstanding than Yi Futian. Thus, Han Xiang's gaze landed on Yu Shang and he said, "I challenge him." His thoughts were to first win one match, that way, he would have one more match to perform. Even if he were to be defeated later on, the chances of being chosen would be higher. That was why he challenged Yu Shang, to ensure that his chances of winning. Yi Futian saw Han Xiang look towards him, but select Yu Shang. He understood the other party's thinking. That person appeared to be a grade 9 noble with decent battle ability. However, his choice of challenger was... He looked at Han Xiang sympathetically. With Yu Shang's battling style, Han Xiang probably had no chance left and would have to say goodbye to the Holy Ji Palace. If he had selected someone else, even if he was defeated, he would at least still have a chance. Yu Shang stepped forward and looked at Han Xiang calmly. I am Han Xiang. I look forward to seeing your abilities. Yu Shang. The two of them introduced themselves, and a horrifying metal storm started to pick up around Han Xiang. The storm was extremely sharp and looked like it could tear apart everything. Moreover, it started to spread from his body and was extremely fearsome. Yu Shang's palm stretched out, his demon chi rampaging. A dark golden, heavenly halberd appeared in his hand. In the direction of the Holy Ji Palace, Elder Ning's gaze landed on Yu Shang. He was indeed a demonic cultivator. He had heard that Yu Shang could even demonize, so Ning Huang had died in his hands. Han Xiang is probably in trouble. Even though the people from the other holy roads were unclear, the people from the Dawn Road knew what kind of person Yu Shang was. The image where Yu Shang had stood in front of Jinxiao City and declared that he was the killer was clear in their minds. For Han Xiang to challenge Yu Shang, it was his misfortune. A dark golden demonic armor covered Yu Shang's body. The cold aura gave Han Xiang a feeling of danger as demon wings sprouted from Yu Shang's back and Yu Shang stepped off the ground, his body flying into the air. He looked down from the air, his dark golden eyes looking down upon Han Xiang, looking disdainfully at everything. When Han Xiang saw his eyes, he had a thought. Could it be that he had selected the wrong opponent? Bam! Behind Yu Shang, his demon wings flapped and he rushed downwards, heavenly halberd in hand. Han Xiang did not have too much time to think, and the metal storm that had gathered around his body transformed into razor-sharp debris, raging towards Yu Shang's direction. This was a large area of effect spell that covered a huge area, leaving no room to escape. Every golden ray in the horrifying metal storm was as sharp as a blade, making jarring sounds as the wind cut through the air. The horrifying storm tore its way straight onto Yu Shang's body, but when it came into contact with Yu Shang's armor, it made a piercing sound, like blades scraping against each other. However, it was unable to pierce through, unable to break through the defense of the dark golden armor. Han Xiang's expression paled. His assault was razor-sharp, but it was unable to even break through the other party's armor. At that moment, a demonic figure appeared in front of his eyes, and an imposing might crashed down upon him, instilling fear in him and influencing him to kneel down and surrender. The metal storm gathered in front of Han Xiang, turning into a giant golden figure. Taking the form of his life spirit, it held an extremely sharp golden spear in its hand and pierced towards the air, tearing through everything. The heavenly halberd in Yu Shang's hands also pierced forward, and an unparalleled killing power descended. It was the God-suppressing strike. Bang! With a huge impact, the spear fell to pieces and the golden figure was crushed to pieces. The heavenly halberd dominated everything and landed on Han Xiang. Han Xiang's body instantly flew backward, and he tumbled onto the edge of the battlefield, coughing up blood. His complexion was pale and his hand was in front of his chest. He could feel that his bones were already broken. This was only because Yu Shang did not use all his strength, or he would already be dead. Yu Shang stood on the battle platform like a battle god, giving the crowd a sense of peerlessness even though the heavenly halberd in his hands had already disappeared. Turning around, Yu Shang walked back to his position. Han Xiang was still lying there, and he looked in the direction of the Holy Ji Palace. Nobody spoke. He was defeated by the Arcana Plane Yu Shang in one strike. How could he be fancied by the influential figures? He struggled to get up and left the battlefield dejectedly. Many people from the Nether Road looked at him leaving and felt sorrowful. He previously had a chance to enter the Thousand Holy Island, but he had rejected it. Han Xiang was by no means weak and possessed extremely strong battle ability, but he had been defeated in one strike in this battle. It could only mean that his opponent was too strong. Being able to reach here as an Arcana Plane meant that they were definitely extraordinary. Now, on this battlefield, there were no weaklings left. Next, the expert on the sky stairwell said. Another figure stepped out in a flash, and the crowd was stunned to see the person. It was Zhuge Ling, an expert from the Zhuge clan. Now, the The Zhuge clan was left with only two people, the strongest Zhuge Xing and the grade 8 noble Zhuge Ling. Although Zhuge Ling was not as strong as Zhuge Xing, he was also extremely horrifying. He had already practiced his 1,000 thundering illusions to an extremely high level. Moreover, he specialized in speed. Even a person like Zhuge Ling did not dare to wait until the late stage to battle. In the battlefield, there were many others who were stronger than him, so he also needed to take the initiative and challenge someone weaker than him. As his gaze shifted, Zhuge Ling looked in a certain direction. Many people's expressions changed. Would it be him again? Previously, Zhuge Ping had already been defeated by him. Was Zhuge Ling going to try now? However, Yi Futian had previously defeated Yin Nan, a grade 8 noble. He was probably not going to be that easy to eliminate. Zhuge Ling's gaze landed on Yi Futian. As the crowd had expected, he was challenging Yi Futian. Yi Futian was slightly depressed. Now that everyone on the battlefield was strong, he and Yu Shang had been treated like pushovers. After all, their cultivation levels were lower. Grimacing and shaking his head, Yi Futian walked out onto the battle platform and looked at Zhuge Ling. Previously, Zhuge Ping had already lost the chance to be invited by the 1,000 Holy Island, and now Zhuge Ling was challenging him. Why did they do this to themselves? The Zhuge clan was his second sister's clan. If they did not target him, he would not actively deal with them. However, they all seemed to dislike him, with Zhuge Xing at the forefront of it all. "You go first," Zhuge Ling said. His aura was more steady than Zhuge Ping and Yin Nan's, and he was older than the two. So even though his cultivation level was the same as Yin Nan's, his cultivation level was more firm. Yin Nan was previously struck by Yi Futian's Thunderbolt spell and restrained by his Wood Element spell. Zhuge Ling is different. He excels in the 1,000 thundering illusions and can cast the Thunderbolt spell at the same time. His speed is also very fast, unlike Zhuge Ping, who was unable to catch up to Yi Futian. Zhuge Ling's choice of Yi Futian as his opponent is indeed apt, as his abilities can counter Yi Futian's. This was the thought of many people as they watched. In this battle, Zhuge Ling's chances to win were higher. Although Yi Futian's battle abilities were exceptional, his cultivation level was lower, so he would be eliminated sooner or later. To many people, even if Yi Futian could win, he would win one more match at best. After this round, there would be only the top 80 remaining. By then, there would be no place for Yi Futian. Of course, the precursor would be that Yi Futian could first defeat Zhuge Ling. Why do you do this to yourself? Yi Futian looked at Zhuge Ling and said. As his voice landed, a pair of brilliant golden wings appeared on his back. The rock wings were dazzling and the power of wind enveloped his body. In an instant, a roaring typhoon appeared around Yi Futian's body. Bam! Kicking off the ground, his thundering illusion step bloomed, and all the crowd could see was an afterimage of Yi Futian. He was quick to a horrifying degree. So fast, Zhuge Ling's expression changed, and his body also left afterimages as he moved in flashes of lightning in various directions. However, he realized that Yi Futian was flying towards his true body with a flap of his wings. Zhuge Ling's expression became grim and thought, "Looks like his victory against Zhuge Ping was not coincidental." "Die!" Zhuge Ling yelled as his images struck out towards Yi Futian. One of his images held a thunderbolt spear and pierced forward, the thunder tearing through the air towards Yi Futian's body. However, he saw Yi Futian's body move like a phantom, dodging the spear in a beautiful arc too fast. How can he be this fast? The crowd looked at Yi Futian's figure and said. Numerous phantoms assaulted Yi Futian yet again, but they saw the dazzling golden figure moving with the wind, changing directions rapidly and moving forward. In the battlefield, they could only see his phantoms but not his true self, like a rock speeding up to its limit. What is that movement? It looks like a rock. It's a combination of a movement technique and a spell, someone said in amazement. It was too dazzling. Zhuge Ling's expression became solemn. He stepped backward and started to cast an alarming thunderbolt spell. He pointed forward with all 5 fingers and numerous splendid rays shot forth. However, as the rays shot forth, he saw the rock's shadow fly past a ray, and the next thing Zhuge Ling felt was a sense of absolute danger. Over there, many people were stunned as another phantom manifested itself behind Zhuge Ling in the air above his head. Many people's hearts were beating out of their chests. How could he be this fast? His speed was even faster than lightning. Chapter 556. The rock extended its wings and danced with the wind. Just now, Yi Futian's series of movements looked precisely like a rock. Yi Futian moved with the wind, as if he had merged into the air. Then, he made a beautiful arc in the sky. The rock extended its wings and danced with the wind. Just now, Yi Futian's series of movements looked precisely like a rock. Yi Futian moved with the wind, as if he had merged into the air. Then, he made a beautiful arc in the sky. When everyone else realized what had happened, Yi Futian had already appeared above Zhuge Ling's real body. Immediately, all the lighting phantasms vanished. Countless vines swept out from Yi Futian's body, winding around Zhuge Ling's throat and body at once, just like his battle with Yin Nan earlier. Furthermore, this battle seemed to be much easier for him. Buzz. A violent gust of wind swept past. Yi Futian flew over like a rock that had extended its wings, bringing Zhuge Ling's body high up in the sky. In just an instant, he reached where Zhuge Xing was at, and the vines swept out, ejecting Zhuge Ling. Following a loud bang, Zhuge Ling was thrown outside the arena directly. Instant defeat. Many people were bewildered. Staring at the figure with extended wings in the sky, they could not remain calm. It turned out that Yi Futian did not actually show his real speed earlier, and this was actually his fastest speed. He had a series of movements which looked really like a rock. Zhuge Ling's speed was also amazing, but he could not even display it before Yi Futian. Yi Futian's golden wings trembled, and he glided down from the sky, returning to his original position. He had an easy victory. The arena fell into a deafening silence, and many people felt somewhat strange. Yi Futian was not even in the noble plane, but he had still managed to defeat a grade 8 noble from the Zhuge family almost instantly. Everyone wondered how the people from the Zhuge family felt at the moment. Yi Futian did not injure Zhuge Ling. When he got up from the ground, his face was very pale. This was such a humiliating fight for him. In fact, it was the most miserable battle for him in his life. Moreover, the battle was held in front of countless people. It was obvious how he felt at the moment. Zhuge Ling looked in the Holy Ji Palace's direction and realized that nobody was looking at him. After such an embarrassing battle, even the people of the 1,000 Holy Islands would not accept him, not to mention to more powerful cultivators. Just like Zhuge Ping, he would not be able to enter the Holy Ji Palace. The leader of the Zhuge family was hoping for them to enter the palace. How could he explain this situation to his seniors after going back? Next, the elder on the sky stairwell said emotionlessly. Nobody would care about how Zhuge Ling felt now. It was a winner-take-all fight, so no one would pay attention to the loser, especially when he lost so badly. He was unworthy of attention from the others. Zhuge Ling's face dimmed. Clenching his fists tightly, he looked at Yi Futian. However, Yi Futian was not even looking at him and only stood quietly at his spot. After the battle, Yi Futian could rest for a long while. Zhuge Ling had challenged him in the second battle, and this actually saved him much trouble. Suddenly, two people flashed out at the same time and landed in the arena. They were both stunned and stared at each other. The expression of one of them changed slightly, while the other person seemed angry and scolded coldly, "Idiot!" The person who spoke was Yanjiu from Sword Saint Villa. Yi Futian and Yu Shang had actually been promoted to the next round. Therefore, Yanjiu walked out first to avenge Yin Nan, as he could still choose Yi Wuchen. However, just by coincidence, someone from the State Road also walked out. According to the rules, the two of them would have to battle. "You're so lucky." Yanjiu glanced coldly at Yi Wuchen. Then, he walked towards the center of the arena. Around him, sword chi whizzed and followed him along. The person from the State Road who had walked out was a grade 9 noble. Because his level was low, he wanted to take the opportunity to choose someone on the same level. Little did he expect to encounter Yanjiu. This being the case, however, he could only fight on. Yanjiu continued walking. Before he even arrived, the other person could already feel a monstrous wave of sword will envelope him. The terrifying will seemed to be penetrating his mind and body. "Scram," Yanjiu said coldly. Sword chi blotted out the sky and rained down towards his opponent. The The cultivator entered a defensive stance in an attempt to block the sword rain. However, the sword chi and the rain converged and turned into an enormous sky-shattering sword which crushed everything around. It was the great sword of the 9 swords of the Celestials. Accompanied by a clear crack, the cultivator's defense was crushed directly, and the great sword fell down along with a long stream of sword will. The cultivator quickly shouted, "I admit defeat." He could feel that if Yin Jiu did not stop, his body would be penetrated by thousands of swords, and he would certainly die. Unlucky guy, many people muttered to themselves. The cultivator had encountered Yin Jiu from Sword Saint Villa, who was 2 grades above him. Moreover, Yin Jiu was a top genius, so the battle ended quickly. After such a battle, the loser clearly did not manage to enter the Holy Ji Palace. Since the start of this round, there had already been 3 battles, and none of the 3 losers was selected. The elimination was indeed cruel. The people who were eliminated were destined not to be able to enter the Holy Ji Palace. Actually, some of the people who had accepted the offers from the 1,000 Holy Islands earlier were also excellent geniuses. However, they knew that the battle today would be cruel, and it was very likely for them to encounter even stronger cultivators. Only those nobles who were grade 8 or above would feel confident participating in the current round. Jieyu, Wuchen, try to participate in a battle early and don't drag it out to the last moment, Yi Futian said to Hua Jieyu and Yi Wuchen secretly. In the current situation, the most powerful people were all calm. On the other hand, those people in the lower levels were more like to walk out early. Therefore, if Hua Jieyu and Yi Wuchen walked out actively, the worst situation would be to fight against someone who also walked out. It would, therefore, be less likely for them to encounter the more powerful cultivators. Both of them understood what Yi Futian meant. After another battle, Yi Wuchen walked forward. A grade 8 noble had the same intention and they encountered each other. The noble was quite powerful, so the two had a fantastic battle with one another. In the end, Yi Wuchen managed to defeat his opponent by merging the Heavenly Eyes sword technique into thousands of swords, successfully promoting to the next round. The person who was defeated was actually not weak. In fact, his combat powerful was pretty strong. However, he was still not selected by anyone from the Holy Ji Palace since he was defeated by someone in a lower level. When Hua Jieyu walked out, there was no one else. She chose one of the only few grade 9 nobles left. At the moment, there were fewer and fewer grade 9 nobles left in the arena. Given that they were on the same level, Hua Jieyu defeated her opponent easily. Divine Spiritual Sorcerer was honored as the ultimate sorcerer, and this was indeed very true. As the battles continued, there were finally unexpected fights between powerful cultivators. Also, some people who looked weak were challenged, but they exhibited unbelievable powers. More and more people were eliminated. In the first round, however, there was almost no one chosen by the powerful cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace. In the assessments held in the past, the powerful cultivators would only choose from the last 100 people left. The current round started with 160 people, and even after the round finished, there would still be 80 people. Therefore, no one was shocked. Even if none of the 80 eliminated cultivators was selected, it would be nothing surprising. Yuan Zhan and Yi Shaoshi also defeated their respective opponents. To Yi Futian's surprise, Zurui Qianqiu also won his opponent marginally, just like every single battle he had had. In this round, none of them was eliminated. After this round, there were only 80 people left in the arena, reduced from the original 160. 6 people were selected by the powerful cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace. They were all those who lost to other powerful people. All of you have taken part in a battle. We'll give you half an hour to rest, the elder on the sky stairwell said. Many people sat down cross-legged, while others closed their eyes to rest their minds. This round had successfully eliminated those who were comparatively weaker. Among those that were left, not many were weak. They knew there were 9 holy roads and 80 people at the moment, so on average, there would only be 9 people from each road. Each holy road represented a direction. So what did 9 people mean? They were the brightest stars in the sky, the most outstanding geniuses from their respective holy roads. Among the 9 holy roads, there seemed to be too many people from the Dawn Road, which caused many to be surprised. The Dawn Road was not the road which people thought would do well, But there were actually over 10 people left in the arena. Futian and his friends already made up 7 of them. After this round, all the weaker ones will be eliminated completely. Those left would really be at the top of the pyramid, someone said. After this round, there would only be 40 people left, chosen from the 9 holy roads across the whole barren state. It was obvious how strong they would be. Now, Futian, Shang, Wuchen, and their team should be the weaker ones in the arena. In this round, it's very likely that all of them will be eliminated. The people outside the arena were discussing. Many people nodded in agreement. Previously, Futian and his friends had all displayed exceptional combat powers, but power was comparative. Among those who were left, there were not even many grade 8 nobles, and most of them were grade 7 nobles. The difference in their levels would be harder and harder to cross. Just now, Futian had fought against Zhuge Ling. However, he might have to face people like Zhuge Xing, Xie Ji, and Yin Ji later. It would be too difficult. Suddenly, Virgin Bing Yi from Mortal World transferred her voice to Chu Shang secretly. Chu Shang. Chu Shang looked at Bing Yi, who continued, "In the next round, many people in the arena will be more powerful than you. It'll indeed be difficult for you to continue. You should be proactive and choose an opponent from Futian and his friends. In this way, it will be more likely for you to win." At the moment, there were almost no weak cultivators left in the arena. Only Futian and his friends had the lowest levels. Chu Shang glanced at Futian and his team. Futian and Yu Shang were still in the Arcana plane, while Hua Jieyu and Wuchen were grade 9 nobles. Indeed, they were the people in the arena that she would have the highest chance of beating. It was only that she could still vividly remember Futian's speed in the previous fight. Would he create another surprise? Futian was cultivating with his eyes closed. Having felt something, he opened his eyes and realized that many people were scanning him. He immediately knew why they would look at him. With the current situation, everyone thought that he, Yu Shang, and their friends were the weakest people left. Therefore, they were waiting to choose them as their opponents. Then, let's wait and see. Time's up, the elder on the sky stairwell announced suddenly. Chapter 557. This time, everyone seemed to be more steady. Nobody was eager to walk out first. Suddenly, a lazy-looking figure walked out slowly. Realizing his appearance, everyone only glanced at him lightly, not feeling stressed. This time, everyone seemed to be more steady. Nobody was eager to walk out first. Suddenly, a lazy-looking figure walked out slowly. Realizing his appearance, everyone only glanced at him lightly, not feeling stressed. The person was Zue Qianqiu. Apart from Futian and his friends, nobody knew where he was from or anything about him apart from his name. Nevertheless, his level was not too low, and he was a grade 7 swordsman. However, his performance in the previous battles was not very bright as he only won his opponents marginally. Therefore, nobody paid too much attention to him. Many people wondered who Zue Qianqiu would choose as his opponent. I challenged Yanjiu. Zue Qianqiu sounded very lazy and his face was filled with a calm smile, but his look suddenly turned extremely solemn. Yanjiu was a disciple of Sword Saint Villa and the son of Yan Wuji. During that time, Yan Wuji was ranked second among the 4 great swordsmen. At the moment, although his position on the Barren Sky ranking was not as high as the leader of Tingxue House, many people claimed that his sword skills were no weaker than Tingxue swordsman. It was only that Tingxue swordsman was expert in killing others. If they were to fight each other with all they had, most people would expect Tingxue swordsman to win. In the arena now, Yanjiu and Su Ke should be the 2 cultivators who had the best sword skills. Many people were very surprised that Zue Qianqiu challenged Yanjiu, but perhaps this was a swordsman's pride. He challenged the strongest swordsman to prove himself, which was quite respectable. Yanjiu stepped out and looked emotionlessly at Zue Qianqiu. Zue Qianqiu was not the opponent he wanted to fight, but since he was chosen, he could only agree to fight. Sword will flew in the air. Just like before, countless sword chi turned into sword rain which filled the sky, charging towards Zue Qianqiu. Zue Qianqiu drew his sword, which was his life spirit. His sword was as thin as the wings of a cicada and was almost transparent. As he drew his sword, a sword veil appeared around him and many gusts of sword chi whizzed out from his body, cutting the incoming rain of swords. In the sky, a great sword appeared in the rain, falling down and crushing everything in its path. It was as if the enormous sword was going to smash Zue Chincho's body into pieces. Sizzle! A sharp whistle was heard from Zue Chincho's sword. He suddenly moved, escaping the force from the huge sword above him. The wing-like sharp sword in his hand cut through the sword rain, and his body danced with the sword, creating a strange arc in the air. Then, he actually escaped from the range of the great sword and continued towards Yanjiu. In the Holy Ji Palace, the eyes of Sword Demon sparkled. Zue Chincho's movement looked somewhat familiar. Yanjiu still looked calm. The sharp sword behind him started buzzing, and countless swords will converge towards him, eventually turning into 9 swords. As he pointed his finger forward, the 9 swords penetrated across space and charged towards Zue Chincho. Instead of moving forward together, the 9 swords had different speeds, as if they were deliberately trying to attack their opponent at different times and from different angles. Vaguely, they actually sealed off all the possible paths that Zue Chincho could dodge. It was the sword sealing technique in the 9 swords of the Celestials. The 9 swords reached in an instant. Zue Chincho glanced at them briefly, after which his body turned into a beam of light. His sword continued to cut the sword chi around him, but his body did not slow down at all. He seemed to have turned into a ghost, or maybe a drunk person, as he moved forward. The beam of light that he had turned into jumped rapidly in the air and formed a perfect arc, passing through the gap between the last of the 9 swords. Why is Zue Chincho so strong? Qin Yin and the others from Mount Jiuxian were all astonished. Was Zue Chincho not a clanless cultivator from White Sovereign City? That time, he had even rejected the invitations from Li Sun several times. They only knew that he valued drinking as much as his own life. However, at the moment, he could actually fight Yanjiu. Zue Chincho's series of actions were smooth and looked easy, but in reality, his situation was extremely dangerous. Given how powerful Yanjiu was, he would have been killed if he was slightly careless. Many bolts of lightning flashed across the sky, charging towards the incoming Zue Chincho. The swords of light approached Zue Chincho, but a brilliant sword aurora erupted from Zue Chincho's body suddenly. His speed also increased further, as if he was no longer a person, but rather a sword which was tracing out many incredible curves in the sky. Many terrifying swords collided into the air, producing a violent bang. The swords of light and swords of darkness both missed. Is this drunken sword? Someone from the Holy Ji Palace looked at Sword Demon. Zue Chincho had also been drinking in the arena, and he looked drunk at the moment. This is not drunken sword. With a serious expression, Sword Demon answered, "It's Ghost Sword." The eyes of the people around Sword Demon sparkled, and they were slightly surprised. Was it the ghost sword that had vanished for very long? In the arena, many afterimages of Zue Chincho appeared which looked like phantoms. They flew in different directions and gathered around Yanjiu like many ghosts. Suddenly, Yanjiu closed his eyes. His sword spirit bloomed and resonated with the sky. Thousands of swords vibrated in the air, producing a loud clank. Endless celestial swords. Strike. Just as Yanjiu finished shouting, his willpower and body seemed to have merged with the endless sword will in the vast sky. Then, many brilliant strikes were released from his body, and there were no blind spots. Everything around him was crushed into nothingness. Everyone saw Zue Chincho's multiple afterimages converge into one. There, a dazzling blade of light erupted. The two people collided with each other and separated instantly. When the light dimmed, everyone actually saw a blood mark on Yanjiu's face. Some people had noticed that Yanjiu had dodged the blade of light. Otherwise, the blood mark would be on his throat instead of his face. As for Zue Chincho, his condition was even worse. His body was covered in blood, producing a shocking sight. However, his face was still filled with a calm smile. He had still lost. Sometimes, one's talents would determine one's future. Even though Zue Chincho had been working extremely hard, his talent would still form a bottleneck. Therefore, he had lost to Yanjiu. "What's your relationship to Gue Jiancho?" Yanjiu asked, staring at Zue Chincho. Only then did many people realize that these two names were quite similar. That time, There was some resentment between Wuji Sword and Ghost Sword, two of the four great swordsmen. In the end, the once famous Ghost Sword was disabled, and there were many rumors claiming that he was actually dead. There were also some who claimed that he secluded somewhere and lived an ordinary life. "Make a guess," Zui Qianqiu said, smiling. Then, he turned around and left. Suddenly, in the Holy Ji Palace, Sword Demon asked, "Are you willing to cultivate under me?" Zui Qianqiu raised his head to look at Sword Demon and replied, "Since I already have a good master, I can't allow someone just as famous to become my master. Senior, please forgive me. You don't have to worship me as your master. You can just cultivate under me," Sword Demon said again. It was indeed unfortunate that Ghost Sword, one of the four great swordsmen that time, had been disabled. Zui Qianqiu glanced at Sword Demon. Then, he knelt down on both knees and said, "My master said that he drank alcohol and had friendly fights with you in the past, and he indeed admires you. If I can cultivate under you, he will be very happy." "Stand up." Sword Demon nodded. "If it's possible, I also want to see your master. My master has already died." Zui Qianqiu kowtowed on the ground and stood up. Sword Demon was momentarily stunned, after which he saluted at the distance and sighed, "There is one fewer swordsman in the barren state." Zui Qianqiu left the arena. Looking at his back, many people were somewhat emotional. His master had already died, but he was still unwilling to call Sword Demon his master. His character was indeed strong. Qin Yin and the rest were even more astonished. Clearly, they did not expect a clanless cultivator from Mount Jiuxian to actually be a disciple of Ghost Sword. From this, they could deduce that the disabled Ghost Sword had been secluding in White Sovereign City in the Mount Jiuxian region. Staring at Zui Qianqiu's back, Futian could tell that Zui Qianqiu was somewhat sad and not happy at all. He had chosen Yinjiu in this round to reclaim that glory that his master once had, so that the people in the world could remember his master. However, he had lost, so he was certainly unhappy. Yinjiu was also somewhat anxious. Zui Qianqiu had lost, but he was accepted by Sword Demon. Everyone knew the resentment between Sword Saint Villa and Ghost Sword, which clearly included Sword Demon. Therefore, would Sword Demon still accept Yinjiu? Apart from meeting the other geniuses of the barren state, Yinjiu had come here for another reason. He wanted to join Sword Demon to learn sword skills. Only by learning various techniques from the best swordsmen could he become stronger. He came from Sword Saint Villa, but he did not have a master yet. If he could become a disciple of Sword Demon, he would learn the techniques from the two best swordsmen of the barren state. At the moment, he was unsure of Sword Demon's thoughts. However, he was also not too much bothered, as his sword would prove everything. Even if Sword Demon would not accept him as a disciple, he could still go back. After Yinjiu returned to his original position, the Elder on the Sky Stairwell continued, "Next." The first battle of the second round had already left a deep impression in everyone's mind. The mind-blowing battle between Yinjiu and Zui Qianqiu also seemed to be indicating the start of an intense competition. Realizing that nobody was walking out, Bingyi glanced at Chu Shang, who was somewhat hesitant. Then, Bingyi walked out herself. Bingyi, the virgin of mortal world, had an outstanding appearance and looked proud and noble. Seeing her appearance, everyone exclaimed in their minds. At the moment, most people left in the arena were geniuses from top forces in the barren state. However, who would the virgin of mortal world choose as her opponent? Bingyi walked to the center of the arena. Looking at Futian, she said, "You have gotten this far. It's time for you to go." Many people stared at Futian. Was it going to be him again? Futian walked out as well. Staring at Bingyi, he said emotionlessly, "Why do I feel that you have always targeted me?" Bingyi looked very calm. She had some opinions about Futian perhaps because he had been unscrupulously judging her in the Holy Road. Furthermore, he had opened 3 major relics one after another. His level was low, but he was able to do what others could not. Now in the arena, he had also reached this round. Nobody knew whether it was a coincidence, or if he was just lucky. "I don't have any opinions about you. However, you do not belong to the arena anymore." Bingyi's expression was very calm. Those who did not belong to the arena should clearly be eliminated. She wanted to see a more powerful arena, one that could compete with her. Yi Futian looked at Bing Yi. When was it Bing Yi's turn to decide who should belong to the arena? Perhaps she was too arrogant and opinionated to think that she was wrong. She clearly did not care about the feelings of others. Ugly people always bring more trouble. Yi Futian smiled. Previously, Bing Yi had gone to Flaming Prison City to snatch his holy badge. Now, Yi Futian could finally get his revenge. Chapter 558. Rejected. Chapter 558. Rejected. Bing Yi was stunned. Ugly? As one of the three virgins from the mortal world, she had never been described by anyone as being ugly. Yi Futian was unruly in both his words and actions. Perhaps this was the reason she disliked him. Bing Yi did not speak anymore. In the vast arena, an extremely cold aura erupted and the coldness kept seeping into Yi Futian's bones. He shivered uncontrollably, and even the flow of his blood seemed to be slowing. In his mind, a powerful ice will attacked. Yi Futian saw an endless amount of white frost trying to bury him forever. Bing Yi was arrogant, but as one of the three virgins of mortal world, her powers were undeniably strong. Flames started burning on Yi Futian's body. A sun appeared, and the scorching flames expelled the coldness. However, under the chilliness, even the flames seemed to be extinguishing. Suddenly, a green radiance glittered. The flames burning on Yi Futian's body were actually somewhat green in color. He had merged wood elemental willpower into the flames, which were now undying. Suddenly, Yi Futian appeared in an icy world. There was no more arena, or anyone else, and only a place filled with endless coldness. Showered in flames, he stood lonely at his spot. Illusion. Surprise flashed across Yi Futian's eyes. He immediately realized that Bing Yi was a spirit elemental mandate sorcerer. Illusions were classified as spirit elemental spells. Right, it's an illusion. Bing Yi appeared in the icy world. She was dressed in an icy robe and looked as pure and noble as a goddess. She looked coldly at Yi Futian, after which she waved her hand. Immediately, many terrifyingly sharp icicles appeared around Yi Futian, charging wildly towards him. Yi Futian's body was actually sealed in the icicle-filled prison. Yi Futian glanced at the prison. Just as the countless icicles were about to hit him, an overpowering aura bloomed from his body. Noble will erupted, and a pair of golden wings appeared behind him, sending out a powerful golden storm. Yi Futian's wings vibrated, and the sealed space was cut open at once. The incoming icicles were all crushed into pieces, and the prison broke apart. Floating in the air, Bing Yi stared at Yi Futian and said coldly, "Noble level in martial arts." Yi Futian's wings flapped, and he also ascended into the air in the icy world, looking back at Bing Yi. "So what if your martial arts is in the noble plane? Can you break my spirit elemental spells?" Bing Yi's face was still cold as always, and she was only surprised for an instant. Sorcerers would cultivate their spiritual energy, while martial arts cultivators would train their physical bodies. Even a noble-level sorcerer might not be able to break her illusion, not to mention a noble-level martial arts cultivator. "I really don't understand why you're so confident," Yi Futian said coldly. In his mind, Saint's will merged with his spiritual energy, and a terrifying flaming radiance bloomed. Right away, his spiritual will turned into flame will which incinerated all the ice will around, melting away the icy world. Soon, the illusion before Yi Futian disappeared. He was still floating in the air with Bing Yi not far away before him. What happened? Bing Yi stared at Yi Futian. She could not understand why the flame will just now was so powerful and broke her illusion at once. Noble plane. So his martial arts has broken through. At the moment, countless people were staring at Yi Futian, feeling the noble-level aura from his body. Suddenly, a powerful momentum appeared around Yi Futian, as if his body was enveloped in a sovereign aura, causing his power to grow continuously. Spiritual chi of various elements in the air whizzed towards him and formed an astonishing field. Wind whizzed in the sky, and it seemed as though all the spiritual chi in the huge arena was gathered around Yi Futian. The wings of the rock behind Yi Futian flapped slowly. Finally, he stomped on the ground, and an ear-piercing sound erupted as if the air had exploded. Lightning flashed, and an illusory rock emerged in the sky above the arena. It charged towards Bing Yi, along with the powers of the sky. Compared to the battle with Zhuge Ling just now, Yi Futian's attack this time was swifter and more powerful. His martial will seems to contain a terrifying power, a sovereign power. Its pressure is shocking, and it can boost his power significantly. Moreover, he seems to have learned a body-enhancing technique. His body looks like a rock and is just so fast. Many people were thinking of the same thing. Even though Bingyi was strong, her situation would still be very dangerous if such a powerful martial arts noble could get close to her. Bingyi reached out her white hand, and a beautiful ice scepter appeared. An endless stream of ice elemental spiritual qi danced in the air. Then, she shouted, "Ice barrier." Right away, the spell was cast. Many tree-like sharp, icy blades penetrated through the sky and the earth, appearing in front of Bingyi in a crisscross pattern. Immediately, they sealed off the entire space. The sharp icy blades even pierced towards Yi Futian like many enormous trees made from ice. Yi Futian's rotating body, however, did not stop at all. His speed even increased further, turning into a bolt of lightning. An extremely sharp golden will appeared on his brilliant wings which extended, striking forward. Following many loud cracks, the huge icy blades were all crushed into small pieces. Yi Futian had been cultivating his physical body, and moreover, his martial arts had broken through into the noble plane. Given that his body-enhancing technique was taught by Emperor Yi Qing, it was clear how strong his body was. In addition, he had the imperial tactics to make him even more powerful. At the moment, his body, together with metal elemental willpower, was almost invincible. Many people were surprised. Bingyi's ice elemental spell actually could not stop Yi Futian's advance. Yi Futian's speed was too fast. Being a sorcerer, Bingyi was skilled in crowd control, but not speed. However, this time, she could not restrict Yi Futian's movement, and her illusions were also ineffective. All of a sudden, many dazzling mirror images appeared, circling around the arena. All of them looked like Bingyi as if she had been reflected in countless mirrors, creating a dizzying scene. However, Yi Futian, who had just broken the barrier open, charged towards one of the images without hesitation. Bingyi's real body was standing there. Just like the two cultivators from the Zhuge family previously, illusions were completely useless against Yi Futian. "Mirror strike," Bingyi shouted coldly. Immediately, snow filled the sky, and the temperature around her dropped below the freezing point. The mirror images released many terrifying beams of light, shooting towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian, who was diving downwards, was hit by one of the beams of light at once. He felt a frightening ice wind invading his body, and even his blood was freezing. Then, many beams of light shone onto his body at the same time. The temperature in the arena fell rapidly, and everything seemed to have stopped moving. Yi Futian's body slowed down continuously. He could feel his entire body being frozen, and half of his blood was turning into ice, stopping totally. It's Mirror Strike, one of the most famous spells from mortal world. To cast the spell fully, a sorcerer would need to use all of her spiritual energy. Many people were astonished. At the moment, Bingyi's long hair was dancing in the air like many icy blades. Around her, everything had frozen, while the mirror images were still emitting many beams of light. Yi Futian's body was too powerful and his speed was too fast. She had to quickly finish the battle. Cold. Yi Futian only felt waves of coldness seeping into his bones, stopping all the processes in his body. After all, Bingyi was 2 levels higher than him, and in addition, she had cast such a strong spell. If the situation continued, he would really be frozen right here. An even more terrifying aura erupted from his body. Yi Futian seemed to be moving his fists with a mysterious rhythm. Then, a more overpowering sovereign aura erupted from his body, and the flames burning on him became wilder. Boom! Yi Futian's speed increased again. Many cold beams of light continued hitting his body, but they could no longer stop him. Then, Yi Futian stomped his foot in the air and appeared in front of Bingyi, bringing along an astounding aura. Bingyi's face turned pale. An icy world appeared in her pupils as she tried to influence Yi Futian again. However, Yi Futian punched out without hesitation. His fist penetrated across space. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, Yi Futian's emperor-like fist landed on Bing Yi's chest, and the clear cracks of the bones could be heard. In just one strike, Bing Yi's body flew backward like the wind, after which she collapsed onto the ground. She spat out a mouthful of blood, coloring her shirt. Many people were stunned. Yi Futian did not show any mercy towards the female opponent and punched her with full force. Nobody knew how many of Bing Yi's bones had been fractured. She put her hands on her chest and her face was as white as a sheet. Raising her head, she stared firmly at Yi Futian. "Are you happy now?" Yi Futian said emotionlessly. Then, he turned around and left, as if he had never been bothered with this virgin of mortal world. Many people stared at Yi Futian. They realized that they had all underestimated Yi Futian's combat ability. Perhaps, this battle had shown everyone his true powers. Bing Yi was certainly not weak, but she had still lost to Yi Futian. It was yet another unexpected outcome. Hence, Yi Futian was already powerful enough to compete with the core disciples of various top forces. He was able to stand on the stage of the best. It was unlike what Bing Yi had said, that Yi Futian no longer belonged here. Chu Shang was stunned, unable to remain calm. The young man from the Eastern Barren territory at that time was already stronger than her. Apart from her, Nan Feng from Nantian House was also especially shocked. This time, Yi Futian did not use any ritual implement and defeated Bing Yi with his own strength. This meant that Yi Futian was also stronger than him already. He's already so strong. The disciples of Starry School were inconspicuous among the crowd. However, seeing Yi Futian's performance, they were also startled, especially Long Mu and Gu Yunqi. It turned out that Yi Futian was still able to shine on the strongest stage in the Barren State. He did not only belong to the Eastern region. Only this was his arena. After this battle, Yi Futian was promoted to the top 40. The top 40 competitors were certainly the best of the best. They would most likely all be able to enter the Holy Ji Palace. Zhuge Xing glanced emotionlessly at Yi Futian. He was somewhat surprised, but not really shocked. Yi Futian seemed to possess special willpower which had allowed him to resist the various illusions. Furthermore, his martial arts skills were really strong and had actually suppressed Bing Yi's control spells, which nobody had expected. Even Bing Yi's strongest attack was ineffective. It was no wonder that Yi Futian had been so arrogant. Nevertheless, it was good that he was so powerful as it would make things more interesting. "Bing Yi, do you want to cultivate under me?" An elder from the Holy Ji Palace invited. Although Bing Yi was defeated by someone with a lower level, they all knew how powerful she was. Bing Yi raised her head to look at that person. Then, she looked at another person and said, "I would like to cultivate under Sage Daozong." This was the mission given to her by her master. Sage Daozong knew many types of spells and was indeed very learned. With his help, she could return to mortal world in the future much stronger. Many people looked at Sage Daozong, who, however, only shook his head gently. Clearly, he was not very impressed by Bing Yi. Intense disappointment flashed across Bing Yi's face. Then, she stood up from the ground with much difficulty and left. Apart from meeting other people, geniuses like her had all come here with clear targets. Unfortunately, she had failed hers. Maybe she could have better displayed her abilities if she had not chosen Yi Futian as her opponent. Chapter 559. Yi Wuqian's Defeat. Chapter 559. Yi Wuqian's defeat. The elimination of the Virgin of the Mortal World left many feeling shocked, but she was nonetheless able to enter the core island of the Holy Ji Palace to further her training. However, it was her decision to refuse the offer of training under Sage Daozong. "Next battle," a voice said from the sky stairwell, followed by a silhouette walking out from the edge of the battlefield, drawing the attention of countless watching the battles. Her looks were incredibly stunning, like a goddess descending upon the center of the battlefield. "I will challenge Chu Shang of the mortal world." Her voice was calm, yet ripples could have been seen in the eyes of everyone around. Hua Jieyu chose to challenge Chu Shang of the mortal world. Virgin Bing Yi had claimed that Yi Futian did not deserve to be left on the battlefield, and she herself had been defeated. Hua Jieyu seemed to now be taking her turn to challenge the only remaining disciple of the mortal world on the battlefield. Bing Yi, who had left the battlefield, felt herself shuddering as she looked at Hua Jieyu. The girl who just came to challenge Chu Shang looked stunning, and Bing Yi thought that would have been her, a figure drawing the eyes of everyone around. However, all she was able to do by then was just to watch the upcoming battle from the sides. My gosh, she has to do this? Yi Futian gave a bitter grin as he saw Hua Jieyu walking out, and he felt as if he was being defended by a girl. That fox is trying to get revenge for me. Chu Shang responded and looked at Hua Jieyu. Her looks were quite impeccable, yet she looked like a flawless decoration of some sort standing in front of Hua Jieyu. Bingyi had her challenge a member of Yi Futian's party, and both she and Bingyi had accomplished that. However, the outcome was nothing like what they had predicted. A seven-colored crown appeared as Hua Jieyu unleashed her life spirit, and the vast battlefield seemed to be permeated with a mystical aura, which was a manifestation of her spiritual qi aura field. Chu Shang felt as if the worldly spiritual qi around her was out of her control. Any attempt to build up a spell seemed to come with a risk of being interrupted and broken. A divine spiritual sorcerer was one who reigned supreme above all other sorcerers after all. As such, even if Hua Jieyu's plane was of a lower level and Chu Shang herself was no weakling, the fight would still end up with Hua Jieyu coming out as the winner. Chu Shang of the mortal world was eliminated. Due to being suppressed, she was unable to demonstrate all that she was capable of and thus was unable to capture the attention of any of the greater figures. With that, every mighty one from mortal world ended up leaving the stage. Chu Shang looked especially dejected as she left the stage. The mortal world had been one of the top forces to reign over the Eastern Barren Territory, claiming the colleges to be lesser sects and showing off their superiority. She had not taken any from the colleges seriously, yet many of those who had studied in the colleges turned out to be bright shining stars themselves and had grown powerful enough to kick both her and Bingyi out of the game. Both Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu made it to the top 40 after their respective battles. The couple whom many had not thought to stand a chance going any further than they did, advanced hand in hand instead. Furthermore, there were others from Yi Futian's party who remained. The chances of both Yuan Zhan and Yi Shaoshi making the cut were high. The battles continued, and yet another silhouette dressed in green walked out. He had an impeccably sculpted face and a lithe body, looking dashing and outstanding as he made his steps. His face was one that suggested that he was of no harm to anyone, yet everyone in the battlefield knew well of the threat he posed. The ones from the Tingxue house had often been widely regarded as the most dangerous of figures in the barren state. The swordsman dressed in green was named Su Ke, the heir to the master of Tingxue house, who ranked 9th in the barren sky ranking. Su Ke himself was thought to be one of the most powerful to have made it thus far. Many who stood in the battlefield felt worried about being picked by Su Ke to be his next opponent at the very second he walked out. No one, not even the genius-level figures, wanted to face Su Ke at such an early stage. Su Ke shifted his gaze to Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu before turning to look at Yi Wuchen and Yu Sheng. His green shirt and jet-black hair billowed in the wind. He eventually locked his gaze at Yi Wuchen and said, "Since you are the one practicing the way of the sword, I will challenge you." Su Ke chose to take on Yi Wuchen. Yi Futian was stunned. The odds of the battle were obviously stacked against Wuchen, so much so that it seemed like Wuchen himself was already eliminated. Su Ke felt quiet yet dangerous to Yi Futian. Yi Futian was puzzled as to why Su Ke would pick Wuchen to be his opponent. Despite both men being swordsmen, it would have proven little with Su Ke defeating Yi Wuchen. However, Su Ke's opinion in this had been a simple one all along. The remaining numbers on the battlefield needed to be reduced further, and no matter who he ended up facing right then, it was all the same to him. However, he was not fond of gangs and groups. Yi Futian's party became the most numerous at that point, and that irritated Su Ke quite a bit. People of the Tingxue house often went about solo, and they shared the same sentiment for themselves and their opponents alike. None of them were fond of crowds. As Yi Futian's party was deemed too numerous at that point, he felt compelled to shave off their numbers for a bit. As for more specific reasons as to why he picked Yi Wuchen, it was because he thought it would have sufficed to have only 2 swordsmen remain on the battlefield, himself and Yin Jiao. No other swordsmen were needed around, including Yi Wuchen. Yi Wuchen wore a serious look on his face as he walked towards the battlefield. He knew the odds of the fight was stacked against him. However, he saw no other way out of it but to give it his all at that point. Su Ke drew his sword with one hand behind his back. The sword was an incredibly common weapon, and as such, it did not count as relying on instruments and implements. His other unoccupied hand remained behind his back. While he said nothing, what he implied was obvious. Yu Wuchen was a one-armed swordsman, and as such, he intended to take on Yu Wuchen with only a single arm. Make your move. You won't have another chance at it, Suke said plainly. Yu Wuchen took his steps and activated his sword aura. Sword flashes filled the air around him, and every conjured sword seemed to be an independent weapon, yet felt like a unit of a whole. Thousands of sword flashes whizzed past, going for their target together with Yu Wuchen's unsheathed blade. The place seemed to be filled with sharp blades. The clanging noises implied that every single sword posed a lethal threat like no other, as they went to kill Suke. Suke made his move in response. Instead of evading or building up a defense, he charged straight into the masses of conjured swords instead. Tingxue House's art of the sword specialized in attacks and was seen used for defense. Their swords were ones drawn only to kill. Suke charged without a care into the countless blades conjured specifically for the purpose of maiming him. No one else would have chosen to fight in such ways, yet Suke chose to do so. His wrist was seen flickering as he swung his sword about. No one was able to make clear of his movements, as he seemed to have delivered 100 slashes within a mere instant. His imposing sword aura cutting down the torrent of blades coming at him. Suke made his move forward as he continued to look like a suspended mirage of sorts. It was as if nothing else would have been able to touch him, so long as he had his sword in his hand. Impressively quick slashes and movements. Many people's hearts were shaking. Suke looked like some phantom shifting in and out of the flashes of blades threatened to skewer him. Whenever he ended up, imposing sword aura surged as he continued to close in on Yu Wuchen at a frightening pace. Fearsome sword flashes were emitted from the middle of Yu Wuchen's brow, and blinding sword flashes were seen in his eyes. He locked his gaze at Suke, and an even sharper whirl of a higher pitch was heard as one blade after and another charged at Suquebec. Suke swung his sword about without any hint of hesitation. Yet that time, he found himself swinging at empty air, while swords made their ways for his head. Illusory swords. A thought flashed in Suke's mind as he considered the incoming ferocious blades. He moved his body sideways and drew a string of mirages in his wake. The swords broke the afterimages of his being, and Suke quickly emerged at the other side. More illusory swords went after Suquebec. He knew every sword's trail was phantasmal, and everyone was set up for the kill in one way or another. Suke's eyes took a rather peculiar look. He did not bother evading, and instead burst with thousands of sword will. The sword in his hand was pointed forward in a simple thrust, the surrounding sword will carving the way out for its advancement, breaking off everything that stood in its way, be it real or illusory. The sword was meant for Yu Wuchen, and it moved like a bolt of lightning. He was overwhelming his opponent with the superiority provided by the difference in plane levels. Yu Wuchen's brow shone with bright, intense colors as his conjured sword will shot for the skies. A small silver sword was conjured, making intense ringing noises as it gathered massive amounts of sword aura between heaven and earth. When the small silver sword blasted with brightness, countless sword auras congealed as they rained down in a crazed manner, as if they would combine into a single concentrated sword will of unparalleled strength. A blinding flash burst forth, and the countless sword aura coalesced into one, taking the form of an extremely refined sword intended only for killing. The two sword flashes clashed and incredible sword aura burst right on the spot, tearing everything apart in its wake. The extremely refined sword will from the small silver sword burst right through the opponent's killing sword, and one flash was seen going right for Suke's brow. "You are a daring one." A ferocious sword flash appeared in Suke's eyes as a green sword flash burst from the center of his brow, shattering the incoming sword will. He then thrust out his hand and slapped his killing sword into his opponent's sword will. Yu Wuchen felt as if thousands of sword will with intense killing intent passed right through his body. The small silver sword flew right back into the center of his brow as his body was thrown back. The countless flashes of Suke's killing swords remained in the air after a while, ringing. Suke waved and dispelled his sword will. "You are not bad," But if we were to meet on a true battlefield instead, you would be dead by now. Suke spared a glance at Yi Wuchen before turning around and walking away. Yi Wuchen did not doubt Suke's words one bit. His plane was not even near being capable of drawing out Suke's full power, and the difference between them had been apparent. Many eyes went on to look at Yi Wuchen, who was an excellent candidate. He was unfortunate enough to have had to face Suke, who was one of the most powerful in the current battlefield. It was quite an achievement on his part for being able to stand his ground for a while, despite his opponent being 2 planes higher. However, the difference between the two men's powers was not one that could have been covered by any other means available then, and it brought about the end of Yi Wuchen's journey. Yi Wuchen turned around and walked down. Despite being defeated, he hardly felt much inside. He knew it had been adequate doing his best, and that there was nothing much he could have asked for. He had come a long way since the beginning of his journey in the Kangyi Kingdom, and what he achieved had exceeded his expectations. Emperor Yi had not been very far from what Yi Wuchen was then. However, Yi Wuchen was by no means satisfied with where he was, and he vowed to continue seeking his own path in swordsmanship. Yi Wuchen, a voice said. Yi Wuchen halted his steps and turned to look at the Holy Ji Palace. "Do you wish to train under my wing?" the figure asked, shaking the hearts of many present. The sword demon extended an offer to Yi Wuchen. "I had a teacher," Yi Wuchen replied. "All who teach are teachers. If you're willing, you may address me as your teacher. If you are reluctant, then I will not press the matter further," Sword Demon elaborated in response. Yi Wuchen turned to face the Sword Demon and bowed. "It would be my honor to study under you." "Yes." The Sword Demon nodded with a smile. Being capable of facing off Suke, who was of Grade 7 Noble Plane with only the powers provided by Grade 9 Noble Plane, was seen to be an exceptional feat in itself. Yi Wuchen was able to hold his ground for a moment, despite the disadvantage, instead of shirking, and that spoke volume of his bearing on his path of swordsmanship. While he was defeated, his prowess was not bad. Yi Wuchen was, after all, capable of building a sword body, and possessed a pair of eyes as sharp as swords. Many looked at Yi Wuchen in envy. His defeat was far from a humiliating one, for no other reason that he was taken as a student of the Sword Demon. He was defeated, yet he achieved the dream countless swordsmen dreamed of. As of then, the Sword Demon had taken in 2 disciples. Yi Futian felt happy for Yi Wuchen. The Sword Demon had impressive bearing and was one of the top figures in the Holy Ji Palace, and was a mighty one ranked in the Barren Sky ranking. He served as the very symbol among swordsmen in the Barren State, and there was no better path of Wuchen to take than to study under one such prominent figure. The ones of the Sword Saint Villa did not look happy at all. While both Zue Qianqiu and Yi Wuchen became students of the Sword Demon, Yin Nan of Sword Saint Villa was crippled instead. They had no one else but Yinju left in the battlefield. Chapter 560, Invincible Might. Chapter 560. Invincible Might. The battles raged on, and every battle that took place after that looked intense. There were also times where the odds of winning or losing were even, instead of merely having one side slaughtering the other. Even some top-notch figures chose to fight early instead of waiting till the very end. Or scenarios that should have taken place later with some of the most powerful had taken place a little too early. While they were all confident of what they were capable of, they were far from underestimating others around them. All wanted to make it as far as possible in the most prominent area in all of the Barren State. Yi Shaoshi made it through the battlefield, as he was also one of the most noted figures around. However, it was not due to his prowess, but due to his girth. There was no doubt that the cute fatty had the worst figure of all who fought on the battlefield. Many were puzzled by his plumpness. When cultivators reached a certain level, due to their ability to absorb ambient spiritual qi, it was a given that they were able to achieve stunning skin quality and figure. As such, beauties were common among cultivators, yet it was an extremely rare sight for nobles to possess his kind of figure. However, the fatty turned out to be more than what met the eyes, and he was incredibly powerful. The fatty walked into the battlefield with rather clumsy movements. His eyes turned to the direction where Nan Feng, the proud son of the Nantian house, was. Nan Feng's pupils contracted as he returned the gaze. Yi Shaoshi then said in a rather lazy tone, "Someone from the lesser sects of the Eastern Barren Territory has come to challenge the proud son of the Nantian house." The fatty is indeed one to hold grudges. Nanfeng and Nan, you were among the most pompous ones to have visited the colleges. As Nan Yu did not make the cut, Nanfeng remained the only one Yi Shaoshi was capable of blowing his steam on. It would be rather fun to beat the likes of him up on a stage like this. Zhuge Mingyue grinned at the sight. The fatty has gotten naughty. Nan Hao turned his gaze on Yi Shaoshi. Both Nanfeng and Nan Yu have wanted to make a move against Yi Futian on the Holy Road, and Nan Hao stopped them. He wanted to see what Yi Futian was capable of at the stage they were at now. It was as he had predicted. Yi Futian kicked up quite a fuss after making it out of the Holy Road. What surprised him, however, was that someone from Yi Futian's party had decided to make a move against the Nantian house now. Nanfeng carved his way out with effort as well. He had not expected the likes of Yi Shaoshi to turn out to be so powerful back when the Nantian house descended on the Eastern Barren territory. With Yi Wuchen being offered a chance to study under the Sword Demon, it was only natural that Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu would have stood a chance to enter the Holy Ji Palace as well. There was little else the Nantian house would have been able to boast about if everyone in Yi Futian's party who had made it this far was all accepted as part of the Holy Ji Palace. Are you ready? Yi Shaoshi asked. Make your move. Nanfeng unleashed an incredibly sharp aura and became encased in silver light, signaling his will to crush everything standing in his path. Boom! The fatty stomped hard on the ground and took to the air, moving like a bolt of lightning and lashing out with his hand at Nanfeng. Gushing, slithering sounds were heard. His arms seemed to continue extending, turning into shiny golden emperor's vines, making their way to Nanfeng. A row of divine arms and ritual implements materialized behind Nanfeng as a bright silver light burst. A dazzling silver spear stood and many others burst forth, lashing out to counter the emperor's vines coming at him. The vines were cut down by the spears gradually, but the emperor's vines grew in numbers in response. It was as if a massive torrent of vines threatened to engulf Nanfeng's body. Nanfeng shouted in rage, and the sky became filled with spears. The life spirit behind him released an incredibly blinding ray of light, threatening to penetrate everything standing in its path. Nanfeng took the ray of light in his hand and took to the air. A single thrust with the spear seemed to bring forth a peculiar rhythm. The shadows of the countless spears tore apart everything in their path. The master of Nantian House was known for being the #1 spearman in all of Barren State. The silver spear of Nantian was renowned by all back in its day and fought evenly with the art wielded by Yin Wuji, the master of Sword St. Villa. The master of the Nantian House was ranked on the Barren Sky ranking because of it. As Nanfeng was a descendant of Nantian House, it was a given that he was no weakling himself, and his fallen god spear techniques was a comprehensive art. Yi Shaoshi's golden emperor's vines were infused with metal elemental spiritual qi, which meant that it was very difficult to break them. Yet, the spears tore at them like they were made out of paper. However, Yi Shaoshi hardly seemed fazed. He seemed to have turned himself into an ancient tree, taking root where he stood. The tree was 10 zhang tall, and was large enough to block out the sky. It was something made entirely out of vines, and they absorbed the spiritual qi around in a crazed manner. The Golden Emperor's vines rained down on Nanfeng below like there was no end. Regardless of how powerful Nanfeng's attacks were, he was determined to bury his opponent in his vines. Nanfeng will certainly lose this one, most who watched the battle thought in their minds. Nanfeng was not powerful enough and was not a match for Nan Hao. With Yi Shaoshi, who had now achieved grade 7 noble plane and a top-class figure, Nanfeng would only be able to counter his attacks at best, and it seemed that Nanfeng would not last much longer under Yi Shaoshi's incessant barrages. It was as they all thought. Nanfeng began to give after a while, becoming increasingly tied up in the golden vines. He was hoisted into the air shortly after, the unsightly scene of which was for all to behold. "I surrender," Nanfeng said with a pale face. "So even disciples of the greater sects give up then?" Yi Shaoshi laughed sarcastically at Nanfeng, who was now bounded so tightly that his face flushed with redness and was in incredible pain. Yi Shaoshi seemed to enjoy embarrassing him, hanging him in midair and watching him struggle instead of simply finishing him. "That fatty is really a mean one." Yi Futian chuckled. "That will do," an elder of the Holy Ji Palace said. Only then did Zioshi throw Nanfeng down, coming down from the air and returning to where he stood. Nanfeng looked in the direction of the Holy Ji Palace and saw no response. It was obvious that he had been eliminated, and none of the greater figures took a liking to him. "Continue," a voice said from the sky stairwell. A stout figure, who seemed to have immense strength coursing all over his body, walked forward, looking wild and unruly as he did. Qi Kuang, a member of the Qi clan of the demon gods. They trained in the northernmost regions of the barren state, which was harsh and unforgiving. The region was sprawled with mountains, and if one were to continue moving up north, they would have reached the vast, seemingly endless demon world. There were two top-class forces dominating the area, the demon gods and Taishan Mountain. The cultivators of the region were all wild and unruly. The cultivation scene was dominated by martial arts cultivators, and their way of combat leaned towards brute force more than anything else. The demon gods held their territory without rest, and they lived right next to the demon world. As such, it was not difficult to imagine how harsh their training environment was. Rumors had it that the place was often invaded by demon beasts from the demon world, and the demon gods often led groups of mighty ones to hunt for demon beasts in the demon world. Qimeng was the most powerful of the demon gods who made it to the battlefield, and Qi Kuang, who was a grade 8 noble plane, was a close second. They were the only two demon gods left in the battlefield. "I will challenge him." Qi Kuang pointed at Yusheng as he walked onto the battlefield. Yusheng was the one with the lowest level among all who remained on the battlefield. While he was a tough one, he was seen as easy to take on compared to others around. Furthermore, due to Yusheng's style of combat being similar to his, Qi Kuang picked him as his opponent. By kicking out Yusheng, Qi Kuang would then be fighting in the top 40, then the top 20, and then top 10. It was a great leap in every battle. Furthermore, to Qi Kuang, that was probably his last battle that was deemed easier to handle. There were no other opponents like that left to fight in the top 40. Yusheng stepped forward and kept his eyes on Qi Kuang. The demon god was one filled with pure, unadulterated strength, and he would make for a good opponent. Boom! An incredibly violent fire burned on Qi Kuang's body, which quickly engulfed him. The veins on his muscles looked wilder as they burned. It was as if his body was calling forth the endless power of magma deep within the earth. Boom! Boom! Qi Kuang moved in Yusheng's direction. Every step he took was a huge one, and the battlefield shook with it. Dark, golden current flowed and manifested into an armor covering Yusheng's body. He became encased in an aura of demonic might as he exuded equally wild and powerful aura. He took his first step with a loud boom and ran. Both loud, powerful bodies were to clash soon. Both men lifted up the arm and lashed out at the same time. Qi Kuang's arm was filled with extremely wild demonic qi, like a fire demon ape out to overpower everyone. Yusheng's dark golden arm covered in demonic might instead. Due to being born with immense strength to begin, the air practically exploded when he lifted his arm to attack. The attacks of the two men clashed hard in the air, resulting in a loud, deafening rumble. Both were thrown back by the resulting shock. Qi Kuang's arm felt rather numb. Having fought demonic beasts his whole life, he felt like a humanoid beast of war himself at the moment, clad in aura more overpowering than the demonic beasts. Boom! Yusheng stomped on the ground and took to the air. He sprouted devil-like wings behind his back and materialized a heavenly halberd in his hand. Rumbling, unruly currents permeated his body as he brought down the might of a devil onto Qi Kuang below. Qi Kuang felt for the first time in his life that someone 2 planes below him was capable of manifesting a pressure that was more powerful than his. None of the demons on the mountains were capable of doing so, yet Yusheng, who was of an inferior level, managed. What was seen in Qi Kuang's eyes was an all-supreme devil bringing down the murderous might of hell onto Yusheng's head. Yusheng's heavenly halberd, imbued with the might of the heavens, crashed down on him. Qi Kuang felt as if a devilish god had appeared from the heavens, ready to overpower everything on the battlefield of the demons beneath before Yusheng got there. The elders of the Holy Ji Palace all had their eyes fixed on the scene before them, compelled to acknowledge that Yusheng was more suitable at the god-suppressing strike of the god-slaying halberd than Ning Huang. Yusheng was the man more suitable at using the god-slaying halberd. Qi Kuang roared instead of evading. Being a mighty one among the demon gods, he was no stranger to clashing head-on with powerful beings, let alone one who was of lower plane. Roar! A fiery red ape shadow appeared and howled at the heavens. Qi Kuang's right arm felt as if it was being covered by fiery rocks. The arm felt like it belonged to an ape instead of him as he lashed out at the heavenly halberd formed, using spiritual qi. The heavenly halberd clashed hard onto the arm of the ape. The arm exploded, but the extremely powerful halberd was no more at the same time. Qi Kuang snorted, cladding ape arms on both his arms and sending them out to grab Yusheng. Yusheng, like Qi Kuang, had no fear of fighting up close and personal. The dark golden spikes on his arms absorbed spiritual qi around him maniacally. A shadow of an ape materialized behind Qi Kuang, while the shadow of a devil materialized behind Yusheng. Boom, boom, boom. Both men clashed head-on, with a force that seemed to be able to tear everything to shreds. Their first clash had many feel like their hearts were soon going to burst out of their chests. The two brutes out to overpower each other went on fighting for rounds, and rounds over a very short span of time. Being able to do so also suggested Yusheng's body was more solid and packed more punch than Qi Kuang of the demon gods. What was even more terrifying was that he became wilder and unrulier as the fight raged on, making him a war beast in human form who was born solely for war. Qi Kuang roared and his body took a stouter and even more muscular form. As his body enlarged, his ape shadow became even more overwhelming. The hand that seemed capable of tearing everything in its path to shreds went for Yusheng. Yusheng's demonic current burst forth, making the demon shadow at his back look even more solid, as if a devil had truly descended upon them as it extended its arms. Yusheng's thick, overpowering arms extended to take on the arm coming for him and held it tight. "Get off me!" Qi Kuang roared. Boom! Yusheng took a step forward and raw strength surged in his arms, hoisting Qi Kuang's body off the ground. The demon god was flung off the ground against his will by Yusheng. There was no methods nor techniques involved. All there was used right there was raw, primitive, brute strength. Qi Kuang was shocked to the core, intending to lash out with his other hand to counter. A rumbling boom followed as Yusheng sidestepped and turned his arms, throwing the body of the demon god high into the air, robbing the demon god of his foundation on the ground with which to draw power. "Get off!" Qi Kuang roared, feeling his body spinning in the air. Voom! Yusheng's arms let go. A rumble followed soon as he did, but the throw ended up flinging Qi Kuang hard onto the ground, and everyone heard the bone-cracking sounds. The air returned to silence in an instant. So mighty ones of such levels are capable of fighting like this? One can still fight in such a way? Many felt as if their perceptions and knowledge was being screwed over. Was that how powerful nobles were supposed to fight? However, it remained a fact that the overwhelming power demonstrated shocked the audience to their core. It was all too overwhelming. All tactics and techniques were rendered utterly useless before raw, unadulterated, natural brute strength. The sheer overpowering force demonstrated alone was more than enough to suppress everything else. Futian was in cold sweat as his heart raced. "Wow, Yusheng, you are something." A one zhang, an old Chinese measure of length equal to 3.58 meters, or 11 feet 9 inches. Chapter 561. Fierce Battlefield. Chapter 561. Fierce Battlefield. The demon god specialized in overwhelming brute force, yet one such powerful demon god, Qi Kuang, ended up being completely overwhelmed by Yusheng. Yusheng's solid build and explosive power startled many in the audience, especially when he hoisted Qi Kuang up with both his arms. What was more surprising was that he was at the pinnacle of Arcana Plane. While he was simply one step away from developing comprehension of noble plane of martial arts, it remained a fact that his level was lower than Qi Kuang's. It was anyone's guess how far his strength would grow if he was to be a grade 8 or 7 noble. The hearts of those who emerged from the Dawn Road raced. Many recalled that startling scene right outside Jinxiao City, and that was before he had achieved demonization. Once he was fully demonized, he would turn into a true demonic figure. It was no surprise then that he was able to kill Ning Huang. Many truly came to believe that Ning Huang had actually perished in Yusheng's hands. As the battles raged on, the earth-shaking shock that Yusheng brought about did not last for long. Every battle that followed was earth-shattering in each of their own right. All who fought were genius-level figures. The golden great ape, Yuanzhan, whom Yi Futian's party came to be familiar with, was just as violent in his fight as Yusheng had been, overpowering his opponent with sheer brute strength and little else. When the round of battles finished, there were only 40 silhouettes left on the vast battlefield. The elders of the Holy Ji Palace permitted them to rest to prepare themselves for the next round of battles that were to come. Many outside the battlefield scanned the place, and they were hard-pressed to find anyone that was remotely considered weak. All who were left were considered geniuses. Even Yi Futian and Yusheng, whom many did not expect to have gotten this far, managed to prove themselves. Yi Futian defeated Bing Yi, and Yusheng beat down Qi Kuang with his godlike strength. They were simply considered comparatively weak to those top-class candidates. Of all those who walked the 9 holy roads, only 40 remained, with candidates emerging from Dawn Road and Barren Road being the most numerous. The most prominent of those emerging from the Barren Road were the mighty ones from Zhengzhou City. Due to the Barren Road being one of the top 3 most arduous roads of all 9, what was seen then was simply within everyone's expectations. However, what happened with the Dawn Road was something else altogether. Due to the emergence of dark horses such as Yi Futian, Yusheng, and Yi Shaoshi, those who were left from the Dawn Road turned out to be more numerous than those from the Barren Road. Other than Yi Futian's party, there were also Nan Hao from the Nantian House, Yin Jiu from the Sword Saint Villa, and Xiao Junyi, heir of the Dark Sage. Many had gotten into frenzied discussions as to who would be able to make it into the top 20 after the upcoming round of battles. The ones from Dawn Road were truly surprising. There are more of them than ones from any one of the top 3 toughest roads. Indeed, Yi Futian's party ended up taking 3 places in the top 40. There is also Yuanzhan from Mount Taixing. But if we are talking about top-tier combatants, the ones from Dawn Road are still nowhere close. The ones in the top 3 will probably still be the ones who will dominate the scene. There are Huang Jiuge, Su Ke, and the others from Barren Road, and then Bai Zhe, the top-class genius from White Cloud City. As for Nether Road, there are Zhu Gexing, Qi Ming, and the others. These are truly top-class combatants indeed. But Xiao Junyi from Dawn Road is an unpredictable one. Yin Jiu, Nan Hao, and Yuanzhan are also very powerful. This year's combatants are truly something. Yang Jian from State Road, descendants of Zhong Clan, and Xie Ji from the Sacred Fire Sect from Separation Road, and descendants of Vermilion Bird Street from Travel Road. The ones from Frost Road and Decay Road are definitely the most mysterious. The guy who called himself Huang from Frost Road, the heir of the Undying Old Man, and then the mysterious ancient shaman clan from the Decay Road, all feel dangerous. Many shared the same sentiment. Everyone who managed to make it to the top 40 was terrifying in their own right. The next round of battles would definitely turn into a clash of titans. With things being so intense at this stage, it was anyone's guess as to what would become of the battles during the top 20 and the top 10 stages. Even the question of who would be able to make the cut to reach such stages remained a mystery. Many had the opinion that one or more from Yi Futian's party, namely Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu, and Yusheng would have been eliminated in that round of battles. It was not that they were not powerful, but that the ones they were about to face were all grade 7 or even grade 6 nobles. No matter how much of a genius those people were, there was simply no chance for them to come out on top. Those who remained on the battlefield were, after all, incredibly powerful figures themselves. For instance, Hua Jieyu had lost at the hands of Yin Jiu before, and it would have been anyone's guess as to how she would have been able to make it through that round. Everyone was a top-notch genius at that point, and no one dared to pick fights without some measure of deliberation. Opponents were to be chosen wisely, as there was hardly anyone who dared underestimate anyone still standing. Yi Futian closed his eyes to train in the battlefield, and spiritual qi was seen swirling around him. It was something startling to many in the audience. He is actually training at a time like this? Is there any use now? The fact that his plane is inferior to many will remain unchanged. It looks like Yi Futian knows the situation he is in well and is feeling the clinch. Many on the battlefield shifted their gaze onto him. Other than him, Yusheng and Hua Jieyu were the ones getting the most attention. It became apparent that they were indeed incredible combatants, and while they suffered disadvantages, they still stood a chance. The same could not be said for many who seemed to have a better chance. The break ended quickly. The elder on the sky stairwell announced for the battles to continue. Two figures leaped into the battlefield almost at the same time, almost at the very second the round commenced. Yun Su and Zhongli. The eyes of many sparkled. The clash of the titans was about to begin. White Cloud City was one of the few main cities in the Barren State, and one that was renowned throughout the entire state. There were two clans in control of the city in the early days of the city, the Bai clan and the Yun clan. As Bai clan came to overpower the Yun clan in the latter days, the city lord of White Cloud City was descended from the Bai clan. However, the Yun clan had never truly fallen on hard times, and the clan remained one of the top forces in the region. But then again, the city lord of White Cloud City himself was ranked 4th in the Barren Sky ranking, and Bai Luli was ranked 10th. Regardless of how powerful the Yun clan could be, they were unable to surpass their current stature as retainers helping the Bai clan rule the city. Yun Su hailed from the Yun clan from White Cloud City and trained alongside Bai Zhe. His combat prowess as a grade 7 noble was formidable. Zhongli emerged from Separation Road as a member of Zhong clan, a great clan renowned on the Separation Road. The clan shared an amicable relationship with Alchemy City. The clan leader of the Zhong clan was a mighty one who was ranked in the Barren Sky ranking. Zhongli was also a genius. Many speculated that he was probably the most powerful out of all who emerged from Separation Road, and his prowess was thought to be superior to Xieji's from the Sacred Fire sect. Cultivators who walked the Separation Road were no stranger to Zhongli's prowess as a genius, and there was no one who dared challenge him. The clashing of both men was bound to be an intense one. As expected, both men did not let their audience down. Their battle turned out to be an earth-shaking one indeed. Futian stopped training and turned his eyes to the battlefield. Golden, great cauldrons were seen in the air on top of the battlefield, and each looked to contain immense power, bringing intense pressure to bear on anything they could target. What was more terrifying was that the golden cauldron at the center was carved with matrix patterns, as if it was a great matrix out to crush anything beneath it. The golden cauldron at the center was Zhongli's Dharma spirit. Inscribing matrix patterns on one's life spirit was akin to bolstering a god which was already powerful, making it something seemingly capable of killing other gods. Yun Su from White Cloud City was immensely powerful, yet he was utterly cornered and was only able to keep defending himself until the inevitable came. Many turned their eyes at Bai Zhe, who was also from White Cloud City. Nothing was able to be made out of his calm expressions. Despite Yun Su's defeat, he was accepted into the core island of the Holy Ji Palace to train. Zhongli was probably the strongest one from Separation Road, then, Futian said to himself. He was able to feel that Zhongli was indeed more powerful than Xieji from the Sacred Fire sect. Two figures walked out at the same time again in the second battle. Both wanted to pick their opponents, yet both ended up clashing with each other. They were Qi Ming of the Demon Gods and the young man from the Immortal Village, the one who killed Du Ao. The mysterious young man fought a very fierce battle with Qi Ming before being defeated. Many in the audience were impressed at how each and every remaining combatant turned out to be mighty figures, and the elimination of each of the defeated one felt regretful to many. Futian's eyes sparkled. He had indeed felt the pressure on him, and he was wondering when will be the best time for Jieyu, Yushang, and the others to fight their respective battles. The battlefield at the moment was simply too dangerous, and everyone who they were about to fight seemed like insurmountable obstacles. Top-notch genius figure from Taishan Mountain clashed with the mysterious Huang from Frost Road in the third battle. The outcome of the extremely violent battle was a surprising one, with Huang being the victor, and all of the mighty ones from Taishan Mountain were eliminated by then. Hua Jieyu made her move in the fourth battle, and she clashed with someone she had fought before, Yan Jiao. Hua Jieyu did not give up easily in that battle and only lost after fighting fiercely. She ended her journey at the top 40 stage splendidly. The most beautiful girl right from the beginning on the battlefield had finally made her exit. Do you wish to train under my wing? Hua Jieyu, will you become my student? Several great figures from the Holy Ji Palace extended their invitations to her, and some were of a caliber equal to Sage Daozong. Yet, Hua Jieyu simply bowed lightly to everyone in the Holy Ji Palace and looked at Futian with a smile before continuing. I will go where he goes. I ask for your forgiveness in making such a decision." The great figures all wore funny looks on their face, before grinning while shaking their heads. She is one hell of a girl indeed. And Yi Futian became the target of many eyes, speaking of envy and jealousy. However, given that Hua Jieyu was not able to advance any further, many thought it was that Yi Futian would get eliminated as well. Huang Jioga made the first move in the 5th battle and ended up running over his opponent. Su Ke fought the 6th battle and managed to overpower his opponent. The 7th, 8th, and subsequent continued. Every single battle was one that shook the hearts of the audience, and every victor proved their worthiness for being in the top 20. Half of the battles took place in the blink of an eye. 10 made it to the top 20 after 10 battles were fought. Xie Ji from the Sacred Fire sect walked out to take the 11th battle, and there were no other genius figures who walked out at the same time. It was one of the rare chances to pick one's opponent. Despite his strength, he was by no means capable of simply beating any opponent who he fought. However, things might have proven different for him given that he had obtained the initiative. Xie Ji's eyes turned to Yi Futian, and it proved to be a good chance for him to settle the scores. So Xie Ji managed to take the opportunity. Looks like Xie Ji stands a good chance of being in the top 20, many in the audience said to themselves. But given that Yi Futian had defeated Bing Yi before, it was no easy feat for Xie Ji to use Yi Futian as a stepping stone. It would require Xie Ji to give it his all. Yi Futian took his steps, and dazzling golden wings appeared as he did. The wings flapped as he became encased in wind spells. Yi Futian's body took to the air and gained speed. He is trying to go straight into battle like that? An incredibly destructive dark lotus appeared behind Xie Ji's back, and the temperature of the battlefield rose all suddenly, turning the place into a scorching hell. Xie Ji extended both of his arms and raised them high in the air. The dark lotuses came to spread throughout the vast battlefield like an endless torrent. Flames of rage howled, seemingly going to burn everything to the ground. Terrifying dark fire will burst into Yi Futian's mind at the same time. That is the ultimate flame spell of the Sacred Fire sect, the world-burning lotus. The hearts of many raced. It was one of the most powerful flame spells of the Sacred Fire sect, one which placed an enormous, terrifying toll on one's spiritual energy and qi. It was a spell capable of igniting anything within its vicinity. It was said that the holy forerunner of the sect burned a city down with that spell alone. Xie Ji went casting world-burning lotus right off the bat. Was he trying to kill Yi Futian from the very beginning? Phantasmal flames burned throughout the entire battlefield. Even those who were near the edge of the battlefield were able to feel the intense heat, and it was anyone's guess what things were like for Yi Futian, who was surrounded by countless fiery lotuses like that. Xie Ji went for the kill right from the start. Chapter 562. Yi Futian's wings were dazzling. It was as if the shadow of a rock had appeared. He blazed at Xie Ji like a bolt of lightning. However, one fiery dark lotus after another came at him, each packing incredible destructive potential. Yi Futian's wings were dazzling. It was as if the shadow of a rock had appeared. He blazed at Xie Ji like a bolt of lightning. However, one fiery dark lotus after another came at him, each packing incredible destructive potential. Yi Futian picked up speed and drew a beautiful arc, like mirages blitzing forward. However, the number of lotuses grew in response, and a terrifying dark fire blazed. Countless lotuses blocked his way. Yi Futian tried to cast freezing spells and brought about freezing aura in an attempt to snuff out the fires of the lotuses. Yet all he heard were sizzling noises. His freezing spells evaporated almost instantly by the flames. Xie Ji is marking his own turf by exerting his own spirit and will onto the place, and he cast that incredibly terrifying world-burning lotus. Yi Futian's plane has been weak all along, and none of his water elemental spells could have worked. This was the opinion many people watching held. A fearsome meteorite storm appeared around Yi Futian, cloaking him in terrifying starlight as he continued moving forward. The meteorite storm clashed hard with the dark lotuses. He had intended to use such measures as a defense and carve his way in. However, the dark lotuses latched onto the meteorite storm and went on to eat at the rocks. The meteorites burned soon and the fire spread, threatening to burn Yi Futian's starry world to dust. Countless dark lotuses turned into enormous petals, blocking Yi Futian's way forward completely. It happened with all the other directions as countless more gathered around, turning into petals to do the same. A huge lotus platform appeared beneath Yi Futian. Xieji's life spirit was unleashed, melding with the platform of the lotus. The vast battlefield turned into one giant world-burning lotus, with an explicit purpose to cook Yi Futian inside. Many of the people in the audience's faces changed. Chen Yuan, Gu Yunxi, Li Qingyi, and many others watched the scene in awe. The move was simply too powerful, and it was simply terrifying when the geniuses actually went all out against anyone they fought. Yi Futian stood inside the huge dark lotus. The entire world was filled with flames, eating their way at him. None of his spells would have been able to do much to save him from the fires. His deep, starlit eyes looked forward as his wings flapped about. He kept his sights to the front within the world of lotus, thinking what would happen to him if he simply barged his way out. Xieji proved to be more vicious than Bing Yi. Xieji used his most powerful spell right off the bat without giving Yi Futian any chance. However, the cost of doing so was immense, as it would affect Xieji's performance in latter battles. Xieji would need a lot of rest later, and perhaps he had simply intended to use the stage to prove himself and never had any intentions of staying till the very end. He might have wanted nothing more than to show his prowess to the world. Yi Futian activated freedom meditation, wanting to see how powerful the world-burning lotus could get. He saw the lotus being manifestations of the fire's spiritual qi congealing. He was even able to feel Xieji's lotus life spirit, and that it melded with that particular lotus he was caged in. He felt he was able to see Xieji's silhouette inside the spell itself. The power of nobles lied with the ability to have one's spirit and will resonate with the heaven and earth around, giving birth to even more powerful spells instead of controlling spiritual qi with one's spiritual energy and using such manifestations as spells. The cost in Xieji's spiritual energy would be proportionate to the powerful spell he cast, which was an enormous one. A sun appeared behind Yi Futian, and he was bathed in fearsome flames in an instant. A terrifying fire imprint blossomed in the middle of his brow, dazzling like divine light. Fire spiritual qi gathered maniacally, and even the phantasmal flame that was created specifically to kill him melded with his surroundings. A divine tree appeared within the sun, shining with jade-like brilliance, like undying fires. Yi Futian's body turned into a divine sun furnace, embodying flames that could have burned down anything in existence. The flames of the world-burning lotus crept up on him, yet the incessant fires were simply absorbed by the divine sun furnace. Yi Futian's body turned into an incredibly voracious instrument, out to devour everything around it. Yi Futian activated the sun scripture and was surrounded by brilliant lights. He felt he was a body of flesh and blood. He felt himself becoming one with the sun, turning into a divine furnace. His spiritual will fused into the furnace, and he felt like he was able to see even more spiritual qi, which enabled him to devour even more fire spiritual qi. A mystical brilliance of fire was born within the dark world of lotuses, shooting at the heavens. A crisp sound was heard in Yi Futian's mind, like he broke something. Even more violent flames burst forth at the very next moment. Spiritual qi practically gushed at him, as if he were to steal every bit of the fire spiritual qi from his opponent. So, I have made a breakthrough. Yi Futian smirked. His spiritual energy had long reached a critical point, and it was no surprise that he was able to break into the noble plane. Since he had broken into the noble plane, he felt it was time for him to see how far the sun scripture, boosted by holy will, would have worked at devouring flames. The flames of the world-burning lotus came down upon him, threatening to devour Yi Futian's entire being through and through. However, some totally different form of fire powers seemed to have surrounded Yi Futian, and his body felt like the divine sun furnace itself, neutralizing any fire powers that invaded, even the flames of an attacking spell. What is happening? Xieji was using spells to burn Yi Futian to death, and it was only natural for him to be aware of things happening to his spell. He was startled to find that formidable fiery powers covered Yi Futian, fires that were capable of neutralizing all types of fires eating at him. Xieji's spell was unable to move against Yi Futian any further. Die. Xieji's mind went cold as the lotus platform that was formed by his life spirit gave birth to even more terrifying lotuses, sending them out to devour Yi Futian. The rock behind Yi Futian, who was practically encased in fire, flapped its wings hard, and then blitzed into Xieji's fires. Yi Futian's body devoured everything in its path like a divine furnace, making little of Xieji's fires capable of eating Yi Futian's body. Vroom! Fires raged up front, and Xieji saw a fiery silhouette bathed in divine light appear, coming for him at a blinding speed. His face turned pale. He had paid a huge toll in spiritual energy to cast the spell, a spell that was not only incapable of killing Yi Futian, but had actually allowed Yi Futian to come at him with impunity. Furthermore, Yi Futian actually managed to break through into the noble plane while fighting. Xieji recalled his dark lotus life spirit in an instant, and his body seemed to be clad in flames as well. He pointed his finger forward, and terrifying light of his dark flames burst forth. However, given how not even the world-burning lotus was able to harm Yi Futian, a common trick like what Xieji had just pulled proved useless. The terrifying silhouette blitzed through the air and made it to him soon. Xieji made a snap decision to gather an incredibly huge dark flame palm. Yi Futian's body descended upon him at almost the same time, lashing out with a palm of the sun seemingly capable of melting everything. The flames of different nature clashed with a loud boom. Xieji's body was thrown far away and fell to the ground. One of his arms was completely charred beyond recognition, and all meridians within shattered. Yi Futian's attack was infused with not only the terrifying power of the fire, but also his strength as a powerful martial artist. Xieji stood no chance fighting up close and personal with Yi Futian. The fearsome fiery lotuses disappeared in the battlefield. Only Xieji, who was writhing in pain, was on the ground, and Yi Futian remained levitating in the air. Noble plane. Many felt the aura around Yi Futian. A multiple-element mandate sorcerer practicing both martial arts and sorcery, and both sorcery and martial arts had broken into noble plane. Xieji's spell forced him to make a breakthrough, and the tables turned against Xieji in an instant. Yi Futian made it into top 20 after the battle as a grade 9 noble. No one would have expected Yi Futian to be able to make it into top 20. Even if he were eliminated fighting for a spot in the top 20, he would have been able to earn a place in the core island of the Holy Ji Palace. There was little left to the imagination in this regard after the battle. Mighty ones from the Sacred Fire sect were all eliminated after that battle. Yi Futian's wings shone as he made it back to his original spot. There were mighty ones from the Holy Ji Palace extending their invitation to Xieji, but he refused them all, perhaps due to his dissatisfaction at those who invited him. The battles continued, and the remaining ones continued to try to take the initiative to pick their own opponents. Every single battle was a clash of the titans, and every single battle turned out extremely intense. Both Yuan Zhan and Yi Shaoshi fought incredibly formidable opponents, but were able to beat their extremely powerful combat prowess. Many people speculated that both Yuan Zhan and Yi Shaoshi were both vying for a spot in the top 10. As the subsequent battles kept producing combatants emerging simultaneously, there was no opportunity for anyone to pick Yushang as their opponent until they were only two left on the battlefield. Yushang and a fearsome figure from the State Road, Dokue, an heir of a fearsome tribe at the western regions of Barren State. Dokue had a stout build, which did not look all that different from Yushang's. He had tan skin and took a golden form in battle. All one was able to see was that he proved to be a terrifying opponent. Many watching them walk out to battle felt that there was little left to speculate about. Dokue would become one of the top 20. While Yushang packed explosive power and was a born warrior, Dokue would probably prove stronger in every way. Only those who emerged from Dawn Road hoped that Yushang would win the fight. You are born with invincible might and specialized wielding metal-type powers, but your level is too different from mine. It's best that you just surrender. It is a pity. If only your plane was higher than it is now. Dokue shook his head. The very reason he had come to the Holy Ji Palace was to experience the combat prowess of the myriad of formidable figures present. He saw great potential in Yushang and thought his upcoming opponent would have been a very good match if only he was stronger. It was a pity that Yushang's level was too low, and Do Kuei deemed it rather pointless to fight him. Yu Shang kept his eyes locked in Do Kuei's direction and said nothing. He unleashed his wild aura and dark golden armor appeared, boiling with demonic might. Boom! Yu Shang ran in Do Kuei's direction with a heavy first step. He did not choose to use wings, but instead chose to fight on solid ground. The battlefield rumbled as if an earthquake had just taken place. Do Kuei's body exploded with a dazzling golden light, encasing his body. The holy, pure golden brilliance was a blinding one. He took a golden form in an instant, and even his arms were seemingly made of pure gold. He sidestepped as he saw Yu Shang coming at him, then punched. The air shook. Do Kuei's fist seemed to have conjured some mystical imprint, clashing hard with the demonic fist that Yu Shang lashed out. Boom! A golden brilliance blew up on impact, and many witnessed Yu Shang's muscular body being thrown far away, falling to the ground with a loud thump. That body, which was built like a god of war, was unable to withstand Do Kuei's explosive power. All of the spots for top 20 were taken in a rather premature manner. Chapter 563. The difference in plane proved to be too great still. The difference in plane proved to be too great still. Yu Shang had made it this far relying on his incredible brute force, and that itself had been an exceptional feat. His opponent, Do Kuei, was one who had similarly explosive power, yet Do Kuei's plane was far higher than Yu Shang's. It was only natural that Yu Shang was no match for him. Do Kuei's battle would have been incredibly intense. However, this was only if his opponent were Yuan Zhan instead. Yu Shang. Yi Futian turned his eyes to his friend. Yu Shang slowly stood up, and his immensely stout figure stood as upright as it had always been. Many people had funny looks on their faces. That is sure one body of the devil. This one can really take a beating. That incredibly explosive punch of Do Kuei seemed to do little to harm him. Demonic powers of dark gold colors encased his body, and the shadow of a devil was seen behind him. He unleashed a powerful martial will, which felt a terrifying formless demonic current out to overpower everything around it. Boom! He stepped onto the ground, and the battlefield shook. Yu Shang stepped forward, and the rumbling noise reverberated in the ears of the audience, like a humanoid beast of war charging into battle. Do Kuei's expression was cold. His arms unleashed dazzling golden lights with a slight tremble. An ancient madra appeared on his arms. Rounds and rounds of golden screens radiated outwards like waves, speaking volumes of the domineering power packed within. Boom! Yu Shang's feet stomped hard on the ground and took to the air. A dark golden devil halberd materialized on his hands, and he brought the weapon down hard on his opponent below. The scene shook the hearts of many in the audience, for it looked as if a devil itself had taken the devil halberd in its hand to crush everything beneath it, making a very loud statement of its dominance. Do Kuei blasted forth with both his arms. The rounds of golden screens turned into countless fists tearing at the space before them, clashing directly with the devil halberd. The conjured halberd quickly shattered with loud cracks as it made contact with the fists. The domineering golden fists went straight for Yu Shang's arms. Yu Shang was thrown into the air with a loud boom before dropping onto the ground. Boom! A loud noise was soon produced. Yu Shang's feet were planted at the edge of the battlefield as his arms trembled and his aura rushed. Howls of his demonic might were heard, and blood was seen at the corner of his mouth. It was evident that he was injured. He stood up once again. The demonic might swirling about his body did not weaken. It became more violent instead. He is still standing after that? Many were rendered speechless, and they were wondering if that fighter of an inferior level before their eyes truly had a body of flesh and blood. Do Kuei's domineering strength was such that even those merely witnessing the fight were able to feel the tremors inside them. Boom! Yu Shang made his way forward again, startling many in the audience. This guy is one hell of a lunatic. Do you have a death wish or something? Golden, cold glimmer appeared in Do Kuei's eyes as he burst incredibly fearsome martial will about him. Golden ring-shaped storms seemed to have whipped up around him, spinning maniacally. His body was seen glittering with terrifying golden lights as if madras burned on his body. Boom! Do Kuei no longer simply stood on the ground this time, and had finally taken his step forward. The shoes he wore soon turned to dust as soon as he walked. The golden lights exploded under him as if every inch of his body was bursting with sheer, immeasurable force. It was apparent that Do Kuei had had enough of Yu Sheng's repeated provocations. When the two bodies clashed again, many turned their eyes away. Yu Sheng did not stand any chance against such violent brute force, and he would end up looking very ugly. A loud boom that shot up to the heavens was heard as the fists of those two men met. Ripples of golden lights tore right through Yu Sheng's arm. The horrifying madras penetrated through their target, and the place seemed to drown in golden radiance, blinding the audience. They saw the golden lights shoot out from Yu Sheng's back as if the golden lights went right through his entire being. Yu Sheng. Yi Futian was shocked to his core. What the hell is he doing? If Yu Sheng had found his opponent to be superior, he could have simply surrendered. If he did not wish to surrender, he could have used demonized powers to fight. Just what was he trying to prove by taking Do Kuei's explosive attacks head-on? I'll grant you death if you so wish. Do Kuei's expression was as cold as ice. He retracted his arms before lashing them out again. The ripples of golden light from his fists tore right through Yu Sheng's body with a force out to wreck everything, bending his body and sending him flying before, dropping him to the ground in a limp state. Yi Futian was not the only one feeling concerned. Zhuge Mingyue, Yi Wuchen, and the others were all shocked to their core. Does he have no care for his own life anymore? Boom. Yu Sheng's body dropped to the ground yet again. The domineering aura about Do Kuei was dispersed, and he walked towards Yu Sheng. Would this guy rather fight to the death instead of admitting defeat? We are not fighting a life-and-death battle here. Is all this really necessary? It'd be a pity if such a formidable warrior were to just perish right here. Yu Sheng was still clad in demonic might. There was blood on the corner of his mouth, yet the pain he endured still proved tolerable. His father once said that demonic powers were not something meant to exist in this world. The practice of demonic arts was something that went against the heavens' decree. The demonic methods that Yu Sheng practiced were incredibly domineering, and the pain he had to endure was no less than what he had just suffered. The noble plane was an incredibly critical stage to his cultivation of the demonic methods. He had been unable to break through the barriers of his body, to forge the path linking his demonic powers to the heavens and the earth. With that, the only way there was to achieve such a breakthrough, a wall breaking, was through the use of external force. He closed his eyes and let his demonic art powers course through him. A terrifying force of demonic power ran amok in his body. Crisp booming noises were heard. The body, which had been continuously blasted by the golden lights, seemed to have broken apart. More parts of his body produced more crisp noises, as if they were being penetrated. The signs of wall breaking told in the annals regarding demonic arts. Dark golden demonic rays burst from his body shortly after. Many saw spiritual chi gather maniacally around him. Regardless if it was the pure elemental spiritual chi used by sorcerers or the mixed, raw ones used by martial artists, it all gushed into his body like a torrent, like long bodies of dark dragons being devoured by Yu Sheng's very body. The surprising change attracted the attention of countless in the audience. Even Do Kuei stopped to observe the changes to Yu Sheng's body. What is happening? Great figures in the Holy Ji Palace looked concerned. Is that demonic arts devouring spiritual chi of the world? Such demonstration of demonic methods was the result of none other than incredibly high-level and ferocious demonic arts. The most powerful of practitioners of demonic arts were centered at the devil world, but there were still many such practitioners scattered throughout the world itself, just like the race of demons themselves. While it was no surprise that Yu Sheng happened to be a practitioner of demonic arts, he was an incredibly rare one for having reached such a levels, and was thought to be one in a million. Wretched devil, Elder Ning uttered coldly at the scene. He now came to believe that Ning Huang was indeed killed by Yu Sheng. The demonic methods Yu Sheng was practicing were simply too domineering. Practitioners of demonic arts are known to be cruel and bloodthirsty, and the young man before us went on a killing spree on the holy road before. If he is left to grow further, millions will die. I suggest that we uproot the cause of such misfortune right here, as it seems that we, the Holy Ji Palace, have been given an opportunity to do so. Elder Ning said to the great figures of the Holy Ji Palace telepathically. Many turned their eyes at Elder Ning. Someone said, the rules were set by none other than we at the Holy Ji Palace. We will be left with nothing to say for ourselves if we were to kill a cultivator who walked the holy roads. Even if we were to leave him be, we shall not accept him into the Holy Ji Palace for further training, in order to prevent him from becoming a bringer of calamity in the future, Elder Ning added. We will see, someone said. Their interactions were not known by anyone else, and as such, the eyes of the audience remained on Yusheng. Yusheng, who was devouring worldly spiritual qi maniacally, stood up slowly. Terrifying powers washed over his body. The key to the practice of the demonic methods lied within breaking through one's physical limitations continuously, breaking all that was shackling them and going against the very laws of nature. Boom! Incredibly violent demonic aura was unleashed, and demonic might engulfed the entire battlefield. Everyone was able to tell that Yusheng's aura had changed. His aura had become that of a noble's. He had been using the opportunity to break through into higher planes and become a noble. This guy is a tough one. He had been using Do Kuei's power as a crucible of sorts then, some in the audience speculated. However, Yusheng, who had achieved his breakthrough, remained a grade 9 noble. Will he be able to withstand Do Kuei, a grade 7 noble? Thank you. Yusheng turned his eyes at Do Kuei, filled with utterly domineering demonic might. No need for thanks. The battle will probably be more interesting because of what you just did. I hope your new breakthrough will not be a disappointing one. Do Kuei grinned and turned. Golden rays encased his body, and Do symbol madras turned into rings of light screens as they spread out. You will have the fight you want. Yusheng's voice was cold as dark golden demonic might swirled about his body, draping a layer of glimmer over his surroundings. He turned in something like an embodiment of the demonic arts, clenched his fist, and charged towards Do Kuei. Do Kuei moved as well. Many saw the two rush at each other. A pure golden screen of light clashed with the dark golden glimmer of the demonic arts, resulting in blinding lights in the place. Their fists met each other. There was no more trickery, just pure clashing of physical bodies. Boom! Ripples of glimmer spread throughout the place as Do Kuei's body was thrown behind. His feet scraped on the ground, making piercing grinding noises. Both his legs were encased in golden light. Yusheng stood tall at where he was, making many shudder. Yusheng, who had just achieved a breakthrough, was able to throw Do Kuei with sheer power alone. Many turned their eyes at Do Kuei. The man lifted his head, and a grin was seen on his face. Now this is interesting. He unleashed even higher levels of golden lights as soon as he finished musing to himself. Golden madras spun around his body, tearing everything in its way. His shirt was torn to shreds right there and then, showing off pure golden skin beneath. His life spirit was unleashed behind, a large golden ancient symbol, Do. The light of the Do symbol seeped into his body, enabling the symbol to appear in every part of his body. The intensity of the golden lights about him made him look like a god of war himself. Boom! Terrifying golden lights scattered about, spreading to cover the entire battlefield. It was the martial will of the Do, out to flood everything in its wake, even Yusheng. Yet, at the same time, Yusheng's surroundings were encased in dark golden demonic light. Immeasurably terrifying demonic will burst. The glimmer of the demonic arts spread out maniacally as if the world itself resonated with the powers Yusheng had unleashed. Yusheng's demonic will blended with Do Kuei's battle will of the Do. The scene seemed like Do Kuei, the god of war, was facing off with a devil. The shadow of the devil seemed to bear down on Do Kuei's will with incredible pressure, imploring him to submit to the supreme martial will. Domineering indeed, Do Kuei said to himself as he walked. Infinite golden light encased his body, making his body looking like a rainbow out to pierce everything as he charged at Yusheng. Yusheng stomped on the ground and everyone outside the battlefield felt the ground shake. It was like a devil standing tall. Yusheng responded with overpowering fist attacks when Do Kuei came bringing his might to bear. Infinite demonic might congealed around Yusheng's fist. The Do symbol appeared on Do Kuei's fist as the fists of both men clashed. Yusheng's fist was filled with nothing but sheer brute force. The practice of demonic arts implored its practitioners to never back down. Dark golden demonic fist pounded the enormous Do symbol. The clash seemed to have brought forth thousands of fist will on Yusheng's fist, cracking the enormous Do symbol. A blinding light shone, and the Do symbol shattered. Do Kuei's body was sent flying right outside the battlefield, throwing him hard on the ground. Formless storms whipped about the battlefield. The eyes of countless people stared at the scene, startled. This is all just too powerful. While there were not many flashy moments with the fight, it was nonetheless one that was considered a clash between titans. The impacts were impressive, and every clash brought about a shock that sent hearts racing as if the spectators' blood was being set on fire. The powerful Do Kuei was defeated. Yu Shang, who had just achieved a breakthrough, became the last candidate to make it into top 20. The glimmer on the battlefield was soon gone. Do Kuei coughed up blood as he slowly stood up. He turned his eyes at Yu Shang. His eyes were not those of a dejected loser. He looked calm instead. Being able to fight a battle like that, I consider this trip on the holy road worthwhile, Do Kuei said, and then walked towards the crowd. So you will not be entering the Holy Ji Palace? An elder at the sky stairwell asked. I'm here only to experience what the best of the barren state had to offer. Sorry to have been a bother to you all. Do Kuei bowed and left. He remained dashing, even in defeat. Chapter 564. In the battlefield, there were only 20 people remaining, and they were all catching their breath. Battles at this level would definitely cause them to be worn out, so the Holy Ji Palace gave them time to rest after each round of battles. In the battlefield, there were only 20 people remaining, and they were all catching their breath. Battles at this level would definitely cause them to be worn out, so the Holy Ji Palace gave them time to rest after each round of battles. Now, among the top 20 in the battlefield, there were 7 people from the Dawn Road: Yi Futian, Yu Shang, Yi Shaoshi, Yuan Zhan, Xiao Junyi, Yin Jiao, and Nan Hao. This caused the crowd to be amazed. Even if the Dawn Road lacked elite geniuses, it was astounding for 7 people to be able to make it into the top 20. Those that were still remaining all had elite battle abilities. For instance, Do Kuei, who had just been eliminated, was extremely strong. Also eliminated were Yun Su from the White Cloud City, Xiaoho from the Xia clan, Xie Ji from the Sacred Fire sect. Many elite figures had already been eliminated, so being able to step into the top 20 was by no means coincidence. They had all fought their way in with their strength. Apart from the 7 people from the Dawn Road, the Zhongzhou city's Barren Road had the most people. The sovereign families Huangjiaga, Su Kei from the Tingxue House, Shiman Yin from the Shiman clan, and Zi Yin from the Thunder Courtyard. In the other 7 holy roads, the Nether Road had 2 people, Qi Ming from the Demon God clan and Zhuge Xing from the Zhuge clan. The Decay Road had 2 people, the disciple of the Undying Old Man, the girl who called herself Phoenix, and the successor of the ancient Shaman clan, Gui Chan. The other holy roads all had 1 person each, namely Bai Zhe from the White Cloud City, Li Xing from the Vermilion Bird sect, Yang Jian from the Yang clan, and a mysterious expert from the Frost Road, Huang. At a glance, there was not a weakling to be seen, and even the crowd could not predict who was going to be eliminated next. Previously, the 2 who had been shortlisted for elimination, Yi Futian and Yu Shang, had defeated Xie Ji and Do Kuei. Who would dare to say that they would be eliminated next? Unless they were to be matched up against the strongest people. Everyone was debating about who would enter the top 10. Bai Zhe, Huang Jiaga, Zhuge Xing, Su Kei, and Qi Ming should be able to continue. Apart from that, Zi Yin from the Thunder Courtyard and Li Xing from the Vermilion Bird sect were grade 6 nobles and had a high chance of proceeding to the next round. Besides that, they were unable to guess who it would be, but they knew that it was unrealistic to make their conjecture purely based on their cultivation level. The circumstances would change based on who was battling, as their battling styles all differed. In a nutshell, any battle that happened next was highly anticipated. In the battlefield, the 20 people were exceptionally quiet, like they had all fallen asleep. Evidently, they were all under immense pressure. If they won another match, they would be in the top 10. In another direction outside the battlefield, Chen Yuan and Mu Chuan were watching, the Starry School's disciples behind them. Mu Chuan, it's already the top 20. Moreover, he only broke through and became a noble plain cultivator not long ago. Do you know what that means? Chen Yuan asked with a solemn expression. This time, Mu Chuan was exceptionally calm and did not rebuke Chen Yuan. The successor that Chen Yuan had picked had reached here merely as a grade 9 noble. How far could he go if he was a grade 7 noble? Chen Yuan had claimed that as the sun, he would have to dominate his generation. Did that include the entire barren state? Not just Yi Futian, but Yu Sheng and even Yi Wuchen, who had been eliminated, were all extremely strong. This was an awe-inspiring trio. In time, when they all grew, how far could they go? It was unimaginable. Behind them, Gu Yunxi, Long Mu, Qinin, Li Qingyi and the rest were all shocked by Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. They felt as though they could never catch up to the two of them and their brilliance. Many people in the Dawn Road felt proud of Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. It looked like Ning Huang's death in Jinxiao City hadn't been by chance. If he could live to see the sight now, he would probably not have forced Yi Futian's hand in the Holy Road. Hua Jieyu watched the battlefield quietly. She had more confidence in Yi Futian than anyone else. From way back when they knew each other in the Qingzhou Academy to the Nandu Nation and the Eastern Barren Territory, there was no one who did not know Yi Futian's name. The Barren State would be no different. The wind billowed and rustled across the battlefield desolately. On the sky stairwell, the elder opened his mouth and declared, "Let the battles continue." As his voice landed, it became exceptionally quiet outside the battlefield and the silence permeated the air. Everyone was controlling themselves, their gazes all focused on the battlefield and anticipating the battles for the top 10. In the battlefield, many people started to look at others, observing their every move. Now, each of them would have to consider who they wanted to pick as an opponent. As the wind rushed past, two figures moved at the same time and descended on the battlefield like flashes of lightning. So fast, the two combatants for the first battle have already appeared, the crowd thought as they focused their gaze on the battlefield. It was the genius of the Shimin clan, Shimin Yin. The Shimin clan had great expectations for him. Today, many of his elders had personally come to watch the battles. Shimin Yin was indeed strong, and he had proven himself in his previous battles. However, his expression now was especially grim as he stared down the opponent who had stepped into the battlefield with him. Anyone would be nervous when facing him. It was a young and handsome man, distinguished and elegant. He resembled his brother a little, and there were rumors that his potential was not inferior to his brother. He would likely be an influential figure on the Barren Sky ranking in the future. He was only a grade 8 noble, the lowest apart from Yi Futian and Yu Sheng in the battlefield. That was because he was younger than most of them. He was Bai Zhe from the White Cloud City. Nobody had expected him to be the first to step out. The contestant that had been reputed to have the ability to enter the top 3 was the first to appear in the battle platform. Unlike Shimin Yan's serious expression, Bai Zhe was very relaxed and did not show many emotions. It was like he was doing an insignificant thing. He did not care who his opponent was, because no matter who it was, there would only be one outcome. Shimin Yin was no different. The wind on the battlefield started to get more and more vigorous, and it started to pick up around Shimin Yan's body. At the same time, brilliant silver rays appeared in the air and transformed into flying daggers. The flying daggers made shrill roaring sounds, and a terrifying broadsword will was infused in them. What was even more horrifying was that the flying daggers had become part of the storm while the storm was rampaging and revolving, as if the silver storm could destroy the entire battlefield on Shimin Yan's whim. Blade storm. The crowd felt the destructive might and was stunned. However, within the terrifying storm, Bai Zhe stood there calmly. The wind billowed at his shirt and made crackling sounds, and his shirt was in shreds under the sharp broadsword will, but Bai Zhe's expression did not change. It was like he did not feel anything. At that moment, Bai Zhe's eyes became exceptionally demonic and turned gray. In the next second, a formidable spiritual will surrounded the entire area and rushed into Shimin Yan's brain. Shimin Yan felt like his entire world had turned gray and an immense pressure was crushing down on him. His cultivation level was higher than Bai Zhe's, so his spiritual energy should have been stronger. However, he was being suppressed by his opponent's spiritual energy because Bai Zhe's spiritual energy was different from others. This was Shimin Yan's first time battling with an expert from the White Cloud City. In an instant, he understood how scary it was. The White Cloud City's strongest legacy, the Eye of Devastation, a spirit elementalist. Yi Futian watched the two of them battle and understood that an Eye Spell Expert's foundation was a spirit elementalist. Spirit elementalists specialized in different abilities and were the most mysterious and tricky sorcerers to deal with, especially those that specialized in special abilities. They were often ridiculously strong. Futian had long heard of the White Cloud City, especially his third brother's defeat at the hands of the young city lord Bai Luli. He was observing Bai Zai's battle, and Bai Zai had not used such a dominant ice spell in his previous battles. Using his freedom meditation, he saw a gray world. That was the noble zone that was created by the spiritual energy of the ice spell that had suppressed Shimin Yin. Die? Shimin Yin roared, as he tried to control his spiritual energy and stabilize it. As he reached his limit, the storm fired countless blades at Bai Zai. However, spirit elementalists had always been able to counter sorcerers. Shimin Yan's offensive abilities appeared to have been weakened drastically as an invisible gray hand appeared from the horrifying gray world and crushed down upon the storm. Immediately, the storm became chaotic and the daggers flew around uncontrollably. Corporeal spiritual energy. Futian was astounded as he exerted his freedom meditation. He could feel everything that was happening. The blade storm was revolving rapidly, but none of the attacks were able to reach Bai Zai. Although they scraped past him, he stood in the eye of the storm calmly and did not move. "You're still a long way away," Bai Zai casually said. The flying daggers that Shimin Yin had materialized flew backward and pierced Shimin Yin. In an instant, Shimin Yan's body flew backward and he fell on the ground, drenched in his blood. The horrific spiritual will suppression disappeared, and Shimin Yin looked like he was at a loss. He had fought his way into the top 20, but he was still unable to withstand a single blow. Countless gazes froze. They had expected the outcome of the battle and knew that Bai Zai was the definite winner, but they had not expected him to obtain victory in such a dominating fashion. Shimin Yin, who had fought his way into the top 20, was not even worthy of being his opponent. This caused many people to think of the glorious figures of the White Cloud City. The White Cloud Lord, 4th on the Barren Sky ranking, and Bai Luli, 10th on the Barren Sky ranking. This was a frightening clan that was making its way to the apex of the barren state. In the direction of the Holy Ji Palace, Bai Luli watched the battle calmly. He knew Bai Zai's strength, so it no surprise for him to defeat Shimin Yin. In the battlefield, there were only 1 or 2 people who had the right to be Bai Zai's opponent. Chapter 565. The first battle's result truly shocked everyone. But when the 2 for the second battle walked out, everyone forgot about those thoughts. They refocused on the battlefield. As expected, everyone who stepped out today was able to shake their hearts. It was Su Ke of the Tingxue house against Nan Hao of the Nantian house. The first battle's result truly shocked everyone. But when the 2 for the second battle walked out, everyone forgot about those thoughts. They refocused on the battlefield. As expected, everyone who stepped out today was able to shake their hearts. It was Su Ke of the Tingxue house against Nan Hao of the Nantian house. The heir of the Tingxue house's fatal sword god would battle with the descendant of the Nantian house's silver spear. This kind of battle was practically impossible to see in everyday life. However, every round on this stage was at this level. How could the audience not be shaken? This was probably the attraction of the Holy Ji Palace's triennial test. Su Ke's expression was lazy, as if he didn't care at all. But as the heir of the fatal sword god, his focus was indisputable. If one was fooled by his appearance, the consequences would be ugly. Thus, the moment Nan Hao stepped onto the battleground, he trained his eyes on Su Quebec. He was like a silver spear going directly forward. On the battlefield, murderous intent bloomed instantly. Murderous sword will transformed into a windstorm of murderous aura. It fluttered Nan Hao's clothing. He stood there and felt the extremely murderous sword will ravage above him. He reached out and a dazzling silver spear appeared in Nan Hao's hand. He released his life spirit and a horrible spear that pierced the sky appeared. This spear shone brilliantly and floated upward. Countless spear shadows appeared, pointed towards Su Quebec faced with an opponent like Su Ke. Even someone like Nan Hao didn't dare to go easy. Everyone in the barren state knew how dangerous the fatal sword god was. All the murderous intent transformed into sword spiritual chi. Whistling, it rushed towards Nan Hao. The silver spear behind Nan Hao shook and countless spear images exploded. Beams of silver light shot out, going straight towards Quebec. Every beam of silver light seemed to be a true spear. Their sharpness couldn't be stopped. The air popped scarily, ripping apart the murderous sword's spiritual chi. Charging towards Quebec, Suke moved. He transformed into a blurry shadow as countless deadly spiritual chi gathered on his sword. A beam of sword light flew out and some silver light in the sky split apart. It had been cut apart. However, before everyone could see clearly, a sword came from another direction to continue cutting apart the silver light. Under everyone's shocked scrutiny, the endless silver light seemed to be ripped apart at once. No one knew how many fast Suke's swords had been or how many swords he'd used. They only saw that sword essence appear behind and how now. That was the sword of the fatal sword god. It split the sky with one strike. No one could describe how magnificent it was. Futian also stared at the sword. Most people thought that Suke had used many swords, but he saw clearly that Suke had only used one. This sword had been used flowingly like water, moving according to his body and landing directly before Nan Hao. Futian thought about how he would block that kind of attack. Silver light flashed past Nan Hao's eyes. He stabbed his spear out without any hesitation. Ding! With a crisp sound, the shocking sword shadow finally stopped. Everyone saw that the sword had reached Nan Hao's throat, but the spear had stopped it. The spear's tip hit the sword's tip. It wasn't even a millimeter off. Everyone looked at Nan Hao's silver eyes. It was rumored that the Nantian house trained the eye before learning the spear. One needed extremely strong observation skills. Their spear skills had to be faster, crueler, and more accurate to be cultivated to the extreme. The moment the sword and spear clashed, horrible fatal sword spiritual chi flared crazily. There was also a terribly sharp spear aura. They formed two formless light shields in the middle. But just then, Nan Hao's life spirit shone brilliantly. He stepped forward, and his spear continued forward. A gust of world-ending sharpness burst from the spear. There was a piercing sound. Everyone saw the spear's tip flash blindingly. The sword was crumbling. The god-killing spear technique could destroy everything. The moment the sword began collapsing, wind blew past. The spear seemed to stab directly into Suke's throat. His body shattered and scattered with the wind. It was only an afterimage. The sense of danger seized Nan Hao. His eyes shone with silver light. Without hesitation, he swept his spear horizontally. On the side, Suke rematerialized. He wasn't holding his sword anymore, but he seemed to be gripping beams of murderous sword will. Suke's sword was used to kill. He never used techniques that would just clash with the other's weapon. A horrible sword windstorm rose up around Nan Hao. It even created a murderous tornado that wrapped around him. Everyone saw Nan Hao stab his spear forward. Each thrust was shocking, powerful, and fast. But the observers from the Nantian house grew even more serious. Nan Hao's techniques now were growing faster and harsher. This meant that he was under even stronger defensive pressure. Replacing defense with offense, Nan Hao was still in a dangerous environment. Futian stared at this battle. He discovered that Suke was using the sword will and spell techniques around him. He rarely used his sword, but it was extremely dangerous whenever he did. As if his every strike could kill, it really made one produce cold sweat. So even though he didn't use his sword much, Nan Hao was still forced to attack wildly in this dangerous high-pressure state. So this is the fatal sword god? Futian thought. Suke's sword was completely different from Yinjiu and Yiwuchen. It didn't seem as mighty or domineering as Nan Hao's spear. However, Suke felt more dangerous than Yinjiu to Futian. In this kind of battle, Nan Hao will lose with the slightest misstep, unless he can defeat Suke, many people thought. The battle lasted for a long time. No one knew how many times Nan Hao had thrust his spear. But in the end, when all the dust settled, Suke was beside him and a drop of blood fell from Nan Hao's throat. There was a streak of blood. If Suke had pushed his sword in a bit deeper, Nan Hao would have died on the spot. "I've learned much," Nan Hao said. This battle had been suffocating for him. He was always fighting while being repressed and couldn't fight freely at all. However, he'd also learned a lot. He had to think about how to improve his spear techniques when he went back. Then he wouldn't be so passive while fighting against people like Quebec. Suke won this round. His sword, patience, and grasp on timing were all shocking. The fatal sword god of the Tingxue house was ninth on the Barren Sky ranking and was first of the top for swordsmen. Now, people had an idea why. His sword might not be as strong as Yin Wuji's, but his danger was unmatchable. Many people imagined what a battle between Su Ke and Yinzhu would be like. If Yinzhu could fight into the top 10 this round, they might be able to see a fight between the heirs of the Barren State's top 2 swordsmen. The battle continued. The third fight was between Yuan Zhan and Zhong Li. As before, they were both strong. Yuan Zhan was physically huge with a burly body. This giant body seemed to be made of gold. His every step shook the battlefield, making people feel pressured. He wasn't the strongest here, but he definitely gave off the biggest pressure. However, Zhong Li's eyes didn't change. He was the strongest cultivator from the separation road. He was frighteningly calm. Boom! Dazzling golden light flared outward. Rings of golden light appeared around Zhong Li. He was also best at the domineering gold elemental power. The light curtain around him seemed to be covered in ancient characters. He activated his life spirit, a huge golden tripod. It spun in the air and more golden runes flowed out. There seemed to be walls of golden runes around him. Thud! Yuan Zhan stepped out. The ground shook when this golden body walked. He lifted a palm and slapped this giant golden ape hand down towards the wall of runes. The sound of metal clashing spread out. The wall of runes shook and countless runes flashed. However, the wall wasn't shattered. Such strong defense, everyone thought. Yuan Zhan was the beastly golden ape. He had explosive power. Probably only Qi Ming could rival his strength. Zhong Li obviously had to defend himself. Roar! The roar spread through the sky. Yuan Zhan's body seemed to enlarge. The huge golden palm continued hitting down. Following the continuous booms, the wall of runes started cracking. However, Zhong Li's eyes were still sharp. He stared at Yuan Zhan. "Is that the extent of your power?" As soon as he spoke, a sound came from the tripod. His life spirit tripod shone with the blinding light of the runes. It instantly protected Zhong Li. When Yuan Zhan's next palm arrived, the tripod's sound shook the world. The horrible light of runes swept outward. It crashed against Yuan Zhan's body, driving the huge body back. Zhong Li stepped forward. All the golden spiritual qi in the world gathered towards him. The gold curtain of light flashed. He sped up abruptly and punched at Yuan Zhan. The other wasn't intimidated, naturally, and engaged him. The image of a huge golden tripod appeared above Zhong Li's fist. Gold wind ravaged, actually forcing Yuan Zhan back with this terrible punch. The true qi of the 9 tripods. Everyone stared at Zhong Li. This was a technique of martial arts that was unique to the Zhong family. It fit perfectly with the life spirit of the Zhong family's heir. Yuan Zhan stopped. He stretched out a hand, and a golden staff appeared in his grip. Shaking his arm, he stepped out. A horrible golden windstorm gathered around his staff, creating a very domineering aura. Was this the 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques of the Ape Clan? Zhong Li didn't retreat at all. He activated the true qi of the 9 tripods to the extreme. Rings of golden light curtains swept out. He walked in the air and brought his hand down. The huge tripod pressed down immediately, but Yuan Zhan's golden staff crashed down angrily, shattering the tripod. Zhong Li's expression didn't change. Even more terrifying martial arts true qi was born. His life spirit flashed with endless light. He punched forward continuously. Every fist contained the image of tripods. Countless tripods pressed down from the sky. Yuan Zhan twirled his staff. The 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques destroyed everything, pulverizing the incoming tripods. He walked forward while attacking, charging towards Zhong Li. The tripods kept shattering. The walls of golden runes shattered too. Seeing that the opponent was approaching, Zhong Li huffed. His life spirit flew out. Instantly, 9 true tripods appeared above Yuan Zhan's head. Ancient runes seemed to be carved on the bottoms. They surrounded Yuan Zhan's large body. Yuan Zhan's staff continued twirling, but Zhong Li didn't stop while attacking with his life spirit. Thousands of tripods shot toward Yuan Zhan at once. Yuan Zhan was trapped, so he could only defend himself wildly. Can Yuan Zhan defend himself? Everyone thought. Zhongli had cultivated his 9 tripods to such a terrifying extent. Yuan Zhan was from the Golden Ape clan and was naturally stronger. Zhongli could only attack wildly. If he lost this round, Yuan Zhan could still defeat Zhongli with his strength. But if Yuan Zhan couldn't defend himself, he would lose. Golden light in the sky slashed down. Every tripod contained immense power. At that time, Yuan Zhan stomped down. Huge power fell on his body, making the golden light flash even more brightly. The staff shadows that filled the sky condensed into one staff that split downward. Clang. The life spirit tripod clanged and actually flew out. The many tripod images before him crumbled too. With the horrible tide of qi, Zhongli's attacks fell apart. Boom. With the huge sound, Yuan Zhan stepped forward again. His might even stronger, he attacked a second time. Clang. The life spirit was driven back. Blood spurted from Zhongli's mouth. The wall of runes was pulverized and the powerful might kept him from standing steadily. But Yuan Zhan kept walking forward. His might was still growing stronger. He was unshakable like a golden ape god that had descended into the world. Such aggressive staff techniques. Everyone's hearts trembled. Yuan Zhan had actually fought back instead of defending himself. This isn't the 81 heavenly staff techniques. The big figures in the Holy Ji Palace were impressed. This seemed to be a stronger version of the 81 heavenly staff techniques. When the third strike flew out, Zhongli used all his energy to maintain the true qi of the 9 tripods, but there was no suspense. He flew out and fell in the distance. It looks like Futian's staff techniques. For those who'd seen Futian fight, their eyes flashed. Many people in the Dawn Road and Divine Sky City had seen this staff technique before. How come Yuan Zhan knew it too? In fact, this suited Yuan Zhan more as if it belonged to him. Had Futian and Yuan Zhan become friends because of this? When the ape clan of Mount Taixing saw Yuan Zhan use the 9 heavenly attacks, their huge eyes shone with gold light. He was so powerful. Yuan Zhan's father's heart trembled. This must be the staff technique that the ape emperor had created. Yuan Zhan had taken one of the top 10 spots. Chapter 566. After Yuan Zhan defeated Zhongli, Xiao Juni stepped onto the battlefield. No one else stepped out, so he received the rare chance to pick his own opponent. He chose Gue Chun of the ancient shaman clan. He'd come from the withered road. After Yuan Zhan defeated Zhongli, Xiao Juni stepped onto the battlefield. No one else stepped out, so he received the rare chance to pick his own opponent. He chose Gue Chun of the ancient shaman clan. He'd come from the withered road. Gue Chun was very thin and pretty handsome. However, he gave off a cold and eerie feeling. He seemed very interested in Phoenix, who'd also come from the withered road. His eyes were always on Phoenix. When he stepped onto the battlefield, his eyes grew even colder as he stared at Xiao Junyi. The people who got to choose their opponents would naturally choose the weakest one. Did Xiao Junyi think he was the weakest on the battlefield? Many people were confused as to why Xiao Junyi had chosen Gue Chun. This eerie guy with mysterious power felt dangerous. He couldn't be the weakest. You will die tragically. Gue Chen's lips curled into a cold smirk. Xiao Junyi was calm when he heard this. The moment he stepped onto the battlefield, his handsome features seemed to be as calm as still water. It was as if nothing could move him. He was calm to the extreme, making others feel that he was cold and emotionless. Those from the Dawn Road obviously knew how dangerous Xiao Junyi was. He wasn't just cold, he was cold-blooded. However, one couldn't see that from his handsome features. Ignoring Gue Chen's words, Xiao Junyi produced a bamboo flute. He put it to his lips and began playing. His clothing danced in the wind. With his handsome features and figure, he was like a gentleman. Strands of formless spiritual power seeped into Gue Chen's mind along with the music. They transformed into strands of deathly black air currents that corroded Gue Chen's spiritual energy. Gue Chen's face darkened, making his face seem even eerier. His opponent seemed skilled in dark energy, just like him. Green flames appeared in his spiritual energy. Like will-o-wisps, they seeped into the dark air currents, making the dark air currents jump around. At the same time, there were rustles. Vines curled towards Xiao Junyi. They weren't green and had a strange color. There seemed to be thorns on the vines, making them look like poisonous snakes. They loomed over Xiao Junyi, about to bury him in them. What kind of wood elemental power is this? The ancient shaman clan specializes in evil elemental power. This isn't pure wood elemental power. If the opponent is tangled in it, he'll probably lose his combat ability instantly. Everyone focused on the battlefield. The vines had transformed into cobras that covered the sky, blocking Xiao Junyi's exits. However, he seemed to not feel anything at all. He continued to play his flute. Shreds of black air currents flowed around him, covering his body like a black fog. When the cobra-like vines curled towards him, they instantly turned black. They wilted and turned to dust. Such powerful spiritual chi of death. He must have a lot of blood on his hands to cultivate it to this level. The big figures from the Holy Ji Palace looked at Xiao Junyi. Very few people cultivated the spiritual chi of death. Those who did were known as necromancers. They weren't accepted by the mainstream cultivation world because one must deal with dead people to cultivate it. There was a very terrifying necromancer in the barren state. Many people didn't dare to anger him, the dark sage. Gue Chun furrowed his brows. His cultivation power was just as evil, but Xiao Junyi's spiritual power of death had repressed it. Even though Gue Chin's power was evil, it still contained vitality. Xiao Junyi's could kill everything. Boom! Fire burst forth. The vines that continued towards Xiao Junyi were set on fire. Wood and fire elemental power could never exist in harmony. Wood must burn in the face of fire. However, Gue Chun put fire elemental power on his wood elemental spell, instantly creating will-o-wisps in the sky. Colorful air currents flowed out towards Xiao Junyi. Xiao Junyi continued playing his flute. The black air currents beside him grew stronger. It was like various black snakes dancing and wrapping around him. When the endless black currents flowed, all the spiritual chi in the world seemed to turn into spiritual chi of death. The fire arrived and extinguished. No spiritual chi existed with the death chi, so the spells would obviously extinguish. Xiao Junyi started walking. He stepped forward while playing his flute. The spiritual chi of death continued flowing crazily around him. All spells in its path died away. He walked out of the territory of spells and towards Gue Chan. He walked lightly and slowly as if he was just strolling. However, the observers all felt chills go down their spines. The dark air currents transformed into black cobras and then into black dragons. They galloped across the sky, covering the sun. The song was like an orchestra of death. Gue Chun was completely restrained. Behind him, a terrifying black shadow appeared, along with a huge image. Evil currents flowed through, transforming into a huge and frightening print. It was like a rune of the ancient shaman sect. It's the curse of the ancient shaman sect. Light flashed past the eyes of the strong cultivators of the Holy Ji Palace. The image grew bigger and bigger. Destructive power flowed into it. Gue Chun waved his hand, and the curse flew towards Xiao Junyi. The black dragon around Xiao Junyi roared. Endless dark currents passed through the curse, darkening it as well. The next moment, it dissipated to nothing. Gue Chin's face turned white instantly. Shreds of black appeared under his pallor. It felt as if his entire body was taken over by the spiritual chi of death. His vitality was weakening. "I surrender," Gue Chun uttered with difficulty. If he didn't surrender, he would die. Xiao Junyi would really kill him. Such a terrifying guy. Many hearts trembled. Xiao Junyi's abilities displayed in this battle were truly frightening. Yi Futian felt that Xiao Junyi had become stronger since the Holy Road. This must have had something to do with his killing on the Holy Road. Too many people had died in his hands and were turned into dead spirits. "Are you the heir of the Dark Sage?" someone from the Holy Ji Palace asked. "Yes," Xiao Junyi replied, bowing. Without displaying his abilities, he was polite like a gentleman. "I heard you killed many people on the Holy Road." The voice was cold. "Murderous abilities are devoid of humanity, and yet you cultivate this. Do you know your sin?" Xiao Junyi looked up at the strong cultivator of the Holy Ji Palace. He still had no emotions. "If you believe that I have sinned, then does the Holy Ji Palace know about its own sins?" "How dare you!" the strong cultivation roared. Xiao Junyi wasn't intimidated at all. He continued looking up at the other and said smoothly, I traveled the Holy Road and did everything according to the rules of the Holy Ji Palace. You opened the Holy Road, allowing strong cultivators from all over the barren state to come and steal the Hoi badges and relics. There was endless fighting. Who here on this battlefield can say that they have no blood on their hands? Do you think that killing 100 people is a sin, but killing 10 people isn't? If I have sinned, then what about the Holy Ji Palace who set this rule? The strong cultivator stared coldly at Xiao Junyi, unable to refute his words. Continue, another strong cultivator said. The elder on the stairs nodded. You two go back. The battle continues. Xiao Junyi was right. Everything followed the rules. If Xiao Junyi was a sinner, then what about the Holy Ji Palace who had set the rules? It was like slapping one's own face. Clearly, Guichen hadn't been chosen. It wasn't because he wasn't strong enough. The Holy Ji Palace just didn't want him as a disciple. Xiao Junyi turned and left the battlefield calmly. He knew that the Holy Ji Palace couldn't do anything to him. They were a group of fake people. The figures came out at almost the same time. Many people froze. Their eyes fell upon the youth in elegant clothing, Huang Jioge of the sovereign family. Then they looked to the person standing before them, wondering who this unlucky fatty was. He actually ran into Huang Jioge. Xiaoshi was also annoyed. His opponent was quite strong. Huang Jioge was probably the strongest of this batch. Many saw him as one of the top 3. The Emperor Vine's life spirit bloomed. A huge emperor-like tree appeared. Endless golden vines spread out, covering the sky and growing crazily. Rustles sounded. The frightening golden vines dropped down, shooting towards Huang Jioge like bolts of lightning. Sovereign spiritual qi emerged from Huang Jioge. It seemed as if he was covered in royal armor. Various sovereign swords appeared. Huang Jioge pointed in the air, and the swords burst forward. They easily cut apart the golden vines. However, they regrew as soon as they were cut apart. More and more vines appeared, locking Huang Jioge's body. More vines shot forward like endless golden spears that wanted to bury Huang Jioge here. The sovereign swords cut frantically, but chopping the vines seemed to make them grow faster. They grew like weeds. Huang Jioge roared and the sword shot forward. However, the golden vines formed a wall of trees. The sovereign swords buried into it but disappeared. Xiaoshi couldn't even be seen. The wildly growing vines absorbed so much spiritual qi and filled the battlefield. Some vines wrapped around Huang Jioge's legs. The thorns tried to pierce him but couldn't get through the royal armor, so they just wrapped around his body, burying him. Boom! With a loud sound, the vines exploded. Huang Jioge's body shone brilliantly like the descendant of a true god. A shadow appeared behind him. It was like a god descending from heaven. This figure emanated with such terrifying pressure. At the same time, a sword appeared. It seemed to be undefeatable. Huang Jioge wasn't only a swordsman. He had a sword as a life spirit, but instead of one, he had 3 life spirits. The sovereign family who'd always called themselves the descendants of Renhuang had 3 life spirits: the Renhuang body, Renhuang sword, and Renhuang bow. Chapter 567. Huang Jioge was buried by the Emperor's vine attack and he was infuriated, causing him to release his life spirit. A commanding sovereign aura circulated around Huang Jioge. He held the Renhuang sword in his hand and swung it with both hands. The Renhuang sword spewed out terrifying flames, shattering the oncoming vines. Huang Jioge was buried by the Emperor's vine attack and he was infuriated, causing him to release his life spirit. A commanding sovereign aura circulated around Huang Jioge. He held the Renhuang sword in his hand and swung it with both hands. The Renhuang sword spewed out terrifying flames, shattering the oncoming vines. Go! Huang Jioge's palm struck the Renhuang sword and in an instant, the Renhuang sword transformed into a ray of light that slashed forward, crushing the countless golden vines in its path. Wherever the Renhuang sword passed by, it would reduce to nothingness. The destructive power even caused the vines to be unable to regenerate. Xiaoshi naturally felt the killing intent from the Renhuang sword rushing straight towards him. His fat body bounced away, and the Renhuang sword glided past and struck the ancient tree, slicing it in half and destroying it. However, the ancient tree regenerated at a rapid speed. The wood element's ability was strong regenerative ability that could not be eradicated. The Runhuang's sword transformed into a flash of lightning and continued to rush towards Yishaoshi. The life spirit could connect with Huang Juiz's thoughts, so even after it had left his body, it could continue attacking. Yishaoshi raised his arm and fought back. In an instant, the golden vines that had shot forth from his hand formed a sturdy barrier, entangling the Runhuang's sword. Although the vines were continually shredded, they diminished the forward force of the Runhuang's sword, causing it to come to a stop and howl on the spot. However, Yishaoshi felt another dangerous aura, like he had been locked on. As his thoughts gushed, he saw the Runhuang bow appear among the vines below. Huang Jioge pulled the bow open and 9 arrows flew through the air at the same time, piercing through the countless vines. The 9 killing arrows flew in a straight arc towards him. Yishaoshi wanted to shout profanities, but he had no time to think. His vines dragged his body back, and his round body bounced. The arrows flew towards him, and Yishaoshi's body rolled around in the air. Before he was out of danger, another threatening aura descended yet again, and in the next moment, there was a dazzling light headed straight for him. I give up. Yishaoshi's speed increased, and he escaped rapidly. The arrows fired through where he had just been. If he had been just a second slower, he would have been shot down from the air. The vines in the area disappeared, and where Huang Jioge stood, the 3 life spirits floated there, shining brilliantly. What strong life spirits! The crowd observed Huang Jioge's 3 life spirits and were stunned. The name Runhuang was merely given by the sovereign family, and their cultivation techniques were all named after the emperor. Many people felt that the clan was overly arrogant and dared to refer to themselves as the descendants of Runhuang, but they had to agree that the sovereign family's experts were indeed strong. That's being too much of a bully. Yishaoshi was dejected as he landed on the ground. The bastard actually had 3 life spirits. As he saw how arrogant Huang Jioge was, he really wanted to beat him up. Yishaoshi, are you willing to enter my department to cultivate? At that moment, there were multiple people who opened their mouths to invite Yishaoshi. Yishaoshi raised his head in the direction of the Holy Ji Palace, then scratched his head, smiled humbly and asked, Can I discuss it with my second sister first and come to a decision later? The Holy Ji Palace's experts looked towards Zhuge Mingyue, then smiled and nodded. This little fellow was really sly. The 2 of you, step down, the expert on the sky stairwell said, and Huang Jioge and Yishaoshi stepped out of the battlefield. Next, there were only 10 people remaining and 5 slots for the top 10. In the 6th battle, Zhuge Xing and Zi Yin from the Thunder Courtyard stepped out. The both of them cultivated in the Thunder element, as the Zhuge clan and the Zhongzhou city's Thunder Courtyard were clans that specialized in using thunder. It would naturally be a violent match. The match would end in Zhuge Xing's victory over the grade 6 noble Zi Yin, with his outburst of horrifying combat ability. Although Zi Yin was the genius of the Thunder Courtyard, his potential was not the highest among his peers. He was only able to fight his way into the top 20 because of his strength, but that was only because of his cultivation level advantage. When he stepped into the Holy Road, he was already at the pinnacle of a grade 7 noble, then broken through his cultivation level again in the Holy Road. So it was only normal for him to lose to Zhuge Xing. In the 7th battle, the mysterious expert from the Frost Road, Huang, also defeated Yang Jian, causing many people to be surprised. Huang had also exhibited dominant strength in the battle. In the 8th battle, the beautiful phoenix from the Immortal Village defeated the grade 6 noble Li Xing, fighting into the top 10 as a dark horse. The undying old man's successor phoenix was the most beautiful lady in the Immortal Village. She had outstanding potential and ravishing beauty. Her life spirit was the divine bird, the phoenix. It was an undying bird coated in flames, had strong regenerative ability, and excelled in the wood element's life ability. In the battle, there were many influential figures in the Holy Ji Palace who were attracted by her abilities and wanted to take her in under their department. After the battle, there were only 4 people left in the battlefield: Yi Futian, Yu Shang, Qi Ming, and Yanjiu. This made many people curious. Although Yi Futian and Yu Shang had exhibited amazing potential and battle ability, why were they this composed? They had not taken the initiative to challenge someone and were still on the battlefield. Now, Unless the two of them were to challenge each other, their opponents would be Yin Jiao from the Sword Saint Villa and the Demon God clan's Qi Ming. However they looked at it, it was hard for them to win. At that moment, the four of them did not move. Now that it had come down to the four of them, they were in no hurry. Yin Jiao and Qi Ming were also not in a hurry. They knew that Yi Futian would not battle with Yu Shang, so it was up to them to select an opponent each. Who do you want to pick? Yin Jiao looked towards Qi Ming and asked. The rules did not prohibit them from conversing. I choose him. Qi Ming looked at Yu Shang. Yu Shang had previously defeated Qi Kuang. I had the same thought too. Yin Jiao smiled and said, since that's the case, I'll go first. After saying that, he stepped out into the battle arena, but his gaze was on Yi Futian. He was waiting for Yi Futian to walk out himself. He had finally found a chance to battle with Yi Futian. Get the fuck out here, Yin Jiao said nonchalantly and officially challenged Yi Futian. Yi Futian stepped forward and into the battle arena. Your strength surprised me, but this is as far as you go, Yin Jiao looked at Yi Futian and said. This person that had dared to snatch his relic in the Holy Road really gave him a huge surprise. Defeating Bing Yi, Xie and getting stronger as his opponents did. However, this battle would spell the end of Yi Futian's journey. As his voice landed, sword wills manifested in the air and moved in tandem with his arm, the sword qi circulating around his arm. Yi Futian could defeat Bing Yi and Xie and could counter their spells, causing them to be unable to crush him while he attacked them at close range. However, he was different. He was a strong swordsman and did not have weaknesses like Bing Yi and Xie did, so he would naturally not give Yi Futian any chance to get near him. He would use Yi Futian as his stepping stone to enter the top 10, and if he had the chance, he would not mind getting revenge for Yin Nan. After he had entered the top 10, he would challenge Su Ke to end off the fight between swordsmen. As far as I go? Yi Futian smiled indifferently. Feeling the enveloping sword will, starry light started to circulate around his body. The sage will assimilated into the starry light, transforming into an imposing starry veil, covering his body and resisting the oncoming sword wills. Following that, a brilliant golden light burst forth and a rock shadow appeared behind Yi Futian radiantly. Yi Futian's entire body appeared to be submerged in the rock's shadow. His body became like the rock's body, and his eyes had an arrogant golden glow in them. Boom! As the vicious winds blew, the rock wings let out a brilliant light and Yi Futian's body floated in the air, surrounded by a wind spell. There were flashes of lightning that fired past, and in that instant, he had already used multiple elemental abilities. Using his freedom meditation, he could see everything clearly at that moment, and every sword will appear to be in his perception. Yin Jiao specialized in the swords of light and darkness, so Yi Futian would naturally be careful. Countless gazes landed on Yi Futian. At that moment, the handsome teen was exceptionally dazzling. Sensing the sword will flowing in the air, Yi Futian looked at Yin Jiao and questioned him casually, "Are you even worthy?" As his voice landed, lightning appeared at Yi Futian's feet as he burst forward with his thundering illusion step, causing his body to disappear in an instant. The wind was rampaging in the battlefield, and the lower noble plane cultivators could not even see Yi Futian's body with their eyes. He was too fast. Had Yi Futian only shown the limit of his speed now? Yin Jiao's expression paled slightly, like he had felt something. His finger pressed down upon the air in front of him, without hesitation, and the countless sword qi concentrated at the direction of his finger and slashed forward. In the next moment, he saw a flash of light descending and a palm crushed down. The golden palm gave off a dominant feeling, and the sword qi were shattered in an instant without impeding the movement of the palm. Bang! With a huge sound, the palm landed, yet it appeared to have landed on a sword veil, causing it to be crushed to pieces. The overbearing palm similarly sent Yin Jiao flying all the way to the edge of the battlefield, the protective sword veil around his body decimated by the palm print. The sudden unexpected scene caused many of the crowd to freeze. Did Yi Futian just knock Yin Jiao back with just one strike? His speed and the strength in his overbearing strike was too horrifying. Yi Futian had probably not even reached his limit when he had defeated Xie. Yin Jiao's gaze also focused on him. He could feel a stinging sensation in his chest. Only he knew how much strength was concentrated in that palm. Raising his head, Yin Jiao stared at Yi Futian, and sword chi filled the skies in an instant. Behind him, 9 swords flew out at the same time, and the sword chi ravaged the heavens. Yin Jiao was infuriated. Angry? Yi Futian looked calmly at Yin Jiao and continued coolly, "The outcome will still be the same." Chapter 568. Yin Jiao's eyes seemed to be filled with swords. In his eyes, there were only many blades of light. Yin Jiao's eyes seemed to be filled with swords. In his eyes, there were only many blades of light. The outcome will still be the same? Of course, it would be the same. How is it possible for Yi Futian to defeat him? The flow of sword will seem to have slowed down, but the murderous aura only grew stronger. The 9 swords behind Yin Jiao clanked, and his body also turned into a sword. Unleashing a sword technique with his hands, he shouted coldly, "Attack!" Right away, the sword chi that had filled the sky poured towards Yi Futian. Even more terrifyingly, there was a dazzling sword among the endless sword chi. The sword looked like a beam of light and vanished from its original spot within a flash. It was precisely the sword of light. At the moment, Yi Futian was sensing his surrounding with his spiritual energy. Every single strand of sword chi was displayed clearly in his mind. Then, an extremely cold aura was released from his body. With his spiritual energy, he controlled the water elemental spiritual chi in the entire arena. Many water droplets appeared, after which they turned into fog and ice. It was awfully cold. Around Yi Futian, a region of light appeared, within which there was a moon. That was one of his life spirits. Saints will had been fused into the life spirit, causing the surrounding to become even chillier. There were 3 beams of divine light contained in the saints will from the martial arts battlefield. They contained the stars, the sun, and the moon, which corresponded respectively to the element of earth, the flares of the sun, and the waters of the moon. From the chief of Bright Moon School, Yi Futian had obtained the shadow scripture. At the moment, all the swords in the sky seemed to be covered with frost. Most of the sword chi was frozen in midair directly, but some of them continued forward, albeit at a much slower speed. Suppressed by the powers of the moon, they were all covered with frost. Suddenly, Yi Futian started walking in the air and actually stepped towards the incoming sword of light before him. He activated the thundering illusion step, and his golden wings vibrated out of a sudden. Just like an actual rock, he made a brilliant arc in the sky and passed beside the sword of light. The extremely fast blade of light was, however, dodged by him easily. It could not even slow him down, not to mention killing him. The golden rock-like figure flew in the air and approached Yin Jiao at an astonishing speed. However, only coldness flashed across Yin Jiao's eyes as many swords of darkness struck out. Freeze. Yi Futian cast a spell directly with his spiritual energy. The ice elemental spell immediately engulfed the hidden sword chi. Without even looking at Yin Jiao's attack, he flapped his wings and soared upwards into the sky, after which he continued his advance towards his opponent. Everyone only felt that his action was extremely elegant. Only when the swords of darkness exploded behind Yi Futian, they realized that Yi Futian had made the beautiful arc in the sky to dodge the attack. Yin Jiao's face darkened. This was the first time someone in his generation managed to dodge his swords of light and darkness without much effort. Just then, coldness enveloped his body. It was so freezing that even his blood was stopping, and his brain could not think properly. Swords of sealing! Yin Jiao shouted in anger. The 9 swords swept out one after another, charging towards Yi Futian. They seemed to have formed a simple sword matrix which sealed off Yi Futian's path. "Idiot," someone said suddenly. In the next instant, the swords of sealing were all affected by the frost. A brilliant figure rotated in the air and traced out a perfect arc with extreme speed, passing through the gaps between the 9 swords. Then, the rock-like figure went over the 9 swords and almost reached Yin Jiao's position. The word idiot sounded so ironic. Yin Jiao's ranged attacks were actually totally useless against Yi Futian. They were all rendered ineffective by Yi Futian's ice elemental spells and swift movements. A sharp radiance shot out from Yin Jiao's eyes. Then, he charged into the sky. The thousands of swords around him converged, turning into a single great sword. The sword was heavy and filled with power, as if it was going to crush the incoming Futian. Feeling the pressure from the huge sword, Futian moved his hands. Immediately, two storms appeared in the sky, one filled with metals and the other with stars. The two terrifying storms merged together, forming 100-meter-long starry rod before Futian. The rod was covered with a frightening golden radiance which made it look even heavier. Edgeless great sword, Yinju roared. Holding the hilt of the great sword, he pushed it towards Futian. Sword chi whizzed in the air as the enormous sword fell down, attempting to eliminate Futian who was below. The huge wings of the rock behind Futian flashed. He held the starry rod up with one arm, his body filled with a violent power. In the sky, an astonishing starry radiance appeared, circling around the long rod. Go! Futian struck out the starry rod which soon collided with the falling great sword. The endless sword will flowing around the great sword and the starry radiance circling around the rod collided wildly into each other, producing an ear-piercing sound. To make things grander, the huge sword struck downwards and collided with the sky-shattering rod. At once, an appalling storm was generated at the point of contact. The starry rod was penetrated slowly, sending out wild waves of starry light and golden radiance. At the same time, the terrifying sword was also broken into two and torn apart gradually. Both of them did not show any mercy. With a sharp look, Yinjio continued pushing the broken sword down, while Futian struck the rod upwards. The great sword and the starry rod created violent explosions and were crushed bit by bit. The entire region was filled with a catastrophic force. As the sword and the rod were destroyed, the gap between the two was also closed slowly. Countless people stared at the scene, shocked. Futian was actually fighting head-on with Yinjio. He used aggression against Yinjio's aggression. It was too crazy. Moreover, the two forces in the arena were really horrifying. The two were about to collide with each other. The great sword was crushed and the starry rod was also broken. Then, the two appeared before each other in the destructive storm. Yinjio's look was still cold. Although Futian was strong, he had never thought that he would lose to Futian. He was from Sword Saint Villa and had come to the Holy Ji Palace so that the name of his clan would spread to every corner of the barren state. The swordsmen in Sword Saint Villa were the best. This was only the battle to enter the top 10. How could he lose? How could Futian stop his advance? An infinite amount of sword will circled around Yinjio's hand. His entire arm turned into a sword which penetrated across the storm and struck towards Futian. Opposite him, a brilliant golden radiance bloomed from Futian's body. It looked as if a golden rock was charging towards Yinjio, and also as though many stars were flying towards him. Futian punched forward directly. Golden light glittered as his body was covered with the image of the rock. In his fist, there seemed to be the howls of dragons, the roars of apes, and the radiance of stars. Futian had been cultivating his body-enhancing technique. He had also once rebuilt his meridians and bones with his life spirits. With such a powerful physical body, he would clearly not be afraid of fighting with Yinjio head-on. Bang! Following a loud bang, all the sword chi was crushed. The defense on Futian's first was broken, but Yinjio's body was blown backward. Just when Yinjio was about to fly out of the arena, he roared and pressed his finger behind, stopping his momentum by force. He gave a muffled humph and some blood appeared at the corners of his mouth. In addition, his arm was also shaking gently, and he even felt that his bones were about to break. Countless people were frozen, wildly astonished. If it was only a coincidence that Futian had managed to repel Yinjio for the first time, then how about now? Futian had injured Yinjio. Futian had multiple life spirits and was talented in various elements. Was this dark horse going to continue and enter the top 10? Yinjio closed his eyes. Sword chi flew throughout his body. Then, the sword chi ascended into the air, and all the swords gathered around him. The 9 swords converged into one, and many beams of light flashed in the sky. At this instant, Yinjio's body seemed to have been replaced only by swords. All the sword will in the arena flew towards Yinjio's body, causing an illusory sword to form outside his body. It was as if his entire body was enveloped in the sword. Endless celestial swords. Convergence. This was the strongest strike in the 9 swords of the Celestials. Although Yanjio was far from being able to unleash the full power of the attack, it was still terrifying enough. All the sword will around him seemed to have been drained. The power of the strike would be unimaginable. At the moment, the wings behind Futian were flapping slowly. Suddenly, he ascended into the sky, sketching an elegant curve. Dancing in the air, he created many violent currents. An invisible force was formed in the sky which converged on Futian's body. It included the powers of wind, the element of metal, and the might of stars. As time passed, the force grew in intensity. Gradually, an astounding storm appeared around Futian. At the same time, another starry rod appeared in his hands. Bang! Futian struck the rod towards the sky and space itself vibrated violently. Everyone's heart beat with the strike. Then, the rod continued dancing in the air, and Futian's momentum seemed to be becoming stronger. Bang! Futian struck out the rod again with much force. Many people could feel the power contained in the technique Futian was using. Furthermore, his technique seemed to be similar to the one that Yuan Zhan had been using. When Futian used it, however, it seemed to be stronger and smoother. Clearly, Futian had a better understanding of the technique. Suddenly, below Futian, Yanjio opened his eyes and roared, "Strike!" The countless swords around him had converged into one. Yanjio moved with the sword, as if he was a sword himself. He flew across the sky like a bolt of lightning, or perhaps a meteor, charging towards Futian. The rock-like figure was still ascending and dancing in the air. He reached an extreme height, and the powers of natural gathered wildly around him. Then, following a flash of golden radiance, he dived downwards. A meteor-like rod appeared, and a low rumble was produced. Even the heaven and the earth seemed to be shaking. Boom! A soft collision was produced as an eye-watering radiance erupted in the arena. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the arena started shaking violently. Everyone's heart also shook fiercely with the collision as they stared firmly at the scene before them. In the arena, Yanjio was lying on the ground. He was spitting out blood continuously, severely injured. Raising his head, he could see a figure standing proudly in the sky. The figure's white shirt danced with the wind, and he was covered in a charming, illusory rock. Futian had managed to severely injure Yanjio and was promoted to the top 10. Chapter 569. 569, transformed Yushang. 569 transformed Yushang in his previous battles. Futian had seemed to have taken advantage of the situation. He knew many abilities and could always find a way to suppress his opponent. Therefore, although he was certainly not weak, many people felt that he was not too strong either. This being the case, before the battle began, many people thought that Futian was going to lose. However, he had totally crushed Yanjio in the battle, from the start to the end. Even when Yanjio used his most powerful ability, Futian still managed to defeat him with the most elegant move. After this battle, many people finally realized that Futian was only a grade 9 noble, but his combat power was strong enough to enter the top 10. Indeed, he had been promoted to the top 10. Yanjio stood up from the ground, still coughing blood. With his body bent, he raised his head and stared at Futian, his eyes bloodshot. He had lost to someone whom he thought he would never lose to. Justice or so. Futian turned around and left. Yanjio was clearly no longer able to fight. Puff. Yanjio spat out a mouthful of blood and clenched his fists tightly. He wanted to use this battle to prove his swordsmanship, but only received such a humiliating comment before everyone else. Moreover, there were also people from Sword Saint Villa watching the competition at the side. Yanjio did not leave the arena, as if he was still waiting for something. However, nobody from the Holy Ji Palace spoke. Many people looked at where Sword Demon was at. Everyone knew that only Sword Demon might accept Yanjio as his disciple. Even if the rest asked, Yanjio would also reject at once. Only Sword Demon, the strongest swordsman in the Holy Ji Palace, was capable. However, Sword Demon did not speak until the end. Seeming to have realized something, Yanjio gave a self-mocking smile. He would never forget the humiliation endured today. Raising his feet with much difficulty, Yin Jiao walked away from the arena step by step, producing a desolate sight. Sword Demon had accepted Zue Qianqiu and Yi Wuchen. Zue Qianqiu was an implacable enemy of Yin Jiao, while Yi Wuchen was also a good friend of Yi Futian. In such a circumstance, Sword Demon would rather choose the two of them and could only give Yin Jiao up. Thus, only Qi Ming and Yu Sheng were left in the battle for the top 10. When the two of them walked into the center of the arena and stood opposite each other, many people had a strange feeling. They all felt that Yu Sheng was strong but weaker than Qi Ming. However, with Yi Futian as an example, in the battle between Yu Sheng and Dou Kuei, perhaps something unexpected would happen again. Both of them looked extremely burly. Just by standing there, they could already make everyone feel how powerful they were. Suddenly, devilish qi erupted from Qi Ming's body. A pair of wings appeared behind his back and an illusory dragon wound around his arm, as if a pure-blooded dragon was circling around him. His eyes looked as sharp, like the eyes of an eagle, and glittered in golden radiance, while his legs were enveloped in wind. On his body, an illusory yak appeared. It was as though his entire body was made up of various demonic beasts. He looked overpowering and devilish. The members of Demon God Clan were capable of borrowing the powers of various demonic beasts. They could even enter the margins of the demon world and fight with the demonic beasts there. Therefore, they had many abilities which otherwise only belonged to demonic beasts. "Let me feel your power," Qi Ming taunted, staring at Yu Sheng. Then, he walked forward. Yu Sheng's body was covered with a dark golden demonic light. Spiritual qi in the sky gushed wildly into his demonic body, after which it turned into many streams of golden demonic currents that danced around him. Yu Sheng's body was covered with a violent demonic might. Dong! Yu Sheng stepped forward and the ground shook. With only one step, many people's hearts raced uncontrollably. He looked so strong that most people forgot his level. They all knew that Yu Sheng was powerful not only because of his overpowering demonic art, but also because of his inborn strength. It was his innate talent that he was physically stronger than an ordinary person. One could feel his strength by just looking at his stature. Moreover, his physical talent and potential were activated further by his overpowering demonic method, which had finally created the frightening humanoid monster he was today. Their fists collided straight into each other. Immediately, a terrifying storm bloomed in the arena. The devilish qi and violent demon qi raged in the air. As the two collided with one another, many horrifying illusory demonic beasts leaped towards Yu Sheng. However, an enormous illusory demon appeared on Yu Sheng's body. Immediately, the demonic beasts were suppressed firmly on the ground, as if they were kneeling down. At the same time, the demonic light on Yu Sheng's fist was actually consuming the devilish qi on Qi Ming's body. As Yu Sheng activated his demonic method, he started engulfing all the powers around him. Qi Ming punched out his left fist, which actually turned into a giant rock. With its sharp claws ready, the rock charged towards Yu Sheng's head. Immediately, Yu Sheng withdrew his right fist, after which he swept out his left arm. His demonic might penetrated through everything, crushing the illusory rock. Then, his fist landed on Qi Ming's left arm, producing a violent bang. Qi Ming, however, did not stop. His right hand punched out again with much force. This time, it was the power of the elephant. Under the attentive stare of everyone, the two fought wildly with each other in a close-range battle. As they fought, their bodies also ascended into the air. They battled from the ground into the sky, and an appalling storm was created around them. The audience noticed that the illusory demonic beasts that Qi Ming released during his attacks could not harm Yu Sheng at all. Yu Sheng was so strong that he could break everything by force. Bang! Following a loud bang, the two separated from each other for the first time. Spiritual qi rolled on Qi Ming's body and ascended into the air. Then, his life spirit appeared behind him. It was a catalog that seemed to contain thousands of drawings of demonic beasts. These drawings seemed to be able to move on their own, and they were filled with an imposing devilish qi. This was the Demon Refining Catalog, a life spirit that only core disciples of Demon God Clan could possess. From Qi Ming's life spirit, many intimidating demonic beasts charged out directly. They included rocks, elephants, golden lions, stone apes, pure-blooded dragons. At this instant, all the drawings in the demon refining catalog seemed to have come alive. The thousands of demonic beasts in the sky trampled and rushed towards Yusheng's body. This life spirit. Yi Futian was somewhat shocked. Could this life spirit summon demonic beasts? Indeed, the demonic refining catalog was capable of summoning. Even among the cultivators from Demon God Clan, only a handful would possess this life spirit. It was said that the earliest leader of Demon God Clan was also extremely powerful, but the clan declined slowly after that. Despite this being the case, Demon God Clan was still one of the most powerful forces in the barren state. The demonic beasts raced and crushed everything in the sky, charging towards Yusheng. Yusheng's expression was extremely cold, and the demonic might on his body also grew in intensity. Behind him, the illusory demon seemed to have come into existence, turning into a real demon. It roared and the sky vibrated. The demonic beasts charging over actually trembled in fear, and many of them knelt down in the sky, not daring to advance further. It was as though they were terrified by the might of the illusory demon. "Strike!" Qimeng shouted. At once, many demonic beasts continued charging. Even though they were fear-stricken, they still listened to Qimeng's commands. With a demonic halberd in his hand, Yusheng swung the halberd forward suddenly, penetrating across the bodies of many demonic beasts. Blood danced in the sky. Nevertheless, there were still countless demonic beasts charging wildly towards him. Yusheng's eyes were glittering with an astounding demonic light. In the depth of his eyes, there seemed to be an all-powerful illusory demon. It was an ancient demon which had granted him his startling strength. Immediately, the spiritual qi around Yusheng all turned into demon qi which circled around the sky wildly, crushing everything. Raising his head, Yusheng looked at the sky and then extended his arm. The spiritual qi in the sky turned into many dark golden demonic halberds. The vast region around Yusheng was filled with countless demonic halberds. In the next moment, everyone saw the infinite number of demonic halberds start a crazy massacre. They penetrated across the incoming demonic beasts, producing many loud thuds. All the demonic beasts seemed to be whining in pain. The demonic beasts falling from the sky seemed to have been summoned by the demon god, which was Yusheng himself. Countless people were astonished. The scene of the countless demonic beasts being slain was too alarming. Those from the Dawn Road were now certain that Yusheng was the person who had killed Ning Huang. Did the same kind of massacre happen in Jinxiao City? They would clearly not know that this was the ability Yusheng had obtained after entering the noble plane in his previous battle. He did not have this ability in the Dawn Road. Yusheng seems to have totally transformed after becoming a noble. Looking at the scene, Yi Futian was dumbfounded. That year, he had inherited the freedom meditation, while Yusheng had obtained the demonic art from Godfather. What kind of art is it exactly? Why is it so strong? He thought. The higher Yusheng's level was, the more overpowering he was. Suddenly, a ridiculous thought appeared in Yi Futian's mind. His godfather was Yusheng's actual father. Yusheng had obtained his talents and demonic art from his father. So was Yi Futian's godfather a demonic cultivator? Was this the reason that he was not tolerated by the powerful people in the divine prefecture? In the depth of the Holy Ji Palace, there was an extremely tall palace. In the palace, there was a burly figure sitting quietly on the ground. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, looking at a certain direction outside the Holy Ji Palace. The person was half naked and his entire body was bronze in color, but at the same time filled with a golden luster. His muscles seemed to contain incredible power. At the moment, it was as though his sight could penetrate across space, and he was looking at the arena directly. In the arena, many dark golden demonic halberds were charging towards Qimeng. The thousands of demonic beasts roared but could not stop the incoming attack. Qimeng backed off rapidly and stared at Yusheng, after which he said, "I lost." Right away, Yusheng stopped his attack. The demonic might on his body dissipated, and he returned to his original position. However, his demon-like figure had been carved into the minds of countless many. Yusheng had beat Qimeng and obtained the last position in the top 10. What exactly was his limit? Even Qimeng did not manage to stop him from advancing. Yu Shang was indeed a monster. The battles in the Holy Ji Palace were indeed the most exciting noble-level battles in the barren state. So many geniuses had shown up. Today, Yi Futian and Yu Shang had both become famous in just one battle. One of them had defeated Yin Jiao, while the other had beat Qimeng. The Ten Top had finally emerged. They were Yi Futian, Yu Shang, Yuan Zhan, Huang Jiuge, Bai Zhe, Zhuge Xing, Su Ke, Xiao Junyi, Huang, and Phoenix. Scanning these people, many people were filled with excitement. How intense would the battle of the top 10 be? Even the powerful cultivators were looking forward to it. Chapter 570. On the sky stairwell, the elder from the Holy Ji Palace looked towards the remaining 10 people and said, "After battling for 1 day and 1 night, the battling ends now. The rules for the battle for the top 10 will have some changes, so take 1 day to rest, and we will commence the final battle tomorrow." On the sky stairwell, the elder from the Holy Ji Palace looked towards the remaining 10 people and said, "After battling for 1 day and 1 night, the battling ends now. The rules for the battle for the top 10 will have some changes, so take 1 day to rest, and we will commence the final battle tomorrow." Many people looked astonished. They were changing the rules? In the past, unless contestants who had made it to the next round were injured, they would not stop the battles. This time around, since none of the top 10 were injured, it would be sufficient for them to rest for a short period of time, and there was no need to stop the battles. "You're all dismissed. The 10 of you, and those who didn't challenge anyone, come up here." The expert on the sky stairwell continued saying. Yi Futians looked in the direction of the Holy Ji Palace, then turned around and looked for Hua Jieyu. Seeing Hua Jieyu in the crowd waving at him, Yi Futian walked over to her side. "Is my performance acceptable?" Yi Futian held Hua Jieyu's hand with an aura of smugness. Hua Jieyu smiled and nodded her head. "Hey, don't forget about what you promised me," Yi Futian reminded, as though he had kept sleep on his mind all along. "Did I promise you anything?" Hua Jieyu tilted her head and looked at Yi Futian. Why did she not remember anything? "Let's go to second sister and ask her to be the judge," Yi Futian said dispiritedly. Hua Jieyu glared at him. This fellow, how could he ask second sister to be the judge on this type of matter? "Yu Shang, seventh brother," Yi Futian shouted. Yu Shang and the rest all walked over, and the group traveled in the direction of the Holy Ji Palace, while the rest of the top 10 also made their way over. In the direction of the Holy Ji Palace, Zhuge Mingyue saw Yi Futian walking over and asked softly, "How is he?" Zhuge Qinyang looked at the figure who was walking forward and said calmly, "Indeed, he's not bad." The performance of the cottage disciples had stunned him. It looked like the cottage's mysterious teacher was indeed an impressive person to be able to teach such a group of outstanding disciples. Yi Futian walked to their side, looked at Zhuge Mingyue and asked, "Second sister, what's going on here?" Previously, his second sister had asked him to notice her hints, but it now seemed that there had been some changes. "Let's see what the Holy Ji Palace has to say about it. Let's go over together." Zhuge Mingyue walked forward, smiling. She placed her hand on Yi Futian's head, caressing it and saying, "Little brother's performance is worthy of praise." Yi Futian was a little dejected. Only his second sister could stroke his head like this. Many people looked over at them. Zhuge Mingyue and Yi Futian appeared to have a very close relationship, to the extent that they could have such intimate interaction. Zhuge Xing was also there. He looked at Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu, appearing peeved. He looked coldly at Yi Futian. Yi Futian's gaze also swept across Zhuge Xing. This fellow appeared to be very unhappy. "Jieyu," Zhuge Xing looked towards Hua Jieyu and called out, seemingly doing it on purpose to provoke Yi Futian. Yi Futian frowned, a ruthless gleam appearing in his eyes. Similarly, Hua Jieyu frowned as well. She had previously told Zhuge Xing that she did not wish for him to appear in front of her. Now, Zhuge Xing was still addressing her in that way. It was evident that he was doing it on purpose. "You will be the next Yinjiao," Yi Futian told Zhuge Xing silently. "I'm waiting," Zhuge Xing replied emotionlessly. In another direction, Bai Zhe's gaze also looked towards them. His gaze stopped for a moment on Hua Jieyu. Then he bowed to Zhuge Qinyang and Zhuge Mingyue as a display of respect. Zhuge Qinyang returned the bow while Zhuge Mingyue did not show any signs of acknowledgement. Previously, Bai Luli had brought Bai Zhe to look for her and Hua Jieyu, but she had rejected him. The two of them were not even acquainted with Hua Jieyu. Why would they look for her? The White Cloud City's descendants had the Eye of Devastation as their life spirit and were all terrifying spirit elemental cultivators. They could use spiritual chi directly from the air, as well as invade other people's spiritual will. Many people even claimed that the White Cloud City had the barren state's strongest spirit elemental cultivators. Hua Jieyu was a divine spiritual sorcerer and had a similar ability to the Eye of Devastation. The cultivators from the White Cloud City would naturally be very interested in Hua Jieyu as a divine spiritual sorcerer. Moreover, she had ravishing looks, so Bai Zhe would naturally have his own intentions. The group of them came to a location, and the influential figures from the Holy Ji Palace were diagonally above them. Many people stood there, including the White Cloud City's young master Bai Luli. He stood there, casually chatting with other elders. Yi Futian glanced at Bai Luli from a close distance. He was indeed a distinguished person with handsome looks, as well as an aura of refinement, although still a far cry from himself. Of course, Yi Futian's gaze was not friendly. After all, this person was his third brother's love rival. Bai Luli appeared to have felt Yi Futian's gaze and looked towards him, then smiled faintly and nodded at him. His smile gave people a pleasant feeling. Mingyue, your little brother's potential is exceptional, Bai Luli said to Zhuge Mingyue, smiling. He's still all right. With my little brother's potential, he should probably be able to make it into the top 10 of the Barren Sky ranking in the future. Zhuge Mingyue smiled and replied. Bai Luli was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. He really could not handle Zhuge Mingyue. After all, he was 10th on the Barren Sky ranking. Uncle Daozong, Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu have exceptional potential. They will likely achieve much in the future. Why don't you take them in under your palace? Bai Luli looked towards Sage Daozong and said, smiling. Sage Daozong nodded slightly. He had previously invited Hua Jieyu, but she claimed that she would wait for Yi Futian to decide together. All of you have come to the Holy Ji Palace. Is there anyone who is willing to join my palace? If you are willing to enter my palace, I will pick you tomorrow, Sage Daozong said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian had a glint in his eye and felt odd. If there was an elder who was inviting him, he would naturally ask his second sister to pick for him. Although Bai Luli was expressing goodwill towards him, he was unwilling to accept it. With Bai Luli's relationship with his third brother, if he accepted it, wouldn't it be the same as accepting a favor from Bai Luli? How would he face his third brother in the future then? I will consider it seriously, Yi Futian bowed and said. Although he had his own thoughts, he did not want to directly reject an influential figure from the Holy Ji Palace. That would be inappropriate conduct. Sage Daozong is personally inviting you, and you still want to consider, a cold voice said from the side. Sage Daozong looked at the person who was speaking and chided while smiling and shaking his head. Ningxian, it's fine. His surname is Ning. Yi Futian looked at Ningxian and understood why. You have all crossed the holy road to arrive here all the way in the top 10. It has not been easy for all of you. If there is anyone who wishes to enter a palace, or are you all here to train yourself? Sage Daozong looked at the crowd and asked casually. Of course, it's all right if you do not wish to say. We're just chatting casually here. Teacher has said that Sage Daozong has a wealth of knowledge and has numerous insights in cultivation. Thus he ordered me to come to the Holy Ji Palace and follow Sage Daozong in my cultivation. A voice sounded out and the crowd turned towards it. Their gazes landed on the beautiful lady from the immortal village. Her aura was subtle. Although her clothes were simple, she appeared to be beyond the mortal realm. If she dressed up, she would definitely be a captivating beauty. Is your teacher the undying old man? Sage Daozong asked. Yes, Phoenix nodded and replied. All right, you will follow me in my cultivation in the future, Sage Daozong smiled and said, preemptively taking Phoenix in under his palace. Thank you, Elder, Phoenix bowed and replied. The housemaster has claimed that my swordsmanship is not complete, and has asked me to learn from Elder Sword Demon. Will Elder Sword Demon grant my wish? Suke looked at the Sword Demon and asked. Yes. The Sword Demon nodded, and Suke thanked him. You are the disciple of the Dark Sage. Someone looked at Xiao Junyi and asked. Yes, Xiao Junyi nodded and replied. Why have you crossed the holy road? To kill people and refine your technique? The person asked again. If Elder is unhappy about that, I can leave and not participate in the remaining battles, Xiao Junyi replied. The Holy Ji Palace will not undermine its rules, Sage Daozong said, and Xiao Junyi did not reply. What about you? Who is your master? Someone looked towards Yushang and asked. Many people looked towards Yushang. This fellow cultivated an overbearing demonic arts, and many people were curious towards his origin. Yushang did not say anything. He evidently did not want to say that his demonic teachings were from his father. Now that his cultivation level was getting stronger and he had a deeper understanding of his methods, he also wanted to know what kind of person his father was. The people from the Holy Ji Palace did not continue pursuing the matter. Bai Luli looked at Huang Jioge and asked, smiling, the people from the sovereign family have never entered the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate. Are they interested this time around? We have no interest in doing so, Huang Jioge replied in a straightforward manner, then continued, I have come only to see what standard the Holy Ji Palace's disciples are at this time around. If you are willing, I can introduce you to a good master, Bai Luli smiled and said. Huang Jioge glanced at him. As the descendant of the Zhengzhou city's sovereign family, he naturally understood Bai Luli's status in the Holy Ji Palace. His words had the intention to get on Huang Jioge's good side. As long as he agreed, he might even be able to cultivate under that person's palace. However, even with Bai Luli's temptation, he did not say anything. He believed that the sovereign family's techniques were not inferior to any factions. Even the Holy Ji Palace was unable to produce anyone on the top 3 of the Barren Sky ranking, and it was not because of their techniques. He would naturally achieve that goal of his. All right, there will still be people watching the battles tomorrow. Make sure you give your best performance. Sage Daozong smiled and left. Many of the influential figures from the Holy Ji Palace followed suit. Yi Futian did not understand the purpose of this conversation, but Zhuge Qinyang and Zhuge Mingyue did. It seemed that many influential figures from the Holy Ji Palace had already unified to form a certain will. After they had left, Xiao Junyi, Yuan Zhan, Phoenix, and the others all turned around and walked downwards, but Bai Zhe walked to Zhuge Mingyue, bowed and said, Previously, I had asked my brother to bring me along to visit, but it was a pity that I was unable to meet second young mistress and Miss Jieyu. Now that I have met you both today, the two of you are indeed stunning. Zhuge Mingyue looked at Bai Zhe, not knowing what he wanted to say. Bai Zhe continued and said, My brother is the cream of the crop in the barren state. Now that I have seen second young mistress Splendor, I feel that the two of you indeed match. Zhuge Mingyue's eyes narrowed and many people looked towards them. Although the entire barren state knew about Bai Luli and Zhuge Mingyue, Bai Zhe was trying to bring it up. Bai Zhe! Bai Luli shouted at him. Bai Zhe did not move and continued looking at Zhuge Mingyue. Just like he had said, his brother Bai Luli was unparalleled. However, Zhuge Mingyue intentionally avoided him on purpose and made it look like his brother was wooing her, but failing at doing so. Regarding the matter, Bai Zhe was very unhappy. What right did Zhuge Mingyue have to do so? His brother could get any kind of woman he wanted if he just asked. Of course, as the son of the White Cloud City Lord, he would naturally hold back his words and appear refined and courteous. The second young master of the White Cloud City, you better mind your own business. Zhuge Mingyue smirked at Bai Zhe, her tone unfriendly. Bai Zhe looked at Zhuge Mingyue and saluted, saying, If Bai Zhe's words have made second young mistress unhappy, I beg your pardon. The previous time, I wanted to meet Miss Jieyu, but I was unable to do so. Only this time at the Holy Ji Palace was I able to meet her. Divine spiritual sorcerers are indeed the ultimate sorcerers. Although she was eliminated prematurely because of her cultivation level, the potential of a divine spiritual sorcerer will only get stronger with time. Why not let my brother introduce her to cultivate under the second palace lord? Chapter 571. Everyone looked troubled hearing Bai Zhe's words. There were obviously deep meanings behind his words after all. Even Zhuge Xing looked at Bai Zhe funny. So even someone like Bai Zhe has thoughts about Hua Jieyu, huh? Everyone looked troubled hearing Bai Zhe's words. There were obviously deep meanings behind his words after all. Even Zhuge Xing looked at Bai Zhe funny. So even someone like Bai Zhe has thoughts about Hua Jieyu, huh? Only Holy Sage Pavilion had 2 pavilion lords, and one of the lords was the lord of the Holy Ji Palace itself, who had stopped getting involved with affairs of the place, leaving the other lord to practically run the place. The Holy Sage Pavilion, sitting high atop the Holy Ji Palace, reigned supreme over all in the Holy Ji Palace. Two of the top three in the Barren Sky ranking, specifically the one ranked first and third, were of the Holy Sage Pavilion, which in turn referred to the two pavilion lords. The two who reigned supreme over all cultivators in the barren state were none other than the two lords themselves. It was because of them that the Holy Ji Palace enjoyed extremely high status in all of the barren state, being called the sacred ground of the barren state. The influence of sacred grounds in barren state usually extended only to its surrounding region, even one as formidable as the Ice Temple at the southern regions of barren state. The Holy Ji Palace's influence, however, encompassed all of barren state instead. Bai Luli was a student of the Holy Sage Pavilion, and he enjoyed supreme status in the Holy Ji Palace. Bai Zhe supposedly would have studied under the second pavilion lord as well. As such, Bai Zhe's intentions in having Bai Luli recommend Hua Jieyu to study under the second pavilion lord were all too obvious. If Hua Jieyu was to take one such favor, Bai Zhe would have stood a good chance at getting her to be his. Yi Futian knew of such maneuvers all too well, and he stared at Bai Zhe with cold eyes. Having made it this far on her own, there is no need for recommendations from others in Hua Jieyu's case. She would be able to make her own decisions. Your goodwill, while appreciated, is unnecessary. Zhuge Mingyue glared at Bai Zhe, with eyes as cold as Yi Futian's. Everyone knew that Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu were lovers, and Hua Jieyu stated clearly that she would follow wherever Yi Futian went. Yet, Bai Zhe stated in front of everyone that he intended to recommend a teacher to her, an action saying that he was completely ignoring Yi Futian's presence. Many thought the actions of the second son of White Cloud City to be unbearably arrogant. Despite being a peerless figure and had a measure of arrogance to him, Bai Luli knew prudence to a certain extent, nonetheless, and behaved amicably. Bai Zhe, however, was clearly a polar opposite. How about we ask what Ms. Hua herself to think about it? Bai Zhe paid no heed to Zhuge Mingyue's coldness at the matter. There were simply too many who revered or feared the Zhuge family, and many naturally showed the same measure of respect or fear towards Zhuge Mingyue. However, White Cloud City needed to show no such sentiments to anyone other than a select few in the Holy Ji Palace. His father, the city lord of White Cloud City, ranked 4th on the Barren Sky ranking, and his brother, Bai Luli, ranked 10th. Bai Zhe turned to look at Hua Jieyu as soon as he finished. Ms. Hua, my life spirit, the Eye of Devastation, works in ways similar to your practice as a divine spiritual sorcerer. If we were to train together, we would be able to encourage each other to improve, which would, in turn, benefit our respective practices. Furthermore, the second pavilion lord is a mighty one ranked 3rd in the Barren Sky ranking. It is an opportunity like no other for you to be able to study under him. Many turned their eyes at Hua Jieyu. Train together, encourage each other to improve. Words that sounded polite and appealing, but Hua Jieyu knew what those words truly meant. The appeal was even greater due to the fact that it would be the 3rd strongest figure in the ranking who would be tutoring them. If Hua Jieyu was still single, she would have said yes without a doubt, for few were able to resist such a compelling offer. However, due to Yi Futian's presence, Bai Zhe's words sounded overwhelmingly condescending, an attempt to take another guy's girlfriend right in front of him. Yet, the obscenely arrogant second son of White Cloud City did not seem to care for such matters, ignoring Yi Futian who stood right beside her. He cared not for Yi Futian's incredible talents, for Bai Zhe deemed Yi Futian to be just another face in the crowd. Crunch. A crisp noise was heard as Yu Shang took a step forward, seemingly fully ready to talk with his fists. Yu Shang, Yi Futian called, and Yu Shang halted his steps, yet his eyes remained on Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe spared a glance at Yu Shang and smirked, returning his gaze to Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu took hold of Yi Futian's hand and looked at Bai Zhe, smiling slightly and said, "It is indeed a rare opportunity to be able to study under the second pavilion lord. But, just how am I able to study with someone as ugly as you around?" She turned around and left with Yi Futian in tow. Yi Futian turned and smirked at Bai Zhe. "See you tomorrow." Bai Zhe was dumbfounded. Ugly? Baize looked funny seeing both of them leaving the scene. The world of cultivators called couples among their ranks to be path companions. The term referred to individuals who complemented each other in terms of abilities and thus were suitable partners for each other in training. Love was trivial in comparison. He was of the opinion that Hua Jieyu was a suitable path companion for him. However, women were creatures driven by emotions, and he believed she failed to comprehend the true meaning of the term. Yet, he was hardly bothered. He simply reached out in an attempt to claim what he deemed to be a suitable path companion without hesitation. With Hua Jieyu not having such comprehension and readiness to do so, he saw it fit to not pursue the matter further. Women were aplenty, beauties who should have only existed in the heavens or even goddesses. One could get their hands on whoever they fancy if they proved powerful enough. So Yi Futian, see you tomorrow indeed. Maybe he just thinks too highly of himself after beating Yanjiu. And Yanjiu is hardly worth mentioning compared to someone like me. In the last battle fighting for a spot in top 10, Shimin Yan was unable to even withstand one look from Baize. The second son of White Cloud City indeed. Zhuge Mingyue quipped with a smile before leaving the scene as well. Bai Luli yelled at his brother, Baize, you are going too far. Baize turned around and walked towards his brother, lowering his head for a bit. While he behaved in an exceedingly arrogant manner in front of others, Baize tried to behave himself in front of his brother. Baize's eyes, however, were unflinching, as if to say that he could do no wrong. My brother is a peerless genius in all of Barren State. Even someone like Zhuge Mingyue should have bowed before him. That was what drove him to behave as he did today, and it was like a thorn at his side. Many from the outside world were oblivious to it, but great figures knew well that his brother, Bai Luli, was more than just the young city lord of White Cloud City and a genius ranked 10th on the Barren Sky ranking. He was also one that earned unanimous praise from all the great figures in the Holy Ji Palace. Baize knew well what lied in his brother's future, number one in all of the Barren State. Zhuge Mingyue walked as Yi Futian's party left. Second sister, Yi Futian called. You know little of what is going on in the Holy Ji Palace. The palace lord, the figure who reigned supreme in all of Barren State, had disappeared for years, not getting himself involved in mundane affairs. Now things are managed by the second pavilion lord who is ranked 3rd in the Barren Sky ranking, while the second pavilion lord himself is Bai Luli's teacher. I never expected you to be able to come this far when you first embarked on your trip to the Holy Roads. That was quite a shock to your second sister, me. Zhuge Mingyue smiled and continued. As such, expectations towards you are no longer what they used to be. I intended for you to study under one of the sages here, but things are no longer what it was before. If things don't turn out in your favor, I'd advise you to not enter the Holy Ji Palace. Not enter? Yi Futian asked while looking puzzled. You have clashed with Baize, and enrolling into the palace wouldn't necessarily be a good thing for you anymore. You may not be clear of Bai Luli's status in the palace, but my old man told me that Bai Luli has had the higher-ups in the palace reach some kind of consensus, and that is making him the heir to the place, Zhuge Mingyue elaborated. The shock was clear in Yi Futian's eyes. So that mighty one who ranked 10th on Barren Sky ranking has earned approval from the rest of the Holy Ji Palace then? Well, given the talents of this little brother of mine, it's fine even if you didn't study here in the palace. You'll still take good care of me, right? Zhuge Mingyue smiled in a rather sly manner. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded. He thought not all would have been lost, even if he did not end up studying in the Holy Ji Palace. Their journey on the holy roads had let all of them grow considerably in many ways. We'll see what happens tomorrow. You might still stand a chance, Zhuge Mingyue added. I'll let you make the decisions, Yi Futian said with a smile. His second sister would not have wanted anything other than the best for him, and Yi Futian did not feel like dwelling on the matter. It was easier to simply have his second sister make the arrangements for him. Many turned to look at Zhuge Mingyue's party, and the news soon spread throughout the place that Yi Futian had a minor clash with Baize in the Holy Ji Palace, and that Baize had thoughts about Hua Jieyu as well. Things turned out interestingly given the young city lord of White Cloud City showed interests in Hua Jieyu. The battle the next day had just gotten more interesting for everyone. Yi Futian had beaten Yanjiu before and earned himself a place at the top 10. Yet the second son of White Cloud City was probably the most powerful among all who still remained in the battlefield. Yin Jiu paled in comparison, and Yi Futian, the dark horse, might have met his biggest challenge yet. Many discussed the strengths of the candidates in the top 10. Some claimed Bai Zhe to be the strongest, while some others claimed Huang Zhuge to be the strongest instead. However, it was clear to everyone that Bai Zhe, Huang Zhuge, and Su Ke were the three strongest among the 10. It was difficult to gauge the strengths of the other 7, as while Zhuge Xing might have been just as strong, Yu Shang, Xiao Junyi, and Yi Futian were nowhere near weak as well. The outcome was to be known on the battlefield the next day. A day's time flew by like an arrow, and the mighty ones were seen gathering early in the morning the next day. The top 10 candidates made their way onto the battlefield one after another. Many mighty ones gathered in the Holy Ji Palace's direction. Even some great figures who did not turn up the day before showed up. Battles of the top 10 candidates were something many would not have missed for anything. So even you, King Kong Sage, are showing up today, I see. Sage Daozong turned to look at a figure who seemed to be bathing in golden light, a figure well known and respected in the Holy Ji Palace. The figure was a mighty one ranked on the Barren Sky ranking, and he was also the second most formidable figure in the Battle Sage Palace. The Battle Sage Palace was known to be the place where the best warriors were made in the Holy Ji Palace, and every single person within was known to pack extraordinary combat prowess. The status of the Battle Sage Palace was merely below that of the Holy Sage Pavilion, and the Lord within was known to have the most formidable physical attributes among all in Barren State, being ranked 7th in the Barren Sky ranking. His combat capacity, however, was known to be peerless, so much so that even those of higher rankings hesitated to butt heads with such a being. If you, Lord Daozong, are interested enough to show up yourself, is it peculiar that I'm interested? King Kong Sage asked. Sage Daozong was the lord of Daozong Palace. Sage Daozong smiled and turned his attention to the battlefield. The elder on the sky stairwell spoke. The battle today will be different from the ones fought prior. It is no longer done in a one-on-one manner. Whoever you think should be eliminated, you are free to challenge them. The loser will be eliminated. If you are of such prowess that no one dares challenge you, you are free to enter battle during the final round. The eyes of many sparkled. The rules had become more straightforward, and nothing was left to chance anymore. The battle of the top 10 commenced. Chapter 572. 10 candidates stood in 10 directions on the vast battlefield. The rules of the game this time were that anyone deemed unqualified to stay was free to be challenged and eliminated. Any of the 10 candidates were given permission to freely take the stage, but someone was bound to be eliminated. 10 candidates stood in 10 directions on the vast battlefield. The rules of the game this time were that anyone deemed unqualified to stay was free to be challenged and eliminated. Any of the 10 candidates were given permission to freely take the stage, but someone was bound to be eliminated. Who would be first? Huang Zhuge scanned the scene while remaining standing where he was, tall and proud. Su Ke remained silent with both hands behind him. Bai Zhe simply closed his eyes, as if the upcoming fights had nothing to do with him, as no one was deemed daring enough to challenge him until the very end. He also thought most standing there unworthy for him, do the dirty work himself. As such, he simply intended to let the other candidates fight among themselves until one man was left standing. Zhuge Xing also stood quietly in his place. All who stood where they were seemed to have very high opinions of themselves, and no one deemed themselves to be inferior to the others. As such, unlike prior battles, no one was in any hurry to make a move against anyone. Yi Futian scanned the battlefield for a while and smirked. He made his move, being the first one to walk out, attracting the eyes of many. It seemed to many that Yi Futian knew well of his predicament, that he stood no chance of coming out as the top of the 10 candidates left. As such, he chose to come up and challenge someone. Everyone watching was curious as to who Yi Futian would pick to be his first opponent. The audience tracked where he turned his eyes, and the result was a startling one for many, so much so that the audience looked funny. Many thought he would have chosen to challenge Huang from Frost Road or Phoenix from Decay Road. Yet, the one he set his eyes on was none other than the only candidate left from the Zhuge family. Zhuge Xing returned Yi Futian's gaze, a cold look on his face. He was the one to be challenged first, which meant that Yi Futian deemed him to be the most unworthy among the 10 left on the battlefield. What are you looking at? Just get out here already. Seeing that Zhuge Xing had clearly not understood what he meant with his look, Yi Futian had no choice but to open his mouth. Cold shimmers appeared in Zhuge Xing's eyes. He walked out with a tinge of purplish lightning sparkling in his eyes before replying, "You have guts." Guts. Yi Futian looked puzzled. So Zhuge Xing thinks I'm challenging him because I have guts? He sure has a very high opinion of himself. You said quite a while ago that I don't belong on this battlefield. But as my luck would have it, I'm still here. Yi Futian smiled and continued, "Of the other 9 remaining, you are the trashiest, and so here I am and here you are." Crash. Threads of lightning sparks lit up as Zhuge Xing became infuriated. Yi Futian might have seemed to be cracking a self-deprecating joke, but he was actually insulting Zhuge Xing. However, was Zhuge Xing really weak? Among the members of the Zhuge family in the noble plane, Zhuge Xing was definitely the most talented. Purplish lights crackled in the huge battlefield, seeming to be sparks drawn from the heavens. As the sparks and crackling noises went on, terrifying storms whipped up across the battlefield. The lightning had gotten so intense that even the skies took on a different hue, as if the battlefield had turned into a world made of lightning. Purplish streaks of lightning lashed out at Yi Futian. While the attacks were shot down, sparks coursed through Yi Futian's body nonetheless, which gradually turned into unbearable pressure permeating the battlefield. "You will taste the true power of the Zhuge family," Zhuge Xing said. Crack, boom. Loud noises were heard across the field as multiple streaks of lightning lashed out from the heavens, shining light on the ground. A stout silhouette appeared behind Zhuge Xing as the streaks of devastating lightning continued to rain on the ground. The silhouette was tens of meters tall, a figure to be looked up upon like a god of thunder. That was a true Kuei, a beast of lightning and thunder. Its enormous body spoke of regal might. One war drum of lightning after another appeared before the enormous bull-like creature as the lightning storm turned increasingly intense. The image was a terrifying one, and it was the ability of Zhuge Xing's life spirit. The Kuei was the sacred beast of lightning and was known in the legends to be the stead of the god of thunder. The beast was described to possess the power to command lightning storms, and even its eyes were filled with the sheen of lightning. One look on its eyes was more than enough to tell the horrifyingly sizable magnitude of lightning housed within, as if one was being struck by lightning. Many shuddered at the devastating scene in the battlefield. Though Yi Futian was incredibly powerful, they were thinking that he probably had made the wrong choice in challenging Zhuge Xing. Zhuge Xing was nothing like Zhuge Ling or Zhuge Ping from before, as they were deemed to be completely different levels in terms of combat prowess. Zhuge Xing even had one more life spirit than both of them. "Take your time and taste it," Zhuge Xing yelled. The Kuei beat on the war drum of lightning as soon as he finished. Countless streaks of lightning strikes rained down on the battlefield in an instant, all lashing out at Yi Futian. What was more terrifying was the resulting noise, which seemed to be powerful enough to rupture Yi Futian's eardrums. Yi Futian felt powerful waves of lightning will directly assault his mind through his ears. Boom! Yi Futian shuddered for a bit, and his ears rang. His feet jumped backward without him realizing it. The defenses around him that he had set up prior were all shattered by the lightning. Streaks coursed throughout his body, rendering him increasingly numb all over. One strike packed the power to assault both the body and the mind. Zhuge Xing's reputation as the proud son of the Zhuge family did not come from nothing. Many deemed him to be one of the top 5 candidates, powerful enough to fight for a spot in the top 3. The Kuei howled, and the war drums of lightning were heard. Rumbling noises reverberated throughout the heavens, and blinding lightning flashes filled the air. Yi Futian grunted as he felt his mind about to be shattered. His feet stuck to the ground and kept going back. The star-powered defenses that he had put up around him prior were easily shattered and were of no match to the sheer devastating power of lightning. "I don't see that I am wrong. Do you really think you're qualified enough to stay?" Zhuge Xing asked coldly. Lightning gathered madly in the sky right above his head, which seemed to be driven by a shadow of the Kuei. The Kuei gradually took a more tangible form, and the lightning strikes encased Yi Futian, as if to lock him where he stood. A freakish lightning storm began to coalesce right above Yi Futian's head. It was the Thunderbolt bombing spell. Horrifying lightning storms right above Futian lashed out an incredibly devastating streak of lightning right on top of Futian's head. The attack that seemed like a bolt of massive lightning brought from the heavens was the most powerful lightning spell that the Zhuge family had in their arsenal. It was capable of being used by someone with impeccable spiritual energy control and precise training. The incredibly demanding attack packed equally incredible damage potential. A loud boom was heard as the inescapable spell rained down directly on top of Futian's starlight clad around him. Cracks appeared one after another, with even his body of stars shattering. His defenses were torn apart right there and then. The bolt of lightning hit him squarely from above. The spell rendered Futian numb all over, and his knees bent in response. He was numbed almost to the point of paralysis, a testament of the lightning spell's power. Wah! Eyes were set on Futian, and all who watched were wondering if he was able to withstand such power. They looked at Futian, who was hanging his head low, and wondered if he was able to continue fighting. Zhuge Xing was indeed more terrifying than Yin Jiao. More streaks of lightning continued to rain down on their target, without giving Futian pause for even a breather. The attacks seemed to be determined to turn him to dust right where he stood. Boom! Futian's body became surrounded by dazzling sacred light. The light of the stars melded with it and protected him. That layer of defense did not shatter from the lightning. Was that all you got? A voice said, and many saw Futian raising his head and standing straight up once again. Many shuddered at the sight, as such a devastating attack seemingly failed to even injure him. Just how impossibly tough can a body of flesh and blood be? A world of stars began appearing in the world of lightning. The sun, the moon, and the stars all hung up high in the air. A dazzling beam of sunlight, gentle beam of moonlight, and the swirling dots of starlight made the place look like some kind of rare celestial phenomenon. Zhuge Xing looked slightly troubled. He actually came out unscathed from an attack like that? The rock appeared in a flash of dazzling golden light and went on to cling onto Futian. The scene itself was something Futian accomplished by casting talents of 4 different attributes. All of that, coupled with the elemental prowess demonstrated in prior battles, made it very clear to everyone that he was a full attribute mandate sorcerer. Streaks of lightning continued to rain on top of him, but Futian vanished from where he stood with a flash. The bolts of lightning missed their target with a loud boom. Futian's body was seen hovering in the air a moment later, his gaze locked onto Zhuge Xing. My turn. The celestial bodies fell as soon as he finished. Heaven and earth seemed to be swallowed by an inferno soon after. An incredibly huge furnace appeared around Zhuge Xing, one that seemed capable of cooking everything on earth in it. The intentions of the furnace were clear. Kill Zhuge Xing where he stood. Zhuge Xing extended his palm and said coldly, "Chains of thunder god." Thousands of chains of lightning lashed about with full intentions of shattering the furnace around him. However, as the furnace itself was a construct made of fire, the lightning chains were unable to destroy it. The chains went on to coil around Futian, pressing on the air around him and went about tearing his defenses bit by bit. However, Futian seemed unshaken in the slightest. As moonlight poured down, Zhuge Xing felt intense cold heading for him. Fires of intense yang and waters of intense yin worked against each other, catching Zhuge Xing in between, making him feel extremely miserable. What was worse was that both powers came to form the power of the furnace, trapping him within. The product of yin and yang encased Zhuge Xing securely. Zhuge Xing looked tremendously troubled. He basked himself in lightning, conjuring a huge shadow of lightning for protection. Lightning bolts lashed out at the same time in attempts to destroy the furnace. However, given how the furnace was a construct of fires of intense yang and waters of intense yin, the power of lightning proved useless against it. Zhuge Xing flashed in an attempt to escape the space occupied by the furnace, but countless meteors fell around him in a crazed manner, blocking his way out. The Kuei roared as if to shatter the space it occupied. The beast that commanded storms seemed to be one with Zhuge Xing, as he raised his fist to wreck everything around it. Lightning flashed about in the air and meteors continued falling about madly. An immensely long rod of stars lashed out in the midst of the mess. Futian was seen descending from above, striking like he was about to break the heavens. Zhuge Xing responded by letting out an intense roar and sending the kuei to charge at him. "Get out of my way," a loud voice boomed. The kuei trembled and Zhuge Xing's body was forced back into the furnace. His body continued to be covered by fire and ice, causing him extreme misery. The light of that life spirit in the sky shone on him. As both powers continued to grow in magnitude, his lightning defenses struggled to keep up. The powers of fire and ice seeped into his body, making Zhuge Xing feel the searing heat and chilling cold attacking his bones. He turned pale before uttering, "Cease fighting. Cease fighting. What is that supposed to mean?" Yi Futian looked at him with cold expressions as the heat and cold continued to assault Zhuge Xing. Chilling, cracking sounds were heard as Zhuge Xing's skin seemed like it was about to break into pieces. Zhuge Xing then yelled in rage, "I surrender." Chapter 573. The power of the furnace stayed the same, yet the light of the celestial entities behind Yi Futian gradually faded. The crazed environment gradually returned to its usual tranquil state. Zhuge Xing lifted his head to look at Yi Futian. His eyes spoke of immense embarrassment. The power of the furnace stayed the same, yet the light of the celestial entities behind Yi Futian gradually faded. The crazed environment gradually returned to its usual tranquil state. Zhuge Xing lifted his head to look at Yi Futian. His eyes spoke of immense embarrassment. He had lost the battle. Yi Futian remained in the air, looking down on Zhuge Xing. He seemed to be wearing a smirk on his face, and his expression was more arrogant than ever. "You admit defeat?" There was a clear sarcastic smirk on his face. "I thought you were all pompous and full of yourself, and now you admit defeat fighting a grade 9 noble? Zhuge Xing, is that all you've got?" Zhuge Xing clenched his fists and sparks crackled around him. He was enraged and felt immense humiliation, but the fact was he lost. Countless eyes were on him, and he had never felt so embarrassed in his life. Yi Futian was humiliating him in front of everyone. Yi Futian turned around and walked back to his own spot, saying to Zhuge Xing, "I think it's better that you change your name to Zhuge Buxing one. That should suit you better." Crack. That flash of lightning dimmed immediately. Yi Futian had to humiliate him further before leaving the scene. The name Yi Futian had just given him would probably make him a laughingstock for the rest of his life. When people would recall the battle of this day, the jarring nickname would definitely come to mind. Many looked at Zhuge Xing before turning their eyes to Yi Futian. Nothing seemed to be able to stop the dark horse's advance, and it was a dark horse that was able to overwhelm the likes of Zhuge Xing. Many expected him, at that point, to continue baffling the crowd until the very end. It was almost a fact by then that Yi Futian had indeed grown stronger every time he fought someone stronger. The power of his life spirits continued to grow, as if he had been going easy in all his prior battles and never gave his all. What was demonstrated right there, and then astonished everyone present. Zhuge Xing, wait at the side for the moment. The selection of the top 10 is somewhat different from before, the elder on the sky stairwell said. No great figures from the Holy Ji Palace extended an invitation to Zhuge Xing. He nodded and dragged himself to the side, staying back on the battlefield. Many wore funny looks on their faces. Is it the big shots in the palace will only select their disciples when clear victors and losers are determined at the very end? Bai Zhe opened his eyes slowly and shot a glance at Yi Futian. Seems like the guy has something. Let's see how far he can go before I crush him once and for all. Another figure was seen walking out onto the battlefield, catching the attention of many. It was a beautiful girl in rather plain clothes, Phoenix. Phoenix turned her eyes at Xiao Junyi and said, "I challenge you." Phoenix specialized in power of life. Xiao Junyi, on the other hand, specialized in power of death. Both individuals bore powers that were polar opposites of one another, and it seemed that they would remain as arch-rivals for life because of that. Any great figures present knew that the Dark Sage and the Undying Old Man had history as well, and right there and then, their heirs met in the Holy Ji Palace as rivals. Xiao Junyi walked out onto the battlefield with his eyes fixed on Phoenix as he took out his flute. He began playing his tune slowly again. Wisps of death seemed to begin circling around him as he played, before turning into a current and lashing out at Phoenix. Her body was clad in a layer of sacred glimmer at the same time. The jade-colored sacred light was something capable of dispelling all evil power, preventing the current from encroaching her body. The music from his flute was a will-based attack, but Phoenix's mind proved to be just as adamant. An undying phoenix bathed in unending fires in her mind, standing guard firmly and burning down any spiritual attack intended to assault her mind. This is beautiful. Everyone's eyes were fixated on Phoenix, who seemed to have metamorphosed during the battle. Her regal, sacred figure made her look like a goddess. Xiao Junyi's specialty lied in death, which was a very potent ability capable of suppressing many, but Phoenix's abilities proved to be the antithesis that was somehow capable of countering his abilities. The battlefield turned scorching hot in mere moments. Wisps of fire bounced about on the battlefield, and the temperature soared. Said wisps gathered around Xiao Junyi's body, with each and every one carried mysterious holiness to them, like undying candlelight, as they charged at Xiao Junyi. Gray currents of death swept about his vicinity, attempting to extinguish the wisps of fire. However, the fires like candlelight burned off the currents as they got close, and went about penetrating the black mist behind him, intending to burn his body. Inextinguishable flames. Phoenix's life spirit is none other than the undying phoenix, something inherited from the undying old man. Her flames are probably the undying flames. The power packed within one such fire spell is extraordinary. Many were shocked to the bone. A huge wisp of illusionary candlelight fire began to appear under Xiao Junyi's feet. It grew in size and power shortly, becoming like a huge candle fire, wrapping his body within. Xiao Junyi continued playing his flute as a pitch-black silhouette of death appeared behind him, encasing him within. The pitch-black shadow looked like a monster embodying death itself as it opened its huge mouth to devour the flames bit by bit. It grew in size as it went on devouring, and the black mist grew in potency, making it almost potent enough to block out the sky before devouring the candle fire entirely. It then roared in Phoenix's direction. A screech of the phoenix emanated from within Phoenix. Fiery red wings flapped about between the heavens and the earth, sprinkling endless fire all over the place, tainting the surroundings red. An incredibly huge shadow of the phoenix was seen across the vast battlefield, while a regal undying phoenix was seen right behind Phoenix herself. The shadow of the phoenix and the death monster clashed, as if two terrifying glimmers of light were pitted against each other in the air. The death monster expanded in a crazed manner as Xiao Junyi played his flute. The huge mouth of death spread as it grew in size, intending to swallow the immortal bird whole. The entire world seemed to have turned into pitch-black darkness as it went on to engulf Phoenix. Many shuddered at the scene. Just how fearsome can Xiao Junyi's death abilities get? The black mist of death blocked out all light within, devouring everything in its path. The incredibly huge, immortal bird seemed to be swallowed in mere moments, and the monster's mouth continued to make its way for Phoenix. Phoenix did not budge from where she stood. The light of the undying Phoenix behind her remained incredibly regal and sacred, encasing her within. The death monster finally went on to engulf her, swallowing her and her life spirit whole within the black mist. The hearts of many shook. This is just too terrifying. Is Xiao Junyi some kind of Grim Reaper? Is Phoenix just going to get swallowed up like that? Xiao Junyi's tune with his flute did not stop. It picked up instead. Deathly powers roared. At that very moment, the black mist that emanated behind him and went on to engulf the entire battlefield shone with a dazzling light. Beams of holy lights pierced right through the darkness, dispelling the black mist. The undying phoenix screeched again as it went on to tear everything in its way apart. The death monster roared as it struggled. Many saw wisps of dazzling fire appearing around Xiao Junyi. The shimmering lights spread and the beams cut right through the darkness. The entire battlefield was filled with roaring noises. The black mist was completely dispelled. Xiao Junyi was heard grunting as he took several steps back in the next moment. Blood was seen at the corner of his mouth. Phoenix's figure was seen on the battlefield again. She stood there silently while covered in sacred lights. However, she was also ensnared with wisps of death currents. They both lost and suffered grave injuries. I give up. Xiao Junyi's expression was as calm as ever. The handsome face never seemed to show any hint of being deterred. I withdraw from further battles as well, Phoenix added. Both left the battlefield to return to their own spots and sat on the floor cross-legged. Is this a draw? There seems to be no victor here, and both gave up. So both are getting eliminated? 7 left on the field then. Yuan Zhan went up next. His body, which seemed to be made of gold, looked ferocious as ever. He fixed his gaze at Huang Jiuge. Yuan Zhan was challenging Huang Jiuge. It was a given that he would not have challenged Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Of all the other remaining ones, only Huang Jiuge's methods of training were extremely hard and yang-based. The man packed fearsome offensive capacity, which Yuan Zhan deemed able to serve well to temper his own powers. He did not come to the Holy Ji Palace for fame or a ranking. He came only because his old man wanted him to learn the powers from the best humans the barren state had to offer. As such, he chose to fight the incredibly powerful Huang Jiuge. Haughtiness appeared in Huang Jiuge's eyes as he stepped out to face Yuan Zhan, keeping his hands behind him all the while. He remained calm and composed, even when going up against a ferocious beast like Yuan Zhan. No hint of pressure was detected from him at all. A current coursed throughout his body as he activated his powers. Dazzling lights spawned and shot up, coalescing into a regal aura demanding reverence. They, the sovereign family, were descendants of Renhuang. While the world by and large did not believe it to be so, the clan itself remained unfazed. Their ways of practice enabled them to bear mysterious currents within, something that was capable of compressing and converting the worldly powers into some mysterious power. The sovereign family called such powers to be the sovereign aura. He remained adamant in his belief of his ancestors' strength, and he intended to prove his point personally. Yuan Zhan stepped forward, and the earth shook. The golden body of his packed endless amount of power within. He lashed out with his hand, intending to overwhelm everything in his path with his golden palm. Huang Jiuge made no attempt to evade the incoming attack. He leaped into the air clad in sovereign aura, before lashing out with his fist in return. He physically clashed with Yuan Zhan. The sovereign aura turned into dazzling currents as it swept out with a huge boom. None of them fell backward, and Yuan Zhan continued attacking with his huge palm, intending to turn Huang Jiuge to dust. Huang Jiuge continued fighting adamantly. Booming noises reverberated in the air, shaking the entire place. Both individuals continued to clash with one another. The sovereign aura on Huang Jiuge grew increasingly powerful, and his bearing grew in response. The power of his sovereign aura reached a tipping point, turning into a shadow of Renhuang. The sovereign family trained in mysterious ways, enabling them to grow stronger to match their opponent's strength. Yuan Zhan changed his attack method and used his 81 strikes of heaven-traversing staff techniques instead. Huang Jiuge's sovereign aura responded by coalescing into a chariot and a spear, lashing out together with his fist, as if Renhuang himself was directing a massive army to overwhelm his enemies. Some incredible methods indeed. Yi Futian looked troubled. It was no surprise why many expected Huang Jiuge to perform well, even deeming him to be one of the strongest among them all, along with Bai Zhe. The fathers of Bai Zhe and Huang Jiuge were ranked 4th and 5th on the Barren Sky ranking, respectively, which meant they were both of incredible lineages. Yuan Zhan grew increasingly vicious as he failed to land an attack. He went on to use the 9 heavenly strikes, powers capable of splitting the earth and shattering everything in their path. The 9 heavenly strikes, used by a being the size of a golden great ape, packed enormous powers within. While Yuan Zhan's level of comprehension of the art was not as deep as Yi Futian's, it was still fearsome nonetheless. It was only natural that Huang Jiuge was able to sense the underlying power of the techniques used as well. The chariot and the spear were shattered. He burst out of his Renhuang life spirit entirely, boosting his aura. The roar of the sovereign aura made attacks seem like Renhuang himself had descended on the mortal world. Huang Jiuge chose to continue to clash head-on with Yuan Zhan's techniques, not giving in even an inch. The stronger Yuan Zhan got, the stronger Huang Jiuge got. Eventually, even Yuan Zhan's full-powered 9 heavenly strikes failed to bring Huang Jiuge down. Yuan Zhan was rendered completely exhausted, and Huang Jiuge went on to defeat the giant ape. Many sighed seeing the silhouette like that of a king standing proud in the air. They wondered if the final battle would be between Huang Zhouge and Bai Zhe. If those two were to clash, what would things be like? Who would come out on top? 6 were left after the battle. A 1 buxing. Xing in Chinese means okay or can do it, but Bu Xing indicates the opposite. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.